Hotep, Great Saba Tehuti, Amun Hotep Ra. Health and prosperity unto you. May your monument be established forever on the foundations of MAAT. May your posterity give you praise and offerings. May your goddesses personify devotion to you like the great goddesses Aset and Netet. Tua Saba Tehuti, Amen, Hotep Ra.
Uben Ra, Ma'at Hotep, Glorious Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra. It is said good advice is rarer than emeralds. That led me to think Tehuti's advice and teachings is life's wealth. You are the doorway to Miao, the ancient conscious state. You are the wise one, an incarnating Ren that is breathing the Ankh, living from Ma'at. The Nefer, ancient Ba, the ancestor, Tehuti. I am incredibly grateful to have access to your podcast and guidance. Tua for your immortality and taking moments out of your day to help me. Tua for not leaving me to suffer in a world of matrix. Tua for teaching me truth, honesty, and teaching me that it is good to search for wrongdoings and make corrections. Tua for everything. May your exquisite netzerts have a day as beautiful as them. May they always have clarity and never be under hypnosis. May they always be safe, never in harm's way. May they never receive headaches or stress. Their beauty like the sun's reflection on water. Their beauty like a snake wrapping itself around a harp. Their beauty like circumpolar constellations, and their beauty like luscious forests of green with cacao plants and bamboo. My greatest love and respect to your immortal Nefer Kemetic family. Tua.
I just want to say Hotep, Henu to Saba. You definitely changed my life in so many ways, and I'm thankful. Since our first one-on-one, my whole circle, I just did a whole circle in my whole life. I just feel so different now. My dejed been hurting me, so right now I'm doing good. I'm doing better. Yeah, so I just want to say with the hyperhidrosis thing, all I got to say is no sweat. You know what I mean? And a lot of people saying that, this is a scam and, and it's definitely not a scam. I could say Saba scammed me in the good way, you know what I mean? So, I've been taking, my remedies, my rosemary, my sage, and it's definitely working for me. So I just want to say peace and love and Henu to Saba, and I'm forever in your debt. Forever in your debt. Thank you so much. Tua. So peace and love.
The most sophisticated artifacts, pyramids, everything are all the oldest. It gets worse as it goes on. That's not supposed to make sense.
There was some sort of very sophisticated civilization that was tens of thousands of years before that, and they were wiped out.
We even see that. You go to the Egyptian Museum and there is beautiful igneous stone vases made of granite. And right next to them, in the same display, because they're found in the same place, there's a rough pottery vase that's not even turned, just put together by hand, and they've painted it with dots to make it look like granite, and it's shaped the same way as the granite vase. That's like that's pure imitation. Like this here, you have a hard igneous stone vessel made with perfection, and right next to what's clearly an imitation of it, made from pottery, and they've even dotted it up to make it look like granite. The dynastic Egyptians, they do trace that back 30,000+ years. They have a list of kings and rulers that go back into that time. It's only in our interpretation and our archaeologists that really say, well, you know what, that's just myth and legend.
The older hieroglyphs that depict civilizations that were 30,000 years ago, like kings and the lineage.
The king lists from ancient Egypt go back 30,000+ years.
But they want to pretend that those are myth.
Yeah, and yet, for their chronology of ancient Egypt, they actually use the king lists. Everything before those dates, they say, oh, they just made it up.
How crazy is that? Wouldn't it be a fascinating alternative if you were an archaeologist to go, you know what? Maybe this king's list is legit. Maybe this thing really is 30, 40,000 years old. And maybe that explains a lot. And now we have to figure out how. How'd they do it?
It would be a fascinating alternative, but unfortunately, it's not the way that archaeology works at the moment.
But look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got props from the Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl.
They gonna need
some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. Let's go. What the blood seed, Lord.
Brought out the holy tablet.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per Amharu.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of MAAT, meanings and symbolisms of MEDU Neter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a pod class. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod Class. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now. Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
Press 1 for Tehuti, press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti podcast on YouTube.
That's your words.
Brother,
stand on
that's
it.
not the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the topic.
I'm talking about the whole word. I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this is why you upset.
I'm gonna say what's up to JJ. Stepped on the screen for a moment. JJ, how you doing, good brother? You doing well?
Hey, how you doing? Hotep. What's up, brother? This is JJ 7000 from the Mandinka Hage clan from Mali. You know what I'm saying? Tehuti.
What? I'm gonna say what's up to JJ. Stepped on the screen for a moment. JJ, how you doing, good brother? You doing well?
Hey, how you doing? Hotep. What's up, brother? This is JJ 7000 from the Mandinka Hage clan from Mali. You know what I'm saying? Tehuti, I did my roots. Yeah, I found found out my people from Mali, yeah, from the Mandinka tribe. Hey, check it out. Hey, there's a Hayes clan. You know, I found out that they took my family from Mali to Charleston, South Carolina, and they was on the Hayes plantation. Yeah, I went deep, man. But I want to join the House of ATTON, man. So I'm just here to learn. Peace.
Correlation of her not being a literal person with having the sun on her head. I'm trying to link in why you're bringing up the sun is on her head.
I'd love to know how you think that a literal person could exist with the sun on their head.
So because this image has the sun on her head, therefore this cannot be a literal person. Is that your stance?
That's exactly what I'm saying. And I also want you to recognize that I'm saying the same about a rule and the same about a song.
Okay, great. Can I screen share, please?
Yes, sir.
So the brother Jabari.
Remove Jabari.
Sorry.
Okay. The Jabari stance is that because this image has a woman with her son on her head, her stance is that makes this woman not real. When I asked him if that was his stance, he said yes. I'm going to screen share, please. That is the premise that we are using. And I want to know is was Anksenamun a real woman, Jabari? Yes or no? Anksenamun. Or was that a myth?
Are you referring to Anksenamun, the wife of Tutankhamun?
Yes. Was that a myth, a mythological Netzer, or was that a real person?
She was a real person.
Everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Everybody see Anksenamun with the same sun on her head and the same two horns on her head that the statue of Upset had? Everybody, can you see that sun in her?
Yes, we see it.
Okay, this woman is Anksenamun. She has the sun on her head, the exact same sun on her head, and she has the horns on her head that Osset had on her head. And I made sure I asked Jabari clearly, what is the purpose of bringing up the sun? Is it because this woman has the sun on her head? Does that make this woman a myth or untrue? And he said that is his stance. Well, here we have a real person that the brother Jabari just acknowledged as a real person with the exact same symbol on her head, and nobody's going to ask what's the temperature of the sun. So we need to erase.
So wait, let me see.
I got to finish though. I got to finish.
Go ahead.
We need to remove, Jabari, you need to remove the statement that you made, the premise that because, you said because, and you agreed that because this woman has a sun on her head, then that makes her unreal, when Anksenamun is a real woman, and can everybody see the sun on her head? That's a real woman. So yes, real women are depicted with images of symbolic suns on their head.
Can I ask you a question, dear brother?
But as soon as you acknowledge, my good brother, as soon as you acknowledge that having a sun on your head does not make you unreal. And you answered it and you agreed with your stance.
I think you're not my question. You are not answering my question. You are not, and I know you are, that's because you have a smirk on your face, because you know you're not answering the question. And this is a simple question. In fact, you asked me when we started to go back to the question. I don't know to watch the videotape of being beaten, but let me show you the videotape again. Because we could have started someplace else. But you asked the question. And I started by asking you how hot was the sun?
All right. Let me say something.
Let me finish on that. And I wanted you to explain to me whether it is possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head, and you are not answering that as yes or no. I'm not sure.
That's your question. Is it possible?
I've asked it like 7 times, brother.
It's not possible. That's why that is symbolism. Anksenamun and Osset will agree.
Answer the question. You're not answering the question. Is it?
No, it's not possible, but you set your premise on it.
This is 8. This is 8. I'm going to ask it to you one more time, and hopefully you'll give me a clear answer. Is it possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head?
No.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Let me right quick.
Yeah, sure.
Now, Jabari, you know I love you, brother. You did get hit with a straight right on this one right here. If the brother asks you, Jabari, hold on. In all fairness, the brother asks you Now, I agree. But because of the answer to you when he asked you the question, you definitely said the woman have a sun on her head. She can't be real. Brother then showed you a sun on the head of another who you did say was real. That's all it is. Hey, Jabari, Floyd Mayweather, the best of them gets hit with a jab, brother. That don't mean nothing. Come back and show the brothers and sisters out there why you are the Floyd Mayweather of the House of Consciousness. That's it, brother. It ain't nothing.
This is the reason why you have to.
All right. Hey, peace and Black Power family. Welcome to another Son of the TV House of Consciousness, but y'all already know what it is. The brother making his way back to the House of Consciousness. He is now official House of Consciousness member. Welcome to the party, brother Tehuti. He made his official step through the door a few days ago, taking on the Floyd Mayweather of consciousness, brother Jabari. Most people in the got brother Tehuti winning. Now, hey, majority rule. I can't be biased. I got to go with the majority, okay? Because I'm not the referee. So, don't get mad at me, brother Jabari. Oh, man. Well, I just got to keep it real. I'm going to keep it real, man. I can't be biased when it comes to this, you know. I got to show love to everybody because I'm bringing on the people on the platform. I got to keep it real. Chat, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to brother Tehuti. Now, I know a lot of y'all might get mad, but I'm going with the majority rules. It's the people who is making the call. Don't get mad at me, Jabari. You know I love you. You know I love you, Dr. Anika. But I got the W to brother Tehuti. Now, you got the majority, and there's a lot of people that I read the comments, they say, yo, I love you, Jabari. You know I fuck with you, Jabari. But I got to give it to Tehuti. I'm reading these comments. I'm like, God damn. You know me, I'm going with my man Floyd Mayweather. All the way. But I got to be fair, and I got to keep it a buck. So as it stands right now, brother Jabari has, hey, and you know the best lose sometime, man, you know? The best lose. Cigarette. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. In Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the sun. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. In Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the sun. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
Let me be very clear. I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
And on the people, on the platform. I got to keep it check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
We got Zion the Lion, and of course, we got Tehuti making his debut, coming in the ring with Brother Jabari. It wasn't, I'm not gonna say a TKO. I'll just say a little jabby jab. He won by a couple of jabs, you know, he took some jabs, you know. And now, well, we got the rematch coming with Brother Tehuti and Brother Jabari coming back this Wednesday, 9:30 p.m. And I know Jabari is not going to take him lightly on this one. I know everybody is looking at Zion, Tehuti.
Let me be very clear. I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Damn, we have Tehuti and Brother Jabari is coming back. Brother Jabari will be back for a rematch coming Wednesday night. I think Jabari was a little unprepared, got caught sleeping with the brother.
Shout out to HOK. I definitely think it was an upset. I said Jabari did a good job. I just don't think that he won. I said Brother Jabari did a good job, but I just simply don't think that he won. As I told the brother earlier this afternoon, the Brother Tehuti, I told him that I believe that he could have secured that W over Jabari a little better.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now. So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now, Zion Lex is coming out. Tehuti is making his way. He's jumping out, going straight to the top right now. Brother Shaka gave me a call the other day. Yesterday, matter of fact, Sunday. Brother Shaka almost gave me a call on Sunday. And said straight up, Sonetta, yo, Saw, I think Jabari jumped out the window and he wasn't prepared for the brother's questions. Now, this is Shaka Upmost.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Yeah, we got Zion Lex. We got Zion Lex tonight going up against Tehuti. Could this be 2 for 2 for Tehuti? That remains to be seen.
I've beaten people. The winner was announced by Sonetter. The winner was announced by the judges. I have the certificate, the proof. I have Sonetter saying I beat Jabari. I have all the judges saying I beat Kemet.
You have me saying you beat Jabari.
Yes.
You got me saying you beat Jabari. If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people.
I must have been half asleep or some shit. I don't know. If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people. And I took out the Floyd Mayweather, so I guess I'm the House of Consciousness champion. I just came here for an interview. That's my
you can't be the House of Consciousness champion yet. You got to go through some. You can't be the champion from one battle. You got to go through some scholars, brother. And now you face right now with Zion. So
I'm sorry. When you beat Floyd, you don't get his title. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, brother. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
Let me ask you something. Where did you hear me make this claim? What event took place where you heard me making this claim? Have you ever seen me before on here?
Yes,
was it any kind of debate that happened where I was making the claim, or you just saw me on Senator TV?
I think you was going at it with Jabari. Is that one? Yes.
That's how you know. That's the reason why you know that I came in for my first interview and you immediately called it with an Itiru reel, and then Jabari came in, and it was the first and last and only debate on that topic in all of the Kemetic since Dr. Ben till now. That's never been debated. Me and Jabari. So thank you for hosting, making history. That was the very first debate ever took place on that topic, right here on Senator TV. Okay, well, in the intro of my pod class, I have sections of me and Jabari's debate, and you announcing me as the winner, and then you and Shaka Akmo saying that he wasn't prepared for me.
Right.
I caught him sleeping and he wasn't prepared, so therefore we should have a rematch.
Right.
I never heard you say that about Jabari before in any kind of debate.
Well, sometimes we got to be honest. That don't mean Jabari is not the champ. You can lose one bout
and still be the champ. You can. What sport is that?
No, you can lose one and still be the champ. Like your record is now like 75-1.
Let me be very clear. I have never had an official date with anyone.
Maybe I think so. So you do acknowledge. Me and Jabari did have a debate, and I won the first one.
Yeah, I'll give you that because I already done came out and said you won that. So I can't go back on that now. I give it to you.
Although he did disappear.
Can I ask you a question?
Yep.
Did Barack Obama meet Spider-Man?
If he want to talk about Batman and Robin, brother, he can do that. It's his time to speak. Right. See? Even though Batman and Robin ain't got nothing to do with it, if he bring that up, then how many times Jabari brought up Spider-Man in a debate. He brought up Spider-Man.
I discovered Tehuti on Sanetta TV. He was at the Jabari debate. He was a brutal one, very brutal. And I was one of the Jabari follower, and Tehuti won me over. I couldn't believe that somebody that I call a teacher, master teacher, was making stuff up.
Tehuti Harakuti, I overheard you while I was in the background. You said that you were would you say your heart was broken when you saw your math teacher making things up? Was that Jabari?
Yes, sir.
Somebody's making something up. When you went in to see the debate, did you go in saying, "Oh, Jabari's gonna wipe this guy off the scene"? Did you know that you had faith in him? Like, hey, every Jabari debate on Sonetta, he blows everybody away. So here's just another one, right?
Yeah, I mean, I saw all his debate. You know, they claim him as the Floyd Mayweather. That time, I mean, it was just unbelievable. I was like, they need to give you the title, and until today, I'm still waiting. They still don't give you no title. I mean, in the same time, I feel this title is too little for you. It really was not a match.
Hey, Mary Segment, while I'm getting this ready for you, because I'm trying to fix something here. Were you once an Israelite? Is that why your name was Israel?
Yes, that's correct. For many years.
How long did you come out of it before you came across me?
Just recently. It's not even been a month, sir, since I've had a full understanding thanks to you. So dua.
Oh, so you coming out of the Israelite is a part of you attending the podcast. Oh wow. Were you in it over 5 years?
Yes. A few decades since I was a young adult.
Wow. Give her a round of applause, please, Annie. That's Oh, you're on mute, by the way. We didn't hear anything. Say it again.
I'm grateful. I am really grateful.
Wow, thank you for that. That's a great decades in Hebrew Israelite. Comes and watches the. And let me ask you this one other thing. How did you come across the pod class? How did you even know about this? Come across it?
It was the debate with Jabari. Yes, I was following Jabari, and there was debate that I found out about you, and it was going through old pod classes that the matrix was broken as far as Hebrew Israelite in the Bible.
You were a Hebrew Israelite also following Jabari?
Yes, I was still a Hebrew Israelite when I was listening to Jabari. Yes.
Oh, that's awesome. That's wonderful. You're a Hebrew Israelite while you were listening to Jabari come to the podcast, and boom, now you're married second. Wonderful. That's great to hear. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Everybody, go out there, do your job, hit the people, break the matrix, bring them here to the pod class, save people's lives. Imagine dedicating yourself for decades to something, and then it's like, oh my gosh, wait a minute, this isn't true?
I have learned to understand how you teach. So you're a very directed person. So you put up how can I say? Every time you speak, there's a sword and there's a shield, right? So there's something behind that, right? It's very directed. So you have a very controlled thought process. So I see a lot of people fall into hell when they have conversations with you because of your they don't see that you have a war pose like aha. So you have a sword and a shield, and you're gonna block and you're gonna stab them because you already understand what is directed speech. So I've learned that from you. So.
we were a great. We were a great young group of brothers and sisters moving. You know what I mean? It just that things sort of went different, and we went to different black movements as we grew up. You understand what I'm saying? But right now I bear witness that Tehuti's been consistent with the truth this whole time. I can't lie about that. That's a fact. I would say he was a bit disappointed when he came back, because when he came back, we was all 5%ers, and that wasn't his plan. At the same time, it was just how things moved, and it just how things grew, right? So today, I'm just glad that we still building, we still here. You know, I still bear witness to the teachings that he was teaching back in the day. The thing is, too, what you're hearing right now, we was building about this like 30 years ago. You know what I'm saying? So it's amazing. It's amazing, and I never thought it would be like this. You know.
Let me know if you're here, whether it's on here or whether it's in the message system. I'll be back, everybody. Peace and love. Definitely, Dome Daily, you can stay on if you want. Build with the people. The people rarely get to see somebody who knew me from what was it? Was it 90? What year was it?
It was like 89, 88 to 92. Yeah, it was just a long time ago.
89. And what were you doing in 89?
I was doing at the church.
Oxafek, what were you built on in 89? What were you teaching on?
I was a sperm. I was in my father's, area.
Swimming in my daddy's big. Okay, maybe Primordial. I know he was the Primordial. He's gonna give up his age now. What were you doing in '89, brother? What spells were you breaking? What were you doing in '89?
I was only 3 years old, running around, acting whatever.
We'll have to go through the details. Yeah, man, I'm just amazed, man. You're incredible, bro. You stand before us. Yo, the Tehuti, the real Tehuti. I truly believe that. Word.
Let me get a mic check. Press 9 if you can hear me. Press 9 if you can hear me. Let me get a mic check. Check the room for the 9s. Make sure that I am heard. This event today. Oh man. Let's see the 9s in the room. Make sure we can hear me. We got Minty Hotep with the 9. M. Monroe with the 9. She's Miss Consistent now, coming to every pod class. Suze Mania coming every pod class. AMUN Ka been coming ever since.
been watching me before there was a pod class. Same with AMUN. Been watching before the pod class. Mr. Robert Williams, he is Mr. Support Man. He is Mr. Support Man. We got Betsy Moon saying, hey, greetings, Nana Snake. Nani Asset Mer says, greetings, little snake. Nani Asset Mer says, he did secure the win by winning. Okay, wonderful. Betsy Moon says, Hotep Marie to the Nefer, Tehuti, and his Nefer and the Turks. Okay, I guess everyone, I see everyone can hear me. I don't have to guess. I can see everyone can hear me. Where's, who else is here? Is Nook Panook here? Nani Asset Mer with the 999. Nani Asset Mer with the greetings, great SABA Tehuti. Wonderful, wonderful. Robert Williams with the 9. Everyone can hear me. Wonderful. Today's class, the questions that have come in thus far. This is going to be, where's Maharu Big at Leisure? All right, I see people in, I see people pressing 9s. Wonderful, so we shall get started. Let's get right started. I know Angela Gates is somewhere in here. The Jed, there's the Jed right there. The Jed said, and it begins. Hotep to the great SABA Tehuti, Amun Hotep Ra in the house of ATTON. And there's his echo, Gabriel Lopez, Hotep, and much merry to everyone feeling grateful to be here again. Angela Gates says, Hotep Mary out. Wonderful, beautiful. RPM says, peace, family. Okay, wonderful. Not everyone is here because they're going to keep coming in. Minty Hotep says, Hotep Marie per Unk. And Betsy Moon just screams out, Tehuti. All right, wonderful. We are ready to start, everyone. Let's get started. We'll start with the affirmation. Today's class, I may have given too much. My goodness. Okay, we're going to start with a beautiful affirmation before we start anything. For the new people that are watching, we start with the wonderful tones of the affirmation. This is an affirmation that is now circulating worldwide. You may see people. I just saw somebody this morning on their bio, Ankia Ma'at, and I see bits and pieces of the affirmation, of the full affirmation, on people's Twitter, on their Facebook. And it's a beautiful thing. And this affirmation is something that has been echoed for thousands and thousands of years. And we echo it here to begin everything that we think and know is important to us. So, of course, the pod class is extremely important to us. So we're going to begin off with the beautiful frequencies of the affirmation. And for those who don't know it, I'm going to put it on the screen and you can say it with us. And we will say it together, either in your mind, out loud, reading it to yourself with the people that you are with, however you wish. And if you have any questions about the affirmation, of course, send the questions down to the bottom. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at RockSB, and write your question. You know, this is the only place, really, this is the only place where the vortex is open. It's the only place where the SABA door is open for the influx of the nectar frequencies answers to come through. We're going to start off with the affirmation. We'll start on the count of 3. Everybody should be able to see it on their screen right now. And we'll start on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Anki and Ma'at un and es nin tet aset and Ma'at min habapet and Ma'at her and hukiui per ikut. I live for Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light, and I will leave that on the screen for a few moments for the new people and the people that have been coming for a while to look at and digest. Wonderful. Let us begin. Greetings, everyone. Peace and love. For those who have just landed, who just came in before the intro and you're wondering, what is this? Where am I? What type of class is this? What type of session is this? What type of people are these? Where am I? You have landed within the house of ATTON, the ancient Tehutian teachings of the Neteru. The last two represents the Neteru in this time frame. ATTON is an acronym. It also gives off the sound of Aten, the one who wanted to bring things back to the source, back to the Aten, which is the reflection source. Ever since then and up until today, really after the conquistadors altered things, there has been a misconception on the actual teachings of the people of the Nile Valley. And the misconception was actually a misdirection. And that misdirection was to direct people away from the actual consciousness, the Ku consciousness of the people, and to direct people into a state of being an echo of the Egyptologists who actually went there to research and study as outsiders. So Wallasey Budge, Peachtree, so many of them, Miriam Lithium, Faulkner, and the rest of them studied as outsiders, and there's no problem with that. As outsiders, they never claimed to follow Ma'at. Budge was not trying to start a Ma'at community. Budge was not trying to unify the people, and that's not his job. We never hold him to that. He's not supposed to do that. Neither was Faulkner. They put out dictionaries. Wonderful. Round of applause to them. They studied as confessed outsiders. Budge never claimed to be following anything. He was a studier as an outsider. Faulkner never claimed to follow anything. Chester Beatties, the two, the husband and wife, never claimed to follow anything that pertained to what the scribes wrote. And there's absolutely no problem with that. And from there, we get a lot of information from outside studiers, and that's a beautiful thing. Keep studying. Many outsiders came into Ma'at and they were studiers. They never claimed, Aristotle never claimed that he was a follower of Ma'at. Pythagoras never said he was a follower of Ma'at. So when some of the people from the outside of Ma'at and outside of the teachings come in, they have every right to be outside studiers. The misconception came in that there were people that were robbed of their history, robbed of the knowledge of the teachings of the Nile Valley, of the teachings of Ma'at, the oldest spiritual teachings of immortality on the planet Earth that birthed immortality teachings in writing on the planet Earth. And these people in America were robbed of history, robbed of knowledge. And so when it came time to get back their knowledge, the most accessible thing to them were the people that were out at the time, which were the Noble Drew Alis, the Clarence 13X, the Elijah Muhammads, later on the Hebrew Israelites, later on Nuwabians, the Black Panthers, and none of these people, 5%ers, Nation of Islam, Moorish Science Temple, a lot of people that were awakening people to escape from the boundaries of Christianity, none of them claimed Ma'at. So therefore, there was a long period of time with people that were coming into an awakening of Black Power, pro-Black Black Panther, Elijah Muhammad, Message to the Black Man, How to Eat to Live, the Hebrew Moors, and several other people that came and awakened people out of the regular, the first matrix. And they never claimed Ma'at. So therefore, there was a period of decades that went by after so-called slavery. There was a period of decades that went by from about the 1918s when the awakening first started, the 1918 to the 1930s, early 1930s with Elijah Muhammad. And from 1918 all the way up, and I want you to examine how many years this is, from about 1920s Noble Drew Ali, all the way up to the 60s and 70s. Then comes Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark, and they start focusing on the history of the people in the Nile Valley. They cause a shift in the consciousness. The consciousness before Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark was to be a participant in a movement that pertained to getting back your culture, nationality, spirituality, whether you want it to be Hebrew Israelite, Nubian, nation of Moors, nation of gods on earth. It was a unified force. Nation of Islam. It was a unified force with a structure system and a discipline and a way to eat and a way to live and a way to design family. Our very first introduction to the oldest spiritual civilization that actually created all of that was by individuals who echoed Egyptologists. Much respect to the Egyptologists and Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark, and all the other doctors, all the other European named doctors, doctor this, doctor that, and all of those people, they were echoes of the Egyptologists with a tint of, this is your people, you're black. That was the difference. The difference between the Egyptologists before Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark, was to give a pride to the people based on how they looked. Not based on anything conscious, but just based on how they looked. These are black people, you are black people. Don't let them rob that from you. And that's a beautiful message. That's a beautiful, beautiful message. Ivan Van Sternadema had the same message. Vanoka Rashidi had the message. Beautiful message that don't let them rob this from you. You look like those people, and here's what they accomplished. And then it ended right there, meaning that there was no echo of the people's structure system. You see, because you can look like a people, and that's fine. There are many Asian people that live near me, many Chinese people, Korean. They look like Bruce Lee. They do look like him. There are similarities. They look like Ip Man. There are similarities. Not until they pick up the discipline of studying the Jeet Kune Do, the Tai Chi, the Qigong, the Kung Fu, the Wing Chun, not until they study, discipline, eat, exercise, and echo the spiritual disciplines and the physical disciplines of those things, can they claim Ip Man and Bruce Lee. Because other than that, they're just saying, these people look like me. But I am not going to involve myself in any Kung Fu. I'm not going to have any type of eating regimen. I'm not going to have an in-shape body. I'm not going to teach others. I'm not going to do anything that those people did, but they look like me. Yay, yay, yay. They look like me. And Al Bundy from Married with Children can say, I look like an old version of Alexander the Great. Owen Wilson can say, I look like Alexander the Great. You can look like somebody, which is the laziest approach you could ever take to consciousness. Just to be born looking like something. See, if you're born looking like something and you take pride in that, at that point you don't have to do anything. You just have to say, I look like King Tut. I look like Jet Li. I look like this ancient person. I look like them. So therefore, because I look like them, I take the pride in what they did, and then the story ends. Unfortunately, though, for the Matrix, that is where I continue the story. That's not it where it ends, you see? Because we are a few thousand years from Ramesses. And many people say today, look at Ramesses. Look at he's E1, B1, haplogroup E1, black, blackity, black. Look at it. I look like him. Take pride in Ramesses. I look like King Tut. And they were a few thousand years ago. But Ramesses, Ankh Sheshonk, who was in the 180s or in the first century with the Ptolemies, he was further away in time to Narmer. Narmer was 3,200 years before him. 2,000 and some odd years before Ramesses. And Ankh-Sheshonk and Ramesses did not say, look, I look like, let me fix this. Let's do this thing again. One moment, let me fix this camera. We'll do this every once in a while. Boom, until it picks up, and then it will stop that. It's a very interesting thing that it does. I should be coming on the screen shortly. Let's see. 1, 2, and 3. There I am. I look like Narmer. Ankh-Sheshonk could say, I look like Amenemopi. I look like him. But you see, the ancient ancestors never did that. Because if they did, there would be no continuous thing that they built. They would just thrive saying, I look like the person. This shift of laziness was brought in unwillingly by the people that actually did look like the ancient people, who were grown up and brought up under the Dr. Benz, Dr. Clarks, and the Egyptologists who viewed the ancient culture as an outside study. That means you're just studying for the knowledge. You're studying to say Ramesses was this date. Ramesses built this. Pharaoh Khufu built this. Amenemopi did this. This person did this on this date. Here's this. There's this. And you're studying the same way that a European that they did when they came into the Nile Valley encounter as outsiders, not as actual doers or not as actual livers of the word, which is what Ramesses was, which is what Pharaoh Khufu was. Even though they were thousands of years from each other, they never said, oh, that was in the past. They're further away from each other. We're only 2,000 years from Ankh-Sheshonk. Ankh-Sheshonk was 3,000, almost 3,300 years, or 3,200 plus years from Narmer. He's further away. That was more in his. That was more of a path to him than we are from Ankh-Sheshonk. That is more in the past. Instead of him saying, that's in the past and I just look like him and I'm just going to live like the Ptolemies now. I'm going to live like the Romans. They continued to live the spiritual system. But that takes discipline, because it is very difficult to be disciplined under something. And where they left off is where I continued with it, which is where the House of ATTON continues with it. Not the lazy legacy. See, there's the stolen legacy, there's the lazy legacy. The lazy legacy is just say, look at my lips, look at my nose, I look like the Olmecs. What did the Olmecs believe in? Because the Olmecs never decided what they looked like. You see, everybody who's proud of what the ancient people look like, the ancient people never decided to look like that. Nobody decides to look like something. Nobody makes their lips big. Nobody makes their hair curl. Nobody decides for their nose to be thin or thick. Nobody decides to have a certain type of skin color. They had no choice in that. So are you proud of what somebody looked like? Or are you proud of the actions that come from the consciousness of multiple people that look different ways? Because there were some people in the Nile Valley that looked like Eddie Murphy, and some that look like Sinbad. And Eddie Murphy and Sinbad don't look anything alike. Some of the people in the Nile Valley look like Wesley Snipes, and some like Kid from Kid and Play. And Wesley Snipes and Kid and Play don't look anything alike. Neither do I, and let's say a particular albino. Our Kid from Kid and Play doesn't look like Morris Chestnut. So different people that look differently, but they unified the consciousness to build the things around them and to change and purify themselves for the afterlife. And this is where we take set. This is where we set in and take place. When people ask the question, Tehuti, what is it you're doing for the people? What do you do? I do what you ask me to do. I came doing what I'm requested to do. And I make no claim other than what I am asked. So somebody says, "Listen, man, you're not building pyramids on the street on Crenshaw and Broadway. You're not building houses over here." I never claimed to do that. The janitor of the school that you go to, that you send your children to, he never claimed to be the teacher. But the teacher and the janitor are equal. What happened? The teacher and the janitor are equivalent. Because in order for the teacher to teach, the children have to have somewhere to use the restroom. The faucets have to work. The water has to come out. The electrical system has to work for the machines that store the food. This is where the technician and the janitor comes in. And without him, the school doesn't function, thus there's nowhere for the teacher to teach. So the janitor cannot go to the teacher, or someone from the outside of the school cannot go to the teacher and say, "Yo, man, how come you're not mopping the floors, man? Yo, you're doing all this teaching. You're doing all this teaching, but how come you're not fixing the toilet over there?" And then the teacher can go to the janitor and say, "Yo, man, you're doing all this toiletry work. You're mopping all that, but you're not teaching the children geometry. You're not teaching the children this mathematics, this higher learning." You never see an argument between the janitor and the teacher, or the principal, or the secretary. The secretary of the school does nothing that the teacher or the janitor does. The secretary, or the woman that answers your phone, yes, this is 911, is as important as the police that she's calling. Because without the 911, you can't reach the police. So the lady that answers is as important as the police, and you'll never see the 911 operator and the police on the streets argue, "Yo, man, you don't do this. Yo, I bet you don't know how to take 5 calls at once and know how to distribute them." And the police like, "I bet you don't know how to use a 9 Glock. You don't know how to use a 9 Glock and go into these gang streets." And no, they cooperate as a system. They come in stating what their position that they're requesting, and then the system asks of them to accomplish it. And then there's a unified force. So the psychiatrist inside of the school does not do what the biologist in the school does. But without the psychiatrist in the school to work on people's minds, the biologist may go crazy because he's getting stressed out at home and he needs to go see the psychologist. And the psychologist needs a biologist to teach his children biology. But the biologist can't help the children's brain. So that each person takes their position. And in the house of ATTON, for those who are just tuning in, I am the SABA, which is what? A door instructor. Dude, you're not doing this, you're not doing that. And the most popular Nitiru, it could be between him and Osiris, but the most popular of all the Nitirus is the Nitiru Tehuti. That there are thousands upon thousands of books, YouTube videos on him, on Tehuti. And nobody has told me one thing Tehuti has touched. Tehuti built the Great Pyramids, really? Tehuti did this, Tehuti taught. There's no record of Tehuti lifting up a rock to build something, is there? Is there a record of Tehuti doing some kind of farming and gathering ducks? What does Tehuti do in all the papyruses when he appears? He teaches. He teaches and he heals. That's what he does. And Aset does something else. And Neptet does something else. And so I've come for a structured system. Since 1992, when I came to my awakening through the animals and did certain things to my mind and body to become what you see in front of you, I stated the same thing that I'm stating now. And in 1993, I practiced those things. And that was, ask me a question. Send a question in to me, come meet me in person, ask a question, and see if my answer can change the consciousness of your family, the consciousness of you, the discipline. See if what I teach can change how your body looks. See if what I can teach changes your relationship. This is what I stated that I do since 1993. And it's 2025. And there's testimonies in the intro. The brother said 1989. If it goes back that far, I guess I don't remember. But if I was teaching since 1989, I was teaching straight from playing with Transformers and teaching class. I must have. But he says I was there in '89 teaching. But at any rate, I've stated the same thing from the beginning. And I've lived that thing consistently. It's called MAAT. You live a consistent thing that you develop yourself to be. And don't claim anything else other than what you develop yourself to be. So I developed myself to be a SABA, a doorway. I developed myself to be a fitness trainer. I developed myself to be a magician, a performing magician. All of these things were all developed to do one thing, and that was to interact and assist people. My magic performances all over YouTube are all about people's stories and assisting them. They're all about stories. My fitness training is all about health, all about diet plans. My teaching from 1993 till now is all about just answering questions and breaking the matrix. And I continue to do so. And here I am now, continuing. The difference is that in those times, we never thought of reciprocity. Meaning that it was a hobby. It was just something you like to do, to teach. But then when you realize when you're building a system in a community, the teacher in the school does not have to have a part-time job as a mechanic. I don't know if your teacher at university has to have a part-time job as a mechanic, or he has to go fling dice or something, but he gets hired for a job, and the matrix or the system takes care of him, means that he knows what he's going to get by continuously going from 9 in the morning to 4 in the afternoon to teach the children or teach the college students. And he receives that, and the system is set up to take care of him. The fireman does not have to get a part-time job as a bowling instructor, because as long as he's putting out fires and taking care of the nation in that way, he doesn't have to be the policeman, and the policeman doesn't have to be the fireman. And the structure in all communities and the structure in all societies are set up like that, that creates a functioning society. Unfortunately, when the original teachers came and started teaching us about Kemet, as they only call it, they never taught us about being a functioning, applicable society where people have roles and people do their roles and they're accountable for their roles. And this is where the Tehuti class, the House of a 10, comes in to do that. If you all see me here every Saturday doing this, when this computer shuts down, when you see me outside of this, I'm doing the same thing. Those who have one-on-ones with me, those who see me, they know that I don't change outside of this. Others may change around me, and I just say, Ispet, be gone. I don't change outside of this. I am this and continuously advancing ever since 1992. Consistency is the only thing that can build. So I've gone through what I have gone through, and the many other intros before this one has explained what I have gone through to make myself extremely hypersensitive, and it has a lot to do with being around animals, some of which, now most of which that are around me are actually dangerous, which calms me down, which lets me see the discipline of them, and lets me see the structure of animals that don't even communicate with each other. Be it a lion in the safari is doing what a lion did 400 years ago. Structured system. And a bear is doing the same thing, and ants that never met each other, that are the same species, and ants in your backyard is doing the same thing in my backyard. Structured system. Worker ants, drone ants. It's a disciplined system. And the only way to discipline yourself is to purify and focus the cogs. And I am here to help focus the cogs, because I sacrificed, as they call it, sacrificed my regular life that most of you live when I was a young child, sacrificed all the social interacting and all of that, all of the things that were normal to people, all the hanging out and the smoking the weed and the going to clubs and all of that. I didn't do any of that. I stayed with the animals. I stayed in the ponds. I stayed in the swamps. I stayed in the forest. I stayed studying. I stayed doing things to my physical body, to my mind, in order to become the heightened hypersensitive teacher that I am, to be able to see the matrix unfold. Took all the money that most of all the money that I had ever made, and submitted it into magic, so I could see what the magic, what the illusion, and what the society is around me, while being hypersensitive already before I even learned the magic. And because of that, I set up this beautiful system that all are here now to see, and the new people that are watching, you will understand what this system is shortly. The system of the Tehuti power class is something that I developed for the people after being on the Killer Priest show for almost a year or so and teaching and seeing the amount of questions that were sent in. I decided to continue the teachings. There was a time where I was not teaching the public. I was just off to myself, and I only had certain individuals come to my residence and my ladies on the couch, and I would teach them on Wednesdays, which I still do today. That's never stopped. That's MAAT. That's been going on since I can't even remember when that started. That happens every Wednesday right here. I only have certain people that I trusted to come into my dwellings and teach them. I've decided to continue the teachings the way that I've designed them, in this extremely unique way, because of what I can tap into for the public. And the best way to do that was the internet. I went onto the Killer Priest show, mainly just to interact with Killer Priest and to answer his questions, because he said he was interested in me. I didn't go there to gain any followers. I didn't go there to start a movement. I didn't go there for any what they call clout. I didn't go there for any type of views. I went to the Killer Priest show because Killer Priest was an amazing MC, and what he did for me in the music field, I wanted to repay him back by going on and answering questions for him. He had several questions for me and for his audience, and that's all that I went there for. Didn't go to gain anybody. There was no monetary gain for me whatsoever. It was 7 hours out of my life every Monday to teach and basically run the show as far as the teaching is concerned, and to do it for free. And I did that for a long, long period of time. I told Killer Priest I'm going to continue this, but this will take up the whole show. If I continue to do this, it's going to keep taking up the entire show. And Killer Priest had his own sections of music playing and things like that. Some of the shows, the whole show was based on me teaching. And I said, there's people that want to know questions outside of Monday, so I'm going to open up what's called a pod class and continue what I was doing from 1994. And I'm going to make it more advanced, because now I've learned about screen sharing and all these things that I didn't have in 94. They were just live classes. In 1998, I was just teaching in front of 1,000 to 1,200 people live with whatever they would ask me live, without any. So the music, there's some noise in the back. They would ask me questions live, and I never had any references. Google wasn't invented yet. There was no YouTube invented. None of that was invented yet. So this is very smooth for me, because I get to actually show things from my particular talent and view of where I'm actually showing the information from. Whereas before, I couldn't pull up all the sources. I could just teach from the top of my head and say, go look this up. But I couldn't show the things, because in 1998, we didn't even have computers like this. And there was no such thing as any of this happening. So I decided to start this. Let me fix the screen here. Let me fix this a second. It's going to do this a couple times until it goes back to normal. Okay, should come on. Now, there we go. All right, so I've decided to do this. And when COVID came and took a lot of the things that I was doing away from me, I decided to go full thrust with this. Even though I was losing my home, everything things were going downhill. I just said I will work strictly off of magic, because I couldn't go to the beaches anymore and do my performance. All the gyms were shutting down, so I couldn't do any training anymore. I couldn't do the things that I was doing before, so I said, you know what? I'm going to just work for the netter. I don't care if the landlord is coming and I can't do anything because of COVID. I don't care if COVID is down the street. I don't care what's happening. I'm going to full-fledged just work through the netter frequency, and those who appreciate what I'm doing, what's happening, they will send reciprocity and keep this going, which will take care of me so that I do not have to go out there and cut this off and everybody goes to those other channels of chaos. And I did that, and this is exactly what took place. It's a beautiful, beautiful reciprocity system that's set up. Not as beautiful as the Matrix, of course, because the Matrix will make sure that the man who played Freddy Krueger, what are those horror things called? Saw 3? I never seen Saw 3's face. I've never seen anybody seen Saw 3's face? I never saw 1. What do these people look like? I never saw Jason behind the mask. But the Matrix will make sure that if you play a position for them with bad acting and play Michael Myers or Jason, you'll be taken care of for the rest of your life. So royalties will come for the players and actors of Michael Myers and Jason, even though they were bad actors. You never saw who they were. They did the same thing every movie. But they're millionaires because the Matrix will make sure that the people are so focused on giving them reciprocity by going and seeing their movies that Jason and Michael Myers are forever taken care of. The people who play Chucky, the voice, doesn't have to work again. They're heavily taken care of, and they're playing the roles of killers. So the beauty is that I had hope that the people would appreciate this more than the Nathan's hot dogs, the Freddy Kruegers, the Six Flags, the going on roller coasters, giving their children sugar funnel cakes, going out and giving their children cotton balls and candy apples and eating Twizzlers. And I met a brother who told me he spends over $1,000 a month on weed. I'm like, are you a seller? I don't know because I only seen marijuana. I think 5 or 6 years ago. I didn't know what the craze was, but he said, I spent $1,000. I got to get my weed, man. It keeps my head right. And all these things that people are spending thousands of dollars on Christmas gifts. I said, I'm going to switch the frequency and depend strictly on the Netzer frequency, that there are souls out there, there are Kaz and Bas out there that will appreciate Netzer knowledge and this type of matrix breaking more than the people that spend money on Dunkin' Donuts and Heinz ketchup and whatever those things are by the thousands and thousands and thousands, and watching every Avengers movie and all the money that's spent on the Matrix. I know people will appreciate this equally or hopefully more. And so I set up the Tehuti Pod class to answer people's questions. And the type of questions that can be asked here, for the new people that are watching, the type of questions that can be asked here at the Tehuti Pod class, I'm going to put the banner on the screen. Here's an example. Look at this. I don't know. I am not sure because I don't browse all over the internet. I am not sure where you can go to send in these type of questions and get answers that are going to be over 40 minutes. They're going to be over 50 minutes an answer. Freemasonic hidden hand control, co-videos, if you can see what's happening there. Co-videos on Plandemic microcosm. Afterlife realm teachings created English. What does that even mean? What is Wizard of Oz Matrix? What do these things have to do with each other? What do you mean? What do you mean, Tehuti? What do you mean that the English was created by Afterlife realm teachings? What does that even mean? What is this? What is the free? These are examples of some of the questions, but here are the questions. They move from that all the way to are there symptoms or stages of pregnancy nowadays that have been created by the Matrix, like cravings, gestational diabetes, etc. How aware are babies in the womb? How many questions is that right there? Are there symptoms or stages of pregnancy nowadays that have been created by the Matrix? Cravings, gestational diabetes. How aware are babies in the womb? Do their personalities, how many questions are these? Do their personalities and likes and dislikes begin since conception? So if you can go anywhere and ask these type of questions, definitely let me know, put the link in the room and we'll check out the answers. But if not, understand what's happening here, because we just went from Freemasonic hidden hand, afterlife microcosms to baby consciousness and gestational diabetes. If you know anywhere where you can go and jump from hidden hand Freemasonry to gestational diabetes on one person, let us know the name of that person. How about hair standing up on the back of your neck? If you look at the bottom, you'll see scrolling at the bottom. That's the support system. Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV, and this is Get Leisure. People may be looking at this and saying, "What in the world? Somebody sent in $100?" These are the same people that have spent more than $100 on Halloween, more than $100 on fireworks, more than $100 on Christmas, more than $100 on a pair of Nikes, more than $100 if you collect the amount of money you have spent on popcorn and cotton candy since you were 12 years old, more than $100 on that, more than $100 on weed. And here comes a beautiful brother asking a question, wanting to support the talent and the gift that another brother has, and he's asking about hair standing up on the back of your neck when you make contact with ancestors. Where do we go from? Went from hidden hand, masonry, to afterlife microcosm, to pregnancy cravings, gestational diabetes, to contacting the ancestors and hair standing up on the back of your head. If there is another channel or somewhere else you can go to just ask those ones, all to one person, let us know. If not, what you're witnessing here is a phenomenon taking place because of a being in front of you that gave up his entire, I do not exist. I have given up my entire connection to the matrix grid system. I do not exist. When the police pull me over, they say, "You do not exist." They told me that. They say, "You do not exist." I said, "I'm glad to not exist. But the material exists." So I'm glad to not exist. How about exorcism? Exorcism. Do the spirits really go away? That class was a movie. Is when people do exorcism in the name of Jesus, is it a real thing that actually takes place? Does it actually happen? If it happens, that make Jesus real? What about ADHD? Now this has nothing to do with hidden hand, Freemasonry. This has nothing to do with COVIDios. This has nothing to do with plandemic microcosms. There's nothing to do with pregnancy cravings, hair standing up on the back of your head. But this person is asking for a class on ADHD. That was a 2-hour class. Hair standing up on the back of your head. The Ark of the Covenant. The Ark of the Covenant all the way to gingivitis. You can ask questions here about gingivitis and creating a toothpaste. That's what you can ask here, the 2G Pod class. Absolutely yes. So these are sent in through support of Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. There's no limit to the questions on consciousness you can ask, from gingivitis toothpaste to feng shui, as from the beautiful supporter who supports almost every. If she doesn't support every pod class, in one pod class she'll support twice. So this is Harass did. Feng shui. Somebody go from feng shui to sending in a question about a movie I've never seen before in my life. This answer was 1 hour and 50 minutes. And to this date, and I ask people to go, please look for a breakdown of the never-ending story that has any comparison to what you saw at the pod class, and send the link. To this day, according to testimony, this is the deepest breakdown of the never-ending story ever seen on the internet, and I've never seen the movie. The people are asking me, did I write it? From the never-ending story to hyperhidrosis. Hyperhidrosis since you're a little over 10 years old, and now you're in your 30s, and you want a breakdown of hyperhidrosis. It has nothing to do with gestational diabetes, nothing to do with the Ark of the Covenant, nothing to do with the never-ending story. It has nothing to do with algebra's origin, it has nothing to do with ADHD, nothing to do with the mark of the beast or your hair standing up on the back of your head, nothing to do with Freemasonry, the hidden hand. Look at the diversity that can be sent in. Hyperhidrosis, that class helped so many people, sense reciprocity on that class because it helped them. And some people were too shy to ask the question. A lot of people are suffering from these things, and they don't want to be the one to boldly send a cash app, so they send anonymously. But that question answered so many people that a lot of support came from that. There's no limit. There's people that send in money to help the Cobra food. This has never been done on the internet through a so-called conscious teacher or commit teacher. When have you ever seen that come in for anything? More or less Cobra food. This is the love that we have here as a family. Shout out to Amun, MAAT. I haven't seen that brother in a while. Hope he is safe. Look out for him, and I hope he's good. And if you're around, brother, listening, continue to send your support, and this will continue. I'll be here every Saturday. So that is the situation here. Stranger was so impressed by an answer that he put $200 bounty. These were the good old days where Stranger was putting in $200, not even for a question, not even for just support, but this is for a bounty. If anyone can answer questions equally, there's $200 sitting in the Cash App. Stranger can be the judge. And this $200 is still, sorry, in the PayPal. This $200 is still there in the PayPal for anyone to receive. He was so impressed that he put a $200 bounty for anyone that can answer his questions, and he goes from channel to channel. If you go to the Stranger, you'll see him on Sonetta Show. You'll see him. You may see him in the Chris Harris. You'll see him in Killer Priest. All type. He goes from channel to channel. He went from channel to channel to channel, but for some reason, this is only for this channel. So he is free to tell me at any time, Tehuti, this person answered that question. It was equivalent to you. Send that person the $200, and I'll send the person the $200. That was 3 years ago. This $200 bounty is up to Stranger. It's not up to me. It's not up to me. If Stranger says, yo, Tehuti, I went and asked about, what was the question? One of the questions he asked, I went and asked about the application of math and triangulation as a part of MAAT. And, this brother on the Killer Priest channel, he kind of blew you away, Tehuti. He took me to another level. This brother on this channel, he took me, send him the PayPal, brother. Here's a link. Go watch it. And I'll play some of his answer in the class. And the person will get the $200. But this phenomenon is just taking place here. Respectively, it's taking place only here because for these answers to be answered like this, it has a lot to do with the love. To sit down and answer questions like this, you couldn't do this having a job. The new people you will see, it has to do with the love of the people and the reciprocity and the appreciation. So my screen's frozen again? Okay, I must be back before. Okay, so the Cash App TT Moon, reset the thing. Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. Those are the supports. This is Shadow Body. Shadow Body represents one of the oldest names known for the spirit that they don't use anymore for the pure energetic projectable double, and it's called a Kemet. That's his meta name. We call him Shadow Body, and he represents the black light body that is actually on the thumbnail of this class. If you look at this class's thumbnail right here, you look there on the bottom right corner facing you, you'll see the black shadow body and the black sun. And a brother named Black Sun asked me a question about the black sun. And somebody did ask a question about the Kemet, but that was one of the original depictions of your soul. It was black. They removed that due to unfortunate racism and insecurity. They could never have an image of the soul as black because, of course, black represents degradation, evil, the devil. It couldn't represent the inner part of you that is closest to God. So that was been removed from history. You don't see a Christian, a Muslim, a Jew, a more science level person, a 5%er, you won't see any of those people depict the soul as black because of unfortunate negative racism. But in the time before the Matrix, it was black. That was one of the depictions. And this is Shadow Body, who represents that. And he is a venomous boega, has a bite that will not kill you, but it will definitely ruin your week. You will have a very bad week. And if this cute little guy decides to sink, and he has one gray eye and one black eye. I don't know if that can be seen on the screen, but he has one gray eye and one black eye, and his name is Shadow Body. So, ladies and gentlemen, with all that understood, we're going to continue on with the beautiful Tehuti pod class. I'm going to put the link in the room. I'm going to go get some water, and we're going to get into the very first question. And the link in the room is for the supporters, for the team to jump in so they can relieve me, so I can step off, get some water, put Shadow Body down for just a moment. And here's the link in the room for the people to see. Is for the supporters to jump in. a lot of people type in the room and there's like, how come I can't come onto the panel? And I said, you can. You can. You just refuse to support. But you're here watching. You're here watching, but you just will not support a brother that is doing this phenomenal work that has witnesses and testimonies. But you will support Krispy Kreme, and you have supported chocolate bars. Yes, you have. Prove me wrong. You have supported cotton candy, and you have supported Halloween candies, and you have supported a Christmas in your life. You supported marijuana, but you will not support Tehuti doing this and this system doing this. But you want to come onto the panel and give your opinion and thoughts, and you watch it and suck up the information every week. You see names in there every week, but there's no support Cash App name that matches the name in the chat, or somebody saying, this is my name in the chat, but this is my Cash App PayPal name. I am a supporter. Come on, like these two supporters right here, every single week. AMUN and AMUNET, they came on, disappeared, and reappeared, and there they are. I don't know if they go and watch the show begin and see that I have whatever the color shirt. If I'm having a black shirt, they got on the black shirt. If I'm the red shirt, I don't know if they're going and watching it first and coming on later, if it's a synchronicity or they're just in tune like that. But these are examples of some supporters. And I'm going to show something from AMUN and AMUNET right now, just to show the diversity of questions that can be asked. This is a brother here who focuses on, he loves Kemet, he loves the Babylonian Anunnaki or Anuna culture. And he said he had a question to send in. I said, well, it's gonna be on the Anunnaki, it's gonna be some type of tablets. This is what he's into. He threw a curveball at me and threw me a question on Navajo Native Americans. Not Kemet Tehuti, I got you now. No, this isn't about Inky, Enlil. Nope, let me fix this up. Let me fix this screen here. Not about Inky, Enlil, none of that. I'm gonna send you a question. Let me fix this thing. Am I on? I'm gonna send you a question about Navajo skinwalkers. And that just shows the diversity of questions that can be asked. And that brother right there, AMUN, asked a question. Could have been from both of them, but could have been from him or both. But it doesn't matter. What matters is the diversity that you can ask about Navajo Native Americans here on the Power Class. So how you doing, AMUN and AMUNET? How are you?
I'm doing excellent and wealthy, SABA. Rejuvenated and ready for today's podcast. I'm looking forward to today's podcast. Looks like it's going to be phenomenal. Based off of looks like you're going to answer like 30 questions.
You said based off of the what? You cut out.
I said based off the title, it looks like it's going to be phenomenal. And it looks like you're going to answer 30 questions.
Gosh.
It looks like so much. 12 for being here, 12 for being consistent, 12 for asking how I am, and hope that maybe.
Nini, and how are you, AMUNET? How are you doing?
I'm doing very great. 12 for asking, and I'm just happy to be here. I'm very thankful for your health, your happiness, and for your consistency. And how are you?
Doing good. I did not get much sleep. I felt like something was trying to attack my immune system. I fought it off, and I'm still kind of fighting it off. Something trying to make my immune system strange. But I am doing absolutely great, wonderful. This class is going to be the most topics I've done in about a year. It's I'm going to be talking about the co-videos that they say I'm not allowed to talk about. I'm going to be talking about some of those topics. The good brother Annie sent in a great question. Bigid Leisure Maharu sent in a great question, and we're going to talk about it. And this question, one of the questions that's asked, actually came from a clip of yours, AMUNET. It was really a clip of mine, but it's a clip that you put up of me rhyming on the Killer Priest show. And the little clip I was rhyming, and I asked you to correct a word there. and the little clip there of me talking about FAUCI and the code and the code videos, I'm going to actually address that, what I was talking about in the clip in today's class. So, how you doing there, Minty? How are you?
I'm doing great. Hotep Saba, it's great to be here. Your screen is completely black.
Can you see me, Amun and Amunet?
Yes, we can see you. That had happened to us, and then we left the room and came back.
Okay, okay. Maybe I'll do that. So I will be right back.
Okay, come on back. That's interesting. Somebody was just looked like one of my teachers just came on the screen. I don't know what I just saw there. I thought somebody with light. that's one of the people from my realm there. Who is that? They'll come back. Shout out to all the people that are watching. We got there whatever that is, whoever this is whoever that is there, that's the only person that's gonna take my spot there. There he is. When I'm retired, that's your next. There he is. That's what the Tehuti pod class gonna be taught by that guy right there. There he is. There's your next teacher, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know who that is, but bring him to the pod class so I can take a break to Jamaica. Is that the teacher? That's him? Is that you? Who's that? Who's that? Who is that? The Jed? Is that you after the workout? What is that?
Hey, so yeah, we working on some things, changing some things, trying to make it happen. I went out because I heard y'all say, because I can't see you on the screen, so it's like all black. And so I heard y'all say it to Minty, so I tried to go back and come back home, but you're still not on it. But it's all good. It's all good.
You can't see me right now?
No, I can't see. It's just a black screen.
Huh. Let me see something. Let me try to fix that. Minty, can you see me now?
No, it's completely dark.
Pod class who is watching the class, can you all see me right now?
I can see you on YouTube. I just can't see you in the StreamYard.
Oh, okay. I can't see you on the StreamYard.
Where do you see me?
I see you on YouTube. Switch the tab. I can see you, but your screen is still frozen though.
Let me. Angela Gates says she can see me. Let me try to go out and come back in. Let me see if that's it. Hold on. Let me. Okay. Amun, can you see me waving my hand?
Yes, I can see you waving your hand.
I can see you on the StreamYard.
I can see you on the StreamYard now, so but you good.
I didn't even do anything. Okay. Beautiful. I didn't get a chance to do anything yet. All right. Okay, good. So y'all can see me. Wonderful. That's great. Whoever did that, thank you. I didn't get a chance to even do anything yet. Okay, wonderful. So how you doing, Minty? Doing good?
I'm doing good. I'm doing well. Great to be back for another week. I'm really looking forward to this magical hand trick that people like to do right in front of our eyes and have their little rituals right in front of our eyes, like we're not paying attention. I think this is going to be great. I remember when you taught on the hand mudras, and I have a feeling that this is all going to tie into the hand mudras again.
Interesting. Okay. Wonderful. And I think I'm going to answer that question first because I have taught a little bit on this. There's the person who asked the question. I've taught on this hidden hand piece by piece, even from Killer Priest. If you all remember, I taught on the hand and the jacket but I've never. You remember that, Minty?
Yeah, I do remember that.
I went into the files of the pod classes, and there's no pod class on it. There's no pod class when anybody's ever asked me a question. I've addressed it and brought it up and mentioned it, but this is the first time a question's actually been asked on it. So I'm gonna it's gonna be very, very, very interesting, and I did it in a way that hopefully will keep me safe.
I think I'm sorry. I believe that's why it's important to take notes. I have my notebook, and I have this one is from last year, and I have another one from the year before, so I can just simply look through my notes and see what you taught at that time.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Shout out to all the top supporters. I'm still working on I may have it after I do this question. When I come back, I may have the top supporters and the consistent supporters. I will be mentioning my name. I've been very, very busy, but it's going to be on the screen if I can do it today. I want to give everybody that. And yeah, shout out to Minty for keeping notes for years. It's very good to keep notes and to type. I know people are used to typing on the screen, typing on the computer. That's good as well. We'll go to my my handwritten class that was asked by the beautiful sister Saket on the importance of writing things by hand, and I did an hour and 40-minute class on that. And you'll see what that does for the brain that you typing into your phone can't do. It does something much more unique, and there's an hour and 50-minute class on that. So shout out to you, Minty, for keeping physical notes. It's always good to do that. And when you lose your phone, you still have the notes. A lot of people lose their phone and their life is gone. Their stomach crashes. So.
Yeah, I just got a brand new notebook too. So this is cracking into this one, brand new.
Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, well, before I go, the Jed, you doing okay, good brother? I don't know if I asked you that yet.
Yes, doing wonderful, Saba. Energy is a lot better now. You know, there's some balance in the house, but we're good. The AUT's doing good. Just happy to be. I feel like I'm back now, right? Like I feel like I'm back on the podcast now. So, but yeah, everything's rolling good, and to facts and stuff.
Wonderful, wonderful. And the brother that asked the question that I'm going to be addressing first is on the screen, PTAH, who asked this question about the hidden hand. It's going to be another blow away. How you doing there, PTAH?
Hotep Great Saba, Uncle Justin Neb. I am Akur, Seer, Great Saba, Tua for asking. And I do want to, your camera, you know, since you started, it's very blurry and it freezes. So it's been doing that consistently the whole time. Sometimes you'll even out, but it's still very blurry. It's not as clear as what you usually are, just so you're aware.
So right now, you know what I'm gonna do? I am gonna come in and come out. Let me try that. Let me come in and let me come out and come back in. Okay, I'm gonna leave studio.
Okay. Yes, Hotep Ma'at. Everyone be sure to hit the like button if you are here with us live. Helps the YouTube algorithms. To everyone for doing that. Everyone watching on the playback, please hit the like button. It definitely helps. The support links are pinned to the top as well. So please support the Great Saba, the podcast, by utilizing those links that are pinned to the top and also in the bio. Yeah, there we go. You're definitely clear.
Oh, I think it was sharing networks. I had the I had the hotspot on and the Ethernet cord, because the Ethernet cord was plugged out, and I think it was taking too much. So I turned off my hotspot and came back in. So I'm glad that it's clear, and I'm moving fine. I'm not freezing up anymore.
No, you look great now.
Oh, it was the hotspot. Okay. Wonderful. Robert says, I asked about Masons hoarding up Kemetic knowledge. I'm not sure what this is a response to, but I asked about Masons hoarding up Kemetic knowledge a few years ago. Shout out to Robert Williams and his great questions. Wonderful. So, Scribe, you doing well?
Yes, I am doing well. Doing a lot, applying a lot of different teachings that you have given me, and continuously organizing and refining. So I am Usair. Great Saba, how are you?
Doing good. I'm ready to get this on. I watched some of the other channels today, and I told my interts, I told one of them, I watch those other channels so that I can appreciate myself. And they laugh and giggle when I say that, but a lot of people wonder why do I watch these other things, but it's to appreciate myself. I really I am alone a lot. I'm only with my interts. I don't go out to the public. I remember one of the ladies I was out with a couple of days ago. She said, "You're so cute because you obviously don't go out." The way that I describe the streets and the stores, she said, "You live around here, but you don't go out." You describe things very innocently, something to that effect. And that's because I'm not around a lot of people, so I don't get to see really what to compare the pod class to. All I know is myself, really, and the people that I debate. So I watch the other channels to see what are the other options out there for everybody. And when I watch them, it brings a happiness to me because I realize that I'm doing. I watch them, then I'll press play on a pod class, and I'll say, "Oh, this is nothing like this is what's going on out there," and all this angry arguing and people teaching from the top of their head. And I really thank you to all the other channels out there that are claiming Kemet or claiming higher knowledge or whatever they are. You really help me appreciate what it is that I'm doing for the people, because I wouldn't really appreciate it if I only know my own world. I don't have anybody to compare myself to because I'm a loner. But shout out to the other channels. Shout out to them. Keep doing it. I feel like I'm time traveling when I go back and watch those channels. I was like, look at them debating what I debated in '92. Oh, this is fun. It feels like I'm time traveling. So shout out to all the other channels. I'm doing great, everybody. I'm ready to teach a class that will hopefully continue on YouTube. I hope it continues. I have to do it in a masterful way so that it continues. And I love everyone who supports Netter First. Oh, Netter First is back. Netter First is because there is no comparison. Keep it up. Shout out to Netter First. Shout out to we have a new person on the screen. Sideways. Doing magic. I'm not sure, but shout out to the new person on the screen. That's Sideways. Maybe turn the phone. I don't know. That's it's M Monroe. Shout out to M Monroe. Can you hear us, M Monroe?
Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you fine now. I hear you fine, and you're horizontal.
Okay.
But it's okay. I can make you out. I can see you, and you're horizontal though. How you doing, M Monroe?
It's cutting out for me a bit, but I just wanted to come on.
Okay.
Hold on, I can't really hear anyone right now. Let me just come out and see if I can come back on again.
Okay, no problem, no problem. And shout out to Boots. Boots says, I used to think SETI. Shout out to Boots. Don't tell me you let M Monroe come on before you, good brother. Boots, you've been on since the Killer Priest days. Did M Monroe come on from the UK? A new person that just came on about 3 months ago. Did she come on the panel before you, Boots? Huh? Boots says, I used to think SETI, Pharaoh, and Dr. I'm still looking for a Dr. Umar. If anybody could give me a link, I don't know. My Naturt, Nania Setmer, she talked about the Dr. Umar, and I don't know what that is. I don't know what he is. I'm not sure what that is, but I'm looking for these classes, but I can't seem to find them. I keep saying I'm a bunny hopper in a coon or something. I don't know what it is, but shout out to Dr. Umar, Pharaoh, Seti. Shout out to all these people. He said, I used to think Seti, Pharaoh, and Dr. Umar was real teachers until I met the great Saba. Shout out to shout out to you and whoever. I know Seti. Seti's a great debater. Pharaoh, if it's Little Pharaoh, I think his name is. He was a brother. I don't know. I seen him one time. He was on Sonetta and I was on Sonetta, and I don't know much about him, but he has nice cars or something. Shout out to Dr. Umar. I just know that he must be a teacher because he has a school, right? I don't know. Shout out to all these people, and he's supposed to have a school, so he must be a teacher, or maybe he's a founder of a school. But shout out to all of them, whoever they are, and I'm glad that whatever level you saw them at, you were able to compare them to what I am offering, and I'm glad you're here with us. Boots. Shout out to all those people, whoever they may be. I know Seti, Sarah student Seti is a monster debater. Shout out to you. So M. Monroe is back on. Can you hear us, M. Monroe?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Does it sound okay?
It sounds okay.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know how to get my camera non-horizontal. I'm not good at technology, so I can put my camera on, but I'll be sideways.
That is no problem. Annie is the camera technical master. He can probably turn your camera right side up from where he is. He'll tap into your phone pocket. He'll spin you around on a head spin and all kind of abilities. Try it now. Let's see.
Okay, I'll try.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm on my phone because I still can't get my other lens to work. That was a true story, by the way.
Okay, wonderful. I'm going to step off. Okay, there she is. I see you now. So first of all, N. Monroe, I'm going to officially greet you. Welcome to the panel. This is my first time seeing you on the panel. You are a supporter of the Tehuti podcast, and you definitely love the knowledge, love the teachings, and you have been showing up on a consistent basis. So welcome to the House of Atten officially on the screen.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Dr. Umar, the psychologist. Shout out to the psychologists out there. Shout out to the psychologist. I saw Dr. Umar. The only time I saw him, he was in a hot tub saying he was the King Kong of something. I don't know. Shout out to Dr. Umar and all those psychologists out there that are raising up the helping people's brains or whatever it is that he does. Yeah, I'm going to step off right now for just a moment. When I come back, I'm going to go into the first question, which was sent in by the good brother PTAH. Those who are watching, support the Tehuti podcast, Cash App, TT AMUN, PayPal at Rocky SV. Send in your questions, send in your support. I want everybody here to build. Monroe, how do you say your name actually?
Monroe is correct, and that's my last name. But my first name is Madalif, which is more complicated, so I just put Monroe.
Okay. Well, Madalif, Monroe, you can definitely talk to the people. You're new here. Talk to the people about why you attend the Tehuti podcast, why you are here, how it's affected your life. Give these people some positive words because they've never seen you before. And everybody just build, and I'll be right back. Support the Tehuti podcast, and I'll be back in just a moment to answer the first question, which I'm actually going to put up on the screen just to give everybody who's watching a heads up on what was actually, oops. Am I still on the screen, everybody?
Yes, you are.
Well, thank you. I can't see. Hold on, I can't see. Wait. Okay. Okay. Shout out to the people watching. Let me go ahead and grab this question here put up on the screen, asked by the good brother, the technician, the website creator, the many different things. Shout out to him. He takes care of a lot of things in the House of Attend, and he definitely has been a supporter since the very beginning. I found his question. Here it is. So here's the question that the good brother PTAH sent in, and I'm going to put it on the screen here so that people can see what we're going to address when I return. And here it is right here. He elaborated on this last time, but there may be new people watching now. So here is his here's the question right here that the brother asked. And Annie PTAH, could you go ahead and ask it again? Tell us about this a little bit.
Yes, Hotep. Oh. Can I be heard?
Yes, you're fine now. I can hear you now. Everything's good.
Okay. So yes, it's a two-part question. What is the hidden hand in Freemasonry, and what power comes from openly utilizing subconscious imagery?
Beautiful. That is going to be the questions that I address when I return, everybody. Beautiful questions. And it's going to receive a beautiful guidance. Let me fix the screen. The screen seems to be locked. There we are. So I will be right back, family. You all build, get to know each other, tell the people about the podcast, the importance of it, why you support, why they should support, why they should send in their questions. And I shall be right back. Let me go ahead and put Shadow Body down for a moment, and you all build. Peace and love, everybody. I shall be back. Hotep and love for now. Peace.
Hotep, enjoy your break, Saba.
Thank you.
Hotep Marie, peace and love, everyone. Tua for being here. Tua for supporting the great Saba. Again, the links are pinned to the top. They'll always be there. So please support the great Saba. Ask your questions. And yes, as we do every pod class, we'll go around the panel and get some wonderful MEDU from the Kuru. So yeah, Hotep Hinu, great Amun Ka, Amunet Kat. Hotep, how are you?
Hotep, Uncle Justineb, I am excellent and wealthy, feeling rejuvenated. Uncle Justineb, Hotep Marie, to the wonderful great Saba, to the Hotep Ra, to you Ursen, PTAH, to my Hamet, Amunet, to Monroe, to Minty Hotep, to the Jed, Gabby, Alset, to Atef and his family, to Menku, to everybody in the chat for being here, to all the supporters. I'm looking forward to today's class. I love all the classes, and I'm very interested in the magic that we use and the magic that is used against us. I heard the other day that somewhere online, someone said, in order to escape the cage you're in, you need to know how the cage was made and the way that it looks like and what it's made of. And that's why I like these questions, because it shows us what type of matrix we are in, what are the things that are trying to hold us down, they're being used against us. And then when you learn what those things are, you're able to have more sight and more power on how to free yourself. So Tua, Ani, PTAH, for asking this question. Tua for sending in the little presentation that you send in when you ask a question. Congratulations, Monroe, for coming onto the panel. That definitely is a big and beautiful step. I'm happy to see you here. And the Jed is He is the movie man. His background, I'll catch myself staring at it. I need to snap myself back into reality. He has his Ren there, the Jed to them, Ma, him. Movies all around. To the Jed for becoming something that is extremely unique. Nobody else is doing what you're doing with the movies and AI, even though it looks so real, which is a little scary. Tua for using that to imbue MAAT, to and to bring that forth to us. It's definitely cool just having a little movie playing on the screen while everything is happening. And Tua to Mahiru for him asking his question as well. And I'm looking forward to this phenomenal pod class. Looking forward to taking notes, just in case, especially, so that way I have it. And Hotep, Uncle Seneb, and Marie to everybody.
Hotep, Uncle Seneb, Mary to everyone, to Amun for your wonderful words. I appreciate everyone for being here. Hotep and Mary to Monroe, to all for being on the panel as well. I'm very happy to see you too. And I'm really happy for this class and to be here. I'm always so excited for the Great Tehuti pod class and to be here with the beautiful family and to continue this healing with all of you and continue this walk of purity and all never things. I'm very thankful for the great SABA Tehuti for all that he does every single day, all the choices he makes, and all the lives that he saves every single day. So to us so much to great SABA Tehuti and his beautiful ladies that are around him that I love very much, Hotep and Mary.
All right, wonderful. Excellent to hear from both of you and to see you as always. Tua to the great Amun and Amunet for your consistency and all that you do, to assist the House of ATTON. So much dua to you. And yes, let's continue. See if we can get everyone before the great Saba comes back. The Jet Sajem Ma'a Himti Pauku. You there, great brother?
Peace. We here. Hey, Hotep.
Man, you faded in from the side. Like you came like a phantom.
Hey, man, we here. Hotep, peace and love. Shouts out to Monroe. Tua for jumping on the panel. It's always good to see a new face. May you be consistent in that as much as you can. But Tua for jumping on the panel. Shouts out to everybody. Amun, Menti, Pata, Amunet. It's always good to see y'all. We feel, like I told Solomon, feeling a little bit more rested. Those last couple of weeks was a tough one. But we good. Definitely feeling well. Excited for this question. Finally get a Ani Patah question. I know he keeps them, tucked away a little bit. You know what I mean? He throw them out there every now and then. So I'm really excited for this question right here. Like I said, it feels good to be back here on the panel. Shouts out to everybody in the chat. But yeah, Dawood's doing good. Everybody's healthy and well, so I can't complain, man. So to you all. How y'all feeling?
Feeling excellent, great brother. Tua for that. I'm glad you have some energy, great brother. I love the new background movie playing. Definitely some imagery that I can see the works you're doing, great brother. So Tua for that. Some wonderful things. So always great to see you and hear you. Hear your Karu, great brother, the Jed. And peace and love to the Au. All right, wonderful. Minty Hotep.
Peace.
Peace.
Hotep, Ma'at, Brother Amun, Sister Amunet, Brother Anipata, the Judge Sajem, and welcome, Monroe. It's very nice to have another female up here on the panel. We've created a beautiful, safe space up here, and I'm glad that you decided to join us. I'm just very happy to be here, very happy to be amongst the vibration of peace and gratitude, of real peace and gratitude, not this other vibration that you find when you turn on YouTube or when you get into the YouTube streets. It's just a very nefer vibration that we have set here, that our SABA has set for us, and I'm really looking forward to the answer to this question. And Brother Pata, may I ask you what prompted this question?
Yeah, sure. As I do much of my research, I look at a lot of different sources from the great ancestors that aren't, publicly taught on. And so a lot of times whenever I see a link or something being spoken about within the papyrus or within the writings, it always allows me to have a particular type of connection to a thing. And I always love teachings of the subconscious, right? And so I pay attention to those who utilize the Hekau and the magic to produce certain things, and just being able to see it and tie it directly to something that comes from us is some of the questions I like to bring forward to put a spotlight on what's taking place and the importance of it. And I know that this particular question is a deep one. So that's what sparked this question. Is just I was looking at the writings and I saw the Emin, the hidden hand holding the rope that is binding up a pep. And so I wanted to ask the great Saba, because he is very much well versed in this type of rec knowledge.
Yes. Yeah, I think it's a great question, especially with everything with current events happening right now. I think it's a great way for new people to experience Saba's teaching style and the knowledge that he brings and the way he teaches. So I think it's really a synchronistic type of question, where this is kind of what we're in right now. So many rituals taking place in front of our eyes that we don't really know, but we're lucky to have Saba that has that inside knowledge and that inside wisdom to take us down the rabbit holes that we go through and have a solid foundation.
Yes, it's very important for me, just personally within my own journey, to continuously become more intentional with everything. And I see how a lot of the things that aren't pointed out at the forefront play a much larger role. And, for us to be able to attain, some type of power by at least becoming aware of the things that directly affect us that are not just in the forefront, is very important for me to bring forward question-wise, so that all of us who are walking this path to be able, to refine our vision and start to pay a little bit more attention to some of the other things that we may not. So yeah, I'm looking forward to this. Tua, Minty, for asking and for your consistency, for being here, and all that you do, great sister.
Absolutely, absolutely.
All right, and on to Monroe. Hotep, good to see you and hear your Karu for the first time. Spoken to you a little bit before, but it's good to actually see you here up on the screen. Hotep, how are you?
Hi. Can you hear me okay?
Can hear you great.
Okay. I'm good, thank you. I'm tired, but the podcast always brings me energy. So, thank you everyone for being so kind and for welcoming me. I feel really welcome here, and I was worried that I wasn't going to coming on the panel. I don't know why, but I do feel really welcome here and at home. So thank you for saying hello and for welcoming me. And I'm just really grateful to be here.
Yes, you're very welcome. Yeah, we're glad to have you here. Tua for supporting the Great Saba. You're very welcome. Tua for supporting the Great Saba. And the pod class. So yeah, we hope to see you more. And it's always great, for everyone to see, someone making the initial step, right? Because there's always, we don't have to hide it. There's a lot of nervousness when you go to click that go live button for the first time and you hit that link. And so it actually prevents a lot of people from doing it, right? That nervousness. So I always give dua to those who are able to, no matter how, much of a limitation it is for you. It may be not as much for you as it is for others, but any form of overcoming that initial feeling is something to be celebrated, because it's the root fundamental aspect of doing some very powerful things, just being able to make that first step. So Tua for doing that, and yeah, it's a wonderful thing. I'm also happy to know that your actual name as M. Monroe, and I see you have an image of Marilyn Monroe, so I thought it was a play off of her name. But I see your name is the same, Madeleine Monroe. So
yeah,
that's a cool fact.
Yeah, my my profile is Marilyn Monroe. It's just a joke. So yeah, no. My last name is actually Monroe.
Yes. Okay, wonderful. All right. Again, to everyone for being here, houseofatton.org. Go and support, go and get your merch, all of the items that we have there. Working on some powerful things for everyone. So for those who also have supported since we started the website, please go and leave reviews. All of that definitely assists and help the website.
Can I just say something really fast to echo what you were saying earlier about coming to the panel and the nervousness when you're about to click on. Like Saba explained earlier, he doesn't socialize, he doesn't get out a lot, he doesn't interact with very many people. So for me personally, showing up is having that genuine connection with our Saba. And I would urge everyone in the chat, if you have the opportunity, just go ahead and click the button and you won't regret it. Saba has a very welcoming, genuine energy, and he's genuinely happy to see you when you get up here. Welcome back, Saba. So yeah, that's one of the reasons why I like to come to the panel and show my support.
Tua for being an example. Absolutely, It would be beautiful. Sometimes the panel fills up. I would like for it to be like that consistently. And for, those who have been here from the beginning, come up on the panel, like allow yourself to be seen and heard, and to, show the strength and the AUT that we have here. So yeah, we definitely have to get all of you on this panel consistently. So Tua, see if the great SABA is. You still need a few moments, SABA?
Oh, it's figured out now. Here we go. Okay. Can I be seen? Can everybody see me?
Yes, we can see and hear you.
Okay, wonderful. Okay. All right, wonderful. Finish what you were saying there. Scribe, you're in the middle of saying something good there. What were you saying?
Yes, I was complete, but I do also want to say that I do have the backup. I back up these classes, so that's definitely in play and in action right now. I was checking that prior, so we're good to go.
Okay, wonderful. We're here, and yes, yes, that's awesome. Thank you. Shout out to Maharu. This is the brother who has the next question here. Maharu, peace and love to you. We have Tiny 23 Experience who says, peace and love, everyone. Peace and love to you. I'm on the road, family. Stay safe on the road there. Peace and love to you. Tiny 23 Experience, peace and love to you. Yeah, Tef, if you're out there, hope you're safe. First Netter says, I guess we're gonna find out why Prince Harry always greets. I guess we're gonna find out why Prince Harry always greets with one hand inside of his jacket. Maybe. Scribe, I wanted to tell you this, and everybody who's listening. So the class was supposed to. This class had started at 4 o'clock.
Yes.
Okay, so at 4 o'clock, I did not have there was no answer to this. There was no answer fully made for your question here. Okay. So we're gonna see how this goes. But yeah, definitely at 4 o'clock and before, there was no answer to this question that I could have presented. So I had to do some manipulation and get this answer. So we're gonna see how this goes. Hopefully it is satisfactory to you, Brother Scribe, and those who are watching. But there was no answer to this.
Yo, let's go.
There was no answer to this until after that. So we're gonna see how this goes. Had to do a quick tap in and ship them things. Plus, I wasn't feeling 100% well, and but I had to shift my brain from that and get this done because this is all about consistency, and there's no excuses within consistency. So we're gonna get an answer as if this was answered from last week. Let's go, everybody. I'm going to say peace and love to everybody. Everybody support the Tutti Pod class. Peace and love to all those who are watching. Amunet and Unki and Ma'at. Hey, Unki and Ma'at. Hotep, Mary, everyone. Hotep and Mary to you. Unki and Ma'at. Feel wonderful. Feel excellent. And you're being taken care of by a nice little nurse. So let her take care of you. Tua, Nini, up to you. You're doing excellent and great. Peace and love to you, Unki and Ma'at. Peace and love to you. Peace and love to everybody who are watching. We're about to get into the first question of the Tutti Pod class. And of course, what we're going to do before we get into that question, we're going to go ahead and put the support that was given from that beautiful question who was sent in from Scribe. We're going to make some noise for him. Let me go ahead and grab this. And those who are watching who are brand new, this is how we do things here at the House of Attend, the Tutti Pod class. We have a reciprocity system that takes place for those who appreciate what it is that I do. and what it is that the House of Atten does. So let me go ahead and find this and show. Questions that need to be or scribe. Or your scribe with the magical 444 double. Okay, here we go. Scribe right here. Okay. All right, so we're gonna give a shout out to the good brother Annie, the good brother PTAH. He says, just to make an announcement for everybody to know, PTAH told me directly that he wants to be addressed as the PTAH first, or just PTAH. So those who are addressing them, if you say you're used to saying Annie, but you say the PTAH first, is that right? PTAH, you want the PTAH first before Annie, is that correct? Or just the PTAH? Well, you're totally blank. You're muted.
Okay, Tua. Either or is fine. I just wanted it written with PTAH first.
Oh, okay, wonderful. That is Annie PTAH magic. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and show the support that was given, and we're gonna give him some big noise. So here it is. Here he is, right here. $44.72. Question in the email. Give yourself some big noise because Tef is not here. So give some big noise for that. Great support.
There is no spoon. There is no spoon.
All I'm offering is the truth. Nothing else.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Annie, you definitely have to go research owl license, because that will be one of these years, one of these months, we're going to see Annie pop up in the pod class with an owl, but he has to get the right license for that in his area, however he has to do so. But that would match you very well. Okay, everybody, we're going to get into it. I'm going to go ahead and answer this question for about half an hour. If it takes that long, it should. And then I'm going to take a break around 7:15, and then come back and continue the answering of the question. So we're going to say peace and love to everybody. Peace and love to everybody who supports the Tehuti pod class. Those questioners, those who are on the path seeking their conscious immortality, those who want to tap into the source knowledge, those who want to tap out of the matrix. This is your home. This is where you should be. For those who are wondering where is it that you are currently, you are at the House of Atten, the ancient Tehutian teachings of the Neteru, the last to represent the Neteru. So shout out to you and everybody that's here. And I want to ask the new person, M. Monroe, one last question before we click off. M. Monroe, can you hear me clear?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you fine. What was your spiritual path or thought, or even continuous, before or ongoing as you came to the Tehuti pod class? Were you something before that led you here, or something else?
I've been through a few phases, you could call them, but not particularly. I did go to a Christian primary school, but I wasn't a Christian, but that was a part of my life. But I haven't really been part of any religion or spirituality or anything, and it was only, I think, about a year ago that I was introduced to the pod class. So this is still relatively new to me. But this is like, I think your pod class is the first major thing for me spiritually that I've been brought to. So yeah.
Okay, wonderful. And also, what I didn't get to hear because I stepped off if you didn't answer. What brought you to the pod class? Did somebody introduce you, or were you going through the internet and just popped up? Or were you watching another show that I was on or something, or what?
No, I don't think I would have found it by myself. I was actually, I was introduced to it by a friend who watches the podcast and is on here sometimes, so yeah.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Whoever you are, friend, peace and love to you. I always say this to everybody. I know everybody loves me and loves what I do, and I know that that's what attracted you here to these teachings, is actually seeing me teach. But I want everybody to be their own echo. And if you're an echo of the teachings, then people will see the light in you, and you'll be able to bring someone that will make a declaration and say, yes, I am here because of such and such. I met such and such on the street. I met such and such at my school. I was in a college. I was at work. He was my Uber driver, whatever it is. And because of that, that person sparked me. And because of that, now I'm here at the podcast. So everybody utilize Monroe as a great example, as somebody who was watching the podcast. She said she wouldn't have came across this on her own. Someone who attends the podcast, who she says watches it, pops up sometime. Introduce her, and now she's here. If everybody did that, there would be at least 300 people in the podcast, because there's at least 100 people that were brought in, or at least 80 people that were brought in from the Killer Priest. Whether they're consistent supporters, casual watchers, whatever they are, there is about 80 people that I've talked to that are on my timeline and in my Facebook that said, I'm here because I saw you on Killer Priest. I'm here because of Tallahassee, Florida. I'm here because of, if 80 people can come, or 70 people or so can come from that, do your job and just teach one person. And I will also do something for your own confidence, because if you can bring the light to someone because of yourself, then that is a confirmation that you're emitting that light. Because only a person that gives you a testimony that you woke them up can give that testimony. You cannot give it to yourself. You cannot say, yeah, I'm out here doing this, I'm out here doing that, I represent the house, I represent MAAT, I represent. That's you talking for yourself. Other people should say, I saw that person, that light that I saw made me want to change my ways, and therefore I listened to them, and then they introduced me to Tehuti, or they introduced me to the podcast House of Attend. So everybody do this, and we can build up this family. There are millions of people that are out there that have no idea that this type of high-level consciousness and way of life even exists. So I'm going to say shout out to whoever brought you in, Monroe. And shout out to everybody who's doing their job. Peace and love to Annie Patah. Peace and love to Amun, Amunet. Peace and love to Monroe. Peace and love to Minty Hotep. Peace and love to Dejed, Sadem, Ma'at, Hemd, Out, Ku, everything else part of that. Shout out to everybody. And shout out to you, Atep, if you're listening. We're about to get into this answer. Everybody get your pen, your pad out. Get everything that you can out to absorb the knowledge and the information. We are about to step into another level here. So peace and love. And Monroe, I'll see you in the next break. And wonderful for you coming up, and shout out to the person who brought you here. Peace and love.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Okay, there. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Let's get into it. Do a mic check if you can hear me. Mic check, press a 9 if you can hear me. I'm going to go on a flow, on a tear for about 25 minutes and then take a break. And this is going to have to take a break because there's so much. There's so much. So just go ahead and press a 9 now. If you can hear me, let me click off all these other boxes so that they don't interfere with the flow of the presentation. So let me go ahead and do this. Go there, click off that, go to here, click off here. Is everybody pressing the 9 yet? I'm gonna go and look at the screen. There is a little bit of a lag, so I see things a little bit later. But as you're typing them, I'm gonna click all these off for sure. Boom, boom, click this off, click this off, click this off. That off. All of the stuff that's going to affect me, affect the smoothness of the class. Okay, here we go. All right, I'm going to expand. I'm going to expand this. There we go. Boom. Okay, let me check the room to see the nines that are pressed. Then I'm going to do an example screen share. If you see the mirror effect on the screen share, just press a 9. You're going to see it go into like a mirror type effect. Okay, ready? Okay. Shout out to everybody. Lisa's here. There you are, Lisa. Okay, good, good, good. Give me one moment, everybody. I'm going to do something off of the screen and come back in one moment. Hold on a second, please. Let me go ahead and come off just for a moment. Okay, I thought I solved it. Let me come on, come. Check, check, check. Not sure what's happening here. Check, check, check. Audio. Okay, am I back now? Yeah, the audio's. Can you hear me now? another 9. Last 9 I see is first netter. I think we fixed those audio video problems, and let me see if you can hear me again. Press the 9 if you can hear me again. Interesting technical situations happening, but we're gonna keep going. Okay, good. I got Betsy AMUN. Press the 9 after first netter. Press the 9. Monroe says, I'll try my best to come on to the next break. It's currently 3 a.m. That's late. Okay. Angela Gates, press the 9. Okay, thanks for telling us that, Monroe. Monroe, press the 9. Tanya 3. Oh, Monroe, press the 9. Tanya 3. That was actually before first netter. Good. Everybody can see and hear me. Here we go, everybody. Minty Hotep, press the 9. Wonderful. Here we go. Boom, boom. Entire screen. You should see the screen sharing now. Let me go ahead and put on the timer. I'm going to go for about 20 minutes straight, and then take a break. Okay. All right. Boom, boom, boom. Put the timer on. And there's a Tef. Peace and shout and love to a Tef. Wonderful. Can everybody hear me good? And here we go. Ready, everybody? 1, 2, and 3. Boom. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class, the question and answer class of the House of ATTON. Due to the kidnapping of history and your spiritual identity stolen, millions of people have questions about who they are, where they came from, if immortality exists, what is the original religion, original languages, spirituality, who are the Nitiru? What about physical health? What about mental purity? What about mental detoxification? Out-of-body experiences, I heard them before. Are there any ancient sources to that? Or is it a new age teaching? Government psyops. Do they have psyops? Are the government conspiracies? Is the government watching us, tracking us? Are the things that the government is putting out there that appear to be real but is really not, that is herding into a sheep herd immunity, a sheep herd mentality? What about telepathy? Does that exist? Quantum entangled consciousness. How does that work? Now, fortunately, that you have left Christianity and Islam and Hebrewism, thinking that you have escaped the matrix, so now you go to the common conscious platforms. Little did you know that you have now stepped into another matrix. Unfortunately, in the agenda of atheism, now hidden in disguise and has infiltrated in the form of quote-unquote new age or black consciousness, the atheists who have disguised themselves as quote-unquote new age Kemetic teachers, or claim they teach quote-unquote Kemetic science, or esoteric, metaphysical, in the agenda of the matrix, just to focus on quote-unquote the knowledge, but not the spiritual discipline of the ancients, with indigenous references. Most, if not all, of their lectures, showings, panel discussions are just from the top of their head. They will not have classes on the actual teachings and disciplines of ancient writings without having to talk about another religion. All their classes, they will talk about Kemet for a few moments, and then it will go right into the Bible's wrong, right into this is wrong, that is wrong. But they cannot have a full class for over an hour just on the actual teachings of the indigenous people. Excuse me. They just have discussions from the top of their head. They don't have classes on just the indigenous people's teachings or breaking the matrix or what you should do without talking about other religious organizations or people personally. They just wear the ancient symbols for fashion and egotistical self-gratification. They've not lived by any actual written culture, thus they can only teach from memes or do what is called counter-teaching, that is just to go against what someone else teaches. They only do debate, debunk, expose, challenge videos, challenge to other spiritual beliefs. Their subject matters are limited to only the Hebrews are wrong, the Christians are wrong, the Bibles are stolen, the Hebrews are wrong, the Christians are wrong, the Bible is stolen, the Egyptians were black, the Bible is stolen, the Egyptians were black. But I won't follow any of their teachings. The pyramids here in America are older than the ones in Egypt. Always some type of comparison over which one is older, but never actually following anything. No discipline in its place, claiming we're a Native American, we're not African, but not living any Native American culture. You will know that most of their statements start with negative foundational speech, such as, what most people don't know, or let me tell you why you are wrong, or what you fail to recognize, what you fail to realize. just attacking. Everything is an attackful conversation, but they never give you any indigenous spiritual writing of discipline in the place of what they're attacking, or talk about what they actually adhere to with their family on a daily discipline basis that they and their family actually practice. When the computer shuts down, or when the debate is over, those quote-unquote conscious teachers who are really just atheists in disguise actually don't believe in anything. They just have the urge to argue and have discussions based on contention, thus to hide that they cannot actually answer because they don't live by anything. They have made you feel uncomfortable to ask any of these questions, and then you are laughed off of the stage or insulted for the above inquiries because their hidden agenda is individualism, which is to disunite. It's disunite under the guise of knowledge, but no structure. Knowledge with no structure is disunity because it's only based on individualism. They have no unity system as to what the ancients did. They have no movements, no ranking systems, no group discipline, no spiritual rituals as all the ancient ancestors lived, no accountability to any one culture. Thus, they can do anything at any time and just jump from culture to culture to justify whatever their actions or feelings are for that day, while simultaneously teaching you that you have to get back to your roots and cultures. But every time you go back to those original roots and cultures that these people teach on, every single one of them was based on a unified force, structure, system, and accountability to a specific way of life and discipline. Disunity is the New Age conscious community's teacher's goal, to mirror your consciousness to that of the European Egyptologists who were outsiders just collecting knowledge on Egypt, but not to, they did not want to unify as the unified followers of Ma'at lived, which created Kemet, and which the outsiders study. They created Kemet with structure, discipline, ranking system. That's the only platform and class that exists on the planet where you can send in these questions with reciprocity and get an ebook, personalized, documentary type answer, customized and taught live. With each answer, get a subconscious matrix broken for you is here at the Tehuti pod class. What are the questions for this section that Tehuti will answer today? Sent in by the great brother scribe Ani Patah 10 Tehuti. $44.72, and his questions are very advanced and they come with imagery. So he sent in this imagery from the DUAT, the oldest spiritual writings on the planet, the DUAT, and the Aset Nefer Unas that people call the Pyramid Text, and the Papyrus Scroll called the Purim Haru. There's a two-part question. So here it shows a hand reaching up, and it's a two-part question. And it says, what is the hidden hand in Freemasonry? What power comes from openly utilizing subconscious imagery? And here he shows a man with his hand in his jacket. And here it shows a hand coming out of this part of the ground holding a rope. And up here it says, the hand of the hidden. The hand of the hidden, the one that caused you your evil. So here we are. So what is all of this, everybody? What is actually taking place here? And you will find that out here at the Tehuti podcast. Let's find out right now. And let us continue. We're going to go this, boom, that. Okay, here we go. Ready? What a wonderful question. First of all, what a beautiful set of questions. It's not one question. There are a set of questions asked by the great student Patah Ani Aten Tehuti that, of course, will only be thoroughly answered here at the Tehuti pod class. I have taught different parts of this for over 30 years, and 30 years ago and past that, and throughout the Killer Priest podcraft and portions scattered throughout the history of our pod class. But today, this will be an entire class answered for the first time on this topic of the hidden hand in Freemasonry and its ancient origins and subconscious frequency influence. How many of you in the audience have seen this before? Just go ahead and press A9 if you've seen this before. You can just press yes. Is this an unfamiliar image, or have you seen an image or this particular image before? Anybody ever seen this? It's an interesting image here of someone with their hand in their lapel or their hand in their jacket or their hand in their vest, very similar to the one inside of the question. Here's the one that PTAH sent. His hand is in his jacket, in his lapel. And here it is again. What's happening here? Are their hands cold? Let me go to the room and see who's even seen this before. Anybody seen any images with hands inside of jackets before? We have some 9s here. Big Vape says yes. Ebet says 9. Amun Ka Tehuti says 9. Okay, wonderful. So you all have seen this before. Interesting. So what is happening here? All right. And actually, this person should look very familiar to you all. All right, good. So, well, what if this hidden hand message code gesture? Well, what if this hidden hand message code gesture was not just limited to Napoleon? So obviously, we know that this is Napoleon here. So what if this wasn't just limited to Napoleon, just a style that he has with his hand in his jacket? And what if this was seen? What if this was seen by those empowered across the world? Would that be a brotherhood? A clandestine organized conspiracy? Well, Napoleon is in France. Let me take you to Soviet Union, Russia. Let's see if this is just a style that Napoleon has. Over here now, we're in Soviet Union, Russia. And who is this? Does anybody recognize this person? This is Joseph Stalin. He's Soviet Union, Russia, and the secretary of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. Interesting. Is this an interesting coincidence? All the way over in Russia, and he never knew Napoleon. Okay, let me take you to another part of the world. Let me take you all the way to Sussex and Britain, across the world from Russia and the Soviet Union, and nowhere near the time of Napoleon. Let's go there and see what we have here. We're going to go to Sussex. Let's go to Britain and see if we see anything similar there. We got Napoleon. We got Joseph Stalin. Napoleon in France. Joseph Stalin in Soviet Union, Russia. And now who's this? I guess Netzer first was right in his prediction. Well, we understand why Harry's doing this. So here it is. Prince Harry. Does he know Joseph Stalin? Did he ever talk to Napoleon? Do they know each other? Prince Harry. So boom, we're all the way in Sussex now. We're all the way in Britain now. Prince Harry. Is that another man in power and control with the right hand hidden? What is the matter? Are their right hands cold? Maybe this is all a coincidence. Let's leave Sussex, Britain, the Soviet Union, France. Those are all European power controls, right? Let's go to the other side of the world. Let me take you to Korea, to the third supreme leader of North Korea, Kim Un-jong or Kim Jong-un. We know he has nothing to do with quote-unquote European clandestine secret brotherhood gesturing subliminals, right? So we know that the third supreme leader of Korea, Kim Jong-un, has nothing to do with any allegiance with Prince Harry. We know Jong-un is not in any allegiance with Joseph Stalin. We know Jong-un could care less about Napoleon. He doesn't care about France. So he's not in coherence with this European brotherhood. Is it a European brotherhood? Let's go all the way to Korea. And boom, now we hear Kim Jong-un. Boom. The secret society hidden hand with another man of supreme power all the way in Korea. We're traveling all throughout the world, and it seems like, and appears very obvious, that these men are doing this particular gesture, and they're not even in the same countries. Okay? Well, it's a good thing. The most powerful people in Christianity are not involved in this. It's a good thing. So Christians may say, you know what? Those are the powers that be. That's the Illuminati. That's the great brotherhood. The big brother's watching you. But I'm a Christian. I believe in Jesus, and it's a good thing that us Christians, we teach against this. We're against this brotherhood, this secret society with all their Freemasonic symbolisms and all these different codes and their control of the world. So we are Christians. We're not a part of this at all. Okay? So it's good. So shout out to all the Christians out there. You all appear to be safe because you all are not a part of this. You all are against, actually, the big brother system or the powers that be. So wonderful. Glad you all are safe being a Christian, because there's no way that boom, all the way to Italy, Rome, with the popes, the most powerful men in Christianity. Why does he have his hand in his jacket? Pope Francis. Is Pope Francis have any communication with Kim Jong-un? Does he give him fashion tips? Is this a fashion gesture? Is only their right hand cold? We have popes doing this now. We went from France to Soviet Russia to Sussex, Britain to Korea. Now we're in Italy, Rome. Popes doing this now. These men aren't even apparently of the same religion as Kim Jong-un and Napoleon. Are they Christians? Are they Catholics? Was Joseph Stalin a Catholic? Is Prince Harry a Catholic? Well, it's a good thing we're in America, you know, because Stalin, you're in all the way in Russia, you know. Prince Harry, you're all the way in Sussex. Napoleon, you're all the way in France. So it's a good thing we're here in America, in a free, democratic society. Our presidents would have nothing to do with foreign brotherhoods, non-American allegiances to foreign secret control powers. That would actually be treason. Wouldn't it? That would actually be the definition of treason. There's no way that our American presidents and our American men of power would have any type of clandestine secret brotherhood allegiance to Kim Jong-un. No way. There's no way. Because that would be treason. So there's no way that George Washington, the first president of the United States, Obama thought you were down with the brothers. With Obama? Wait, American presidents are doing this with Vatican popes and Korean third supreme rulers? This can't be. What does Obama have to do with the Vatican Pope Francis, and what does Obama have to do with Kim Jong-un? And is Obama in alliance with Britain? This seems to span countries. This allegiance spans countries. They all have different foreign affairs. They all have different allegiances. Is that correct? When they say place your hand on your chest and do the Pledge of Allegiance, that's to America, correct? So there is no way they'd be placing their hand on their body and doing a pledge that others do in other countries, because that wouldn't... Here we go, everybody. So what was that you were saying now about our presidents? Christians not doing it? No, it's Christianity's doing it. Not even regular, not your pastor. Not your pastor in Hucklebuck, wherever you live. Not your pastor, the top head of all Christianity. That's who's doing it. The head, the president, George Washington the first, the 41st president, the third supreme, over here. The third supreme leader of Korea. All doing this. What type of matrix is this? What's happening, everybody? We're about to find out. Here we go. So boom. Is it possible for these people to have known that the symbolism of the hidden hand represented control of evil, all spoken about as far back as the DUAT, going back over 3,000 years before the Matrix, because here it is in the ancient writings, thousands upon thousands of years prior to today's society, as a clear mention of a hidden hand representing evil control. So now we're here in the DUAT, which is thousands of years before the Vatican, thousands of years before Obama, thousands of years before Stalin. And here it says the hand of the hidden, the one that causes your evil. So in ancient times prior to the Matrix, along the Nile Valley, this particular hand was that which controls evil, but it's hidden. It's a hidden power that controls evil. Is there any way for these men to have known this? Well, so who is the most popular person known to have been seen with this hand hidden in his jacket? And was there any connection between that popular person and the studies of ancient MEDU literature and spiritualism? So who's the most popular person that was first to be seen with his hand like that? Who, when you actually even look him up in Wikipedia, that's actually the picture that you get. Meaning that he's so popular. We're going to do this live right now. This person is so popular. I'm frozen again. Interesting. Let me get out this. Hold on a second, everybody. Settings. So strange. Am I back? Can you see me? Let's see who's so popular that as soon as you type him in, let me see. We got George Washington. Okay. George Washington. All right, let's do a live one here. We're going to go to entire screen. We're going to do this live, everybody. We're going to go right here to, let's type it in live here. We're going to go to, let's go to George Washington. I'm going to go with George Washington to Wikipedia and see what pops up. George Washington. I'm going to click on here. See what his Wikipedia image is. His Wikipedia image. There's George Washington right there. Wikipedia image shows him with his bust, with his from the lower chest up. Okay, wonderful. There's George Washington that pops up. Let's put another name in here. Let's put let's put Napoleon. Let's see the Wikipedia image. Let's see what pops up. If a 12-year-old was looking up George Washington or Napoleon, let's go live right here. Boom. What does it show? Here's the image of the Wikipedia image of Napoleon. Boom. Uh-oh. His Wikipedia image. His Wikipedia image is the one with his hand in his jacket. There he is. The Wikipedia image is the one with the hand in the jacket. Very, very interesting. Okay, here we go, everybody. Let's come off of here. So we just did that live. So when it comes to people that are popular with that image, when you type them into Wikipedia, even though others are seen in that image, but what's the name you type in that when you go to Wikipedia, that's actually the image that you see, and it is Napoleon. Let's go and see if Napoleon had any knowledge or any connection to understand the hidden hand symbolism that went back to thousands of years before Napoleon. Let's go back and see. Here we go. Boom. So who is the most popular person known to have been seen with his hand in his jacket? And was there any connection between him and the studies of ancient MEDU literature and spiritualism? Was this secret society code gesture originally that of the power of the feminine duality, resurrection of life, and through the Aurelian diametric juxtapositioning, opposition, mind control, switch now, even used throughout the cove mental conditioning? Well, you know, for that, to get into that, to break this matrix, what are you going to get into? Let's find out if this actually goes back to Napoleon actually getting it or knowing about the symbolism and what it was, because for all these men to have this, they must have gotten it from some original source, because they don't seem to be communicating with each other. So what is the source? We found the oldest source of a mention of a hidden hand that specifically says the hidden hand represents controlling what is evil, but what is evil is fed to the ancient people of the Nile Valley, is not evil to the people that are doing evil. So when the people are doing evil, the foreigners are doing evil, they're not coming in the name of evil. Christians didn't come in the name of evil to the Native Americans. They came in the name of Jesus. They thought they were the good ones. They're the evil ones to the Native Americans. So to the indigenous people that are saying this hidden hand represents controlling of evil, to the people that don't follow Ma'at, it wouldn't be evil to them. So let's see if there's any connection. In order to get into this, what are we going to get into, everybody? What stage are we going to get into? Let me go ahead and tell you what we're going to get into right now, because we're going to break this matrix right now. And here we go. Ready? Just let me put him too. So in order to get into this, everybody, let's get right into it. Ready? Ready? Here we go. Let's break this matrix. Well, you know, for that, we're going to have to get into, to break this matrix, we're going to go into Tehuti matrix overdrive, because this is the matrix. When it comes to modern day things that are taking place in the matrix, we're going to go into matrix overdrive. Let's break this, everybody. Are you ready? Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Boom. Let's turn the letters green. Here we go. Boom. So is it possible for all these men who did not know each other, that are from different time periods, time frames, different countries, different languages, all understood the hidden hand frequency, which meant to control something, and can be like an unseen rope that harnesses and subdues something, but the prey cannot see who's on the other side of the rope? If you notice and go back to the imagery of the original hidden hand that causes the evil, it's holding on to a rope. If anybody knows anything about the rope symbology in the MEDU netter, the rope symbology represents that which controls something or leads something in a particular direction. So if you control something or you lead something in a particular direction, if you're on the other end of the rope moving it, then you're in control of those who are holding on to the rope. Similar to the fishing line that the fish thinks is food, but there's something that he can't see because the blockage of the ocean or the lake or the river blocking the sight to see the fisherman is standing right above that rope or fishing line, and he's the one pulling him in. The fish thinks it's fighting something in its mouth. The fish has no consciousness that there's an invisible hand controlling a technology called a fishing reel, pulling him up out of the water. The fish is going like this, shaking his head, thinking that something is fighting and stinging in its mouth. Lo and behold, the fish eventually brought back up to the predator, and the fish had no idea who was controlling the rope. The rope was being controlled by the hidden hand. Was this principle studied? Did the people that are doing this today, starting with Napoleon, know anything about ancient Kemetic MEDU netter? Did they study it? Did they study some of the papyruses? Let's find out, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podcast, Tehuti Matrix Overdrive. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Boom. Shift right over here. Turn the letters green. Here we go. So all these men right here. This is just some of them. I couldn't fit them all on the screen. Pope Francis, Kim Jong-un, George Washington, Obama, Joseph Stalin, Napoleon, Prince Harry. Let's go to Napoleon. Ready? Where does the concept of the hidden hand that controls evil by harnessing a rope originate? Right here in the image that scribe sent. And it says clearly, the hand of the hidden one, that's what causes your evil. The hand of the hidden one causes your evil. by means of the rope by which he is punished. What does that sound like to everybody? Let me go ahead and come off the screen. I'll read it again. The hand of the hidden one that causes your evil by means of the rope by which he is punished. What phrase did this create? Have you ever heard of the phrase, I'll give you enough rope to hang yourself? You see, because the ancient rope called the shen, which I've taught about, the shen, in many classes that form the ankh, it was a loop. It was called the shen. It was a loop. The other symbolism of it was a serpent biting its own tail that was called the mehen. The continuous circle. Anybody remember the song? What goes around comes back around again. What goes around goes back, or what comes up. Have you heard of that? That originates here in the DUAT, that the one who's controlling the rope, that rope is used to punish himself, because we taught that even though the person giving the isfet may be in control for that particular time, that isfet will circle back around and destroy the controller of the isfet, because it's a continuous circle symbolized by a shen, which is a loop that touches its own tail, like the mehen, which is the serpent that touches his own tail. What goes around comes back around again. So the negativity that you put out, you will eventually destroy yourself with. So it's a hidden hand that controls a rope, and the same rope of evil punishes the being on the other side. That was the circle. Let's continue, everybody. Ready? Boom, boom, boom. Whenever you hear somebody say, I'm going to give you enough rope to hang yourself, tell them where this comes from. What does that mean? Because when you say, I'm going to give you enough rope to hang yourself, that means the person on the other end is receiving the rope. If the person on the other end was told, here's a rope to hang yourself, they would never take it. When you say, I'll give you enough rope to hang yourself, that means the receiver doesn't know that they're receiving the rope that will eventually be their demise. They think they're receiving something, but what goes around comes back around again. So the hidden hand that controls the rope will also be the rope that punishes the person that's controlling the hidden hand, because negativity will always self-destruct. Always self-destruct. The person that is unfortunately dying of AIDS, unfortunately that parasite, that virus that's in them, does the virus know that if you kill the hosts, you will die too? So to the host, the virus is evil, which it is. It's killing the virus. The virus doesn't think that it's evil. The virus thinks, I'm trying to survive. I'm surviving. But if you kill the host, the virus dies too, because they teach us that AIDS is not airborne. So that means that AIDS will die with the host. Eventually, the rope that you give will kill or destroy the thing that thinks it's controlling it, because it comes back around again. So here we go, everybody. Ready? Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. Let's get back into it. So let's see. Let's find out about this hidden hand. So we know that it comes from an ancient document that represented evil things controlling, which eventually come around and destroy the evil thing eventually. So here we go. Boom, boom. So here we are. Right within the oldest writings on the planet of the struggle between the invisible forces that control good and evil. But wait, what do any of these men have to do with having interest in Kemet? Well, all the images of the men with their right hand or their hand in their jacket, who is the most popular image like this? Of course, the one that you look up and when you see his images is the image that you find is this one here. This is the most popular one, and it's Napoleon. He's the emperor of the French. What does he have to do with any of these ancient meta writings? Was he ever interested in it? Does he have anything to do with it whatsoever? Let's find out. So here we go. What is this here? This is the Rosetta Stone. What does this say? How the Rosetta Stone unlocked the secrets of ancient civilizations. What does it say? Discovered in Egypt by Napoleon's conquering forces. This plain-looking slab was the key to cracking the code of Egyptian hieroglyphics. Discovered by who? Napoleon's conquering forces. Uh-oh. Ready, Nanny? Ready? Okay. Here we go. Bonaparte in Egypt. The scientific expedition. What does that mean? General Bonaparte, Napoleon, left for Egypt at the end of spring 1798, taking with him 50,000 men. Were they 50,000 warriors? 50,000 men and 800 horses. This force included 160 scientists, huh? Why? 160 scientists, engineers, and artists whose task it was to study everything there was to find out about Egypt. Description of Egypt. For over 20 years, they systematically examined almost every aspect of contemporary and ancient Egyptian civilization, producing 20 volumes of text and plates of unmatched accuracy and detail. Historically, in the engravings, became the most comprehensive record and inventory of Egypt's land and monuments. Who had the most comprehensive record and inventory of Egypt's land and monuments? Napoleon. Did anybody have anything comparison? 20 volumes of text and plates unmatched, of unmatched accuracy and detail. Napoleon had the most comprehensive, the most unmatched research study volumes in history of the time. Went on an expedition for 20 years. How interested do you have to be in something to bring 50,000 men with you, over 100 scientists, researchers, to study the land, the monuments, the texts? Was that just to conquer the place? Is that what Napoleon was doing? Did he do that anywhere else he went? Did Napoleon only conquer Egypt? Did Napoleon fight anybody else? Did he bring 50,000, hundreds of scientists and researchers to study every aspect, to have the most accurate 20 volumes, 20 years of studying? That means that Napoleon studied ancient Kemet longer than most of the people that are in the chat watching the podcast. Press 9 if you've studied Kemet thoroughly for 20 years. There's 51 people watching. Of the 51 people watching, how many of you 51 people have studied Kemet specifically? Not consciousness, not opening the third eye. Kemet monument specifically. Just that. For over 20 years. Press the 9. Let me see all the 9s of the 52 people. Watch this. You see? So as a studier of Kemet specifically, not consciousness, not I studied a little bit of Yoruba, Black consciousness, a little bit of Nile Valley, and a little bit of this with some Sankofa. No. Kemet specifically for over 20 years of monuments and writings. Of the 52 people watching, press 9 if that includes you. Are you of the study, dedication of Napoleon? The little weird looking European guy with his hand in his shirt, 20 years of dedication. Let me fix his camera. This is the hour here. Tech. Am I on the screen? Yes. 20 years. Anybody? Angela Gates says, only 3 years from me, 3 years most. M. Monroe says, I was learning about the Rosetta Stone yesterday. Look at that synchronicity. So this means that Napoleon, the little strange-looking French man with the first what are they called? What are the tight jeans? Studied strictly Kemet for 3 years, not mixed with nothing, just Kemet, but not Kemet and a little bit of the third eye from a Hindu, a little bit of the esoteric tarot cards, a little bit of astrology. He studied the Kemets only, specifically that, for 20 years straight. Did he know of the MEDU writings? His team discovered the Rosetta Stone, the stone responsible for most of the reason why anyone can read the MEDU was discovered by Napoleon's team. Ready, everybody? I'm going to do a couple minutes. I'm going to take a break after this. Here we go. Boom, boom. And one moment, everybody, hold on. No, not you. Boom, here we go. Everybody see this? Did your camera fall or something? It's went to the other camera. Bring me the tape. Okay, here we go. So Napoleon, Emperor of the French. Here we go. Boom. Did you know Napoleon had a book published? Does anybody know that? You know Napoleon had, what was Napoleon's book, everybody? Anybody know his book? Here's Napoleon's book. Description de l'Egypte. Au recueil des observations et des researchers. Here it is. Huh? What does this translate to? Let's translate it. The description of Egypt, or the collection of observations and researches which were made in Egypt during the expedition of the French army, published by the order of His Majesty the Emperor Napoleon the Great. Here's the book right here, everybody. Description de l'Egypte. Here it is. What's in the book? Description de l'Egypte. Napoleon Bonaparte. Here it is. What is this? Is that the Tehuti bird? Oh, thank you. Is it the Tutti bird? Is that Het Heru? Huh? What's in the book? Uh-oh. Let's go to page 7. MEDU. There's the MAAT. There's the Netzer right there. This is the MEDU. There's Heru. There's Mut. This is Napoleon's book. 20 years of study. No, they drew them. When you see this, everybody, they redrew. They have brought artists to redraw the exact duplications, how serious they were. That's right, because Napoleon never had a cell phone on him. So they redrew, and this was the most accurate redrawn images of the time on the entire planet Earth is in Napoleon's book. So the answer is, boom! Yes, Napoleon, and this is images with Napoleon's book. Boom! Napoleon and his team were thorough studiers of the Kemet MEDU images. Now remember, Napoleon is 1799. His team discovered the Rosetta Stone, which became the base of the European ability to translate the MEDU into French, which was done by Champollion, the other French, a few years later. When? When was Napoleon? 1799. 1799. How many years did he study? 20 years. What happened 20 years after 1799, though? 1820 now. About 20 years after Napoleon, in France again, French again, comes the translation of the MEDU text from a fellow Frenchman, from Napoleon to Champollion. It's a coincidence. Tehuti made it up. Here it is. So Napoleon is 1799. 20 years later, 1820, Champollion. But most Freemasons will source to Duncan's Masonic Ritual Monitor. And here's where I'm going to take a break. When it comes to the hidden hand, this is the go-to reference. They don't reference Napoleon. They don't reference the MEDU. They reference now Duncan's Ritual Freemasonry. We're going to get into that and the switch of why that took place and what's in there when I come back. I'm going to take a break right now. Put the link in the room, and I will be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Boom. There's the link. Jump in the room, family, so that I can take my break. Me and Shadow Body will take our break, and we shall be right back. So jump in the room, relieve me, and I shall be right back. There's Amun and Amunet. Peace, Amun and Amunet. How are you? How are you liking it so far?
Peace, Great SABA. I am loving this class so far. Well, for your thoroughness. Well, for showing that book that Napoleon dedicated himself to and created. I have not saw that before. I'm definitely gonna have to check that out. Yeah, well, for your detail and thoroughness.
You're welcome. You know what else is in that book? He brought artists, Kemetic researchers, and biologists. So he studied all the MEDU, the images, and brought specific scientists to study all the animal wildlife in the area. Why did he do that? Is that what generals do when they go to war? When they have the red and the blue, and when Korea fights, when these countries fight, they send biologists to study all the animals. We're gonna get into it. How do you liking it so far, Amunet?
I'm loving it so far, Great SABA. It is absolutely powerful and very interesting. I'm very happy that you're bringing this forth, and I'm really thankful that PTAH asked this question as well. So Tua, very, very much Great SABA.
Wonderful. Nini, glad you enjoy it. I'm going to take a break. Hopefully PTAH can come on because he'll be the one that's able to bring other people in. I'm going to step off and take a break right now, and I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Shout out to all those who are enjoying this so far. And it's going to get even better and even a little scarier as it starts moving up to this day and time. But everybody, I'm going to take a break right now. There's PTAH, the one who asked this question first. Uh-oh. It's an echo. All right, how you doing, PTAH?
I'm Acker Great SABA.
You know, Napoleon's been studying Kemet longer than most of the people teaching it on YouTube.
Yes, I mean I've done a lot of research into Napoleon because of the route you went into and that particular stone. So yeah, I'm happy that you took it in this direction. Yeah, because you say it all the time, you know, how serious everyone else takes Ma'at. And, you know, and that's just something that can just dig into really, really deep just to really show the separation. So, yeah, Tua.
Wonderful. I'll be right. I'm glad you appreciate it. And interesting, Napoleon comes 1799, studies Kemet for 20 years. Then the 20 years later, the French, the so-called first deciphering of the hieroglyphics comes out by another Frenchman. We're going to get into it, everybody. Let's go. I know the Jed knows. I'm getting it from the guy. There he is. That's what I'm getting it from. There's the teacher, Show that guy again, the Jed. The guy I get all my info from. Where is he? He's in there. They want to know who Tehuti's teacher is? There they are in the background. All those guys. Those are the guys right there. How you liking it so far, the Jed?
It's good, Saba. I like the fact that you're giving the history that's leading to today, right? So I like how far you went back and how you started off with Napoleon and his influence, because a lot of people hoorah about him. And
a lot of people what?
I said a lot of people hoorah about him. You know what I mean? They praise him. They praise him big time. And so it's good to see. It's good to see this. I'm definitely excited. It's good so far, and I'm waiting for the next part.
Okay, wonderful. M. Monroe, I see you type that synchronistically you're just learning about the Rosetta Stone. Well, there you go. And there's much more.
Yes, and obviously stuff that I didn't know about before. Yeah, it was just basic stuff that I was learning yesterday. But yes, thank you for doing this podcast, because I never would have learned it otherwise.
Wonderful. Glad you appreciate it. I'll be right back, everybody. I'm going to take a little break, and I shall be back. Peace and love to everybody. Shadow Body says peace, and we shall be right back. Peace and love. A little break.
They hide their hand, rock, stone, and trees.
Wait, what did you say there? The Jen? What did you say? I'm sorry.
Huh?
What did you say?
Oh, I said it's from Mani's Tranquility track where he says they hide their hands, rock, stone, and trees.
Oh, okay. Okay, everybody, I'll be right back, and we're actually gonna
there it is.
I'll be right back.
There
I'll be right back.
There it is. There it is.
Yeah, great brother, the Jay got a bar for everything. His brother. Yes, Tua. Everyone hit the like button if you have not done so. And support. Support link is pinned to the top of the chat. Please support the great Saba, support the pod class and what's taking place here. Send in your questions so we can continue, with this beautiful frequency here. So yes, I love where Saba is leading the answer to and showing Napoleon, which is definitely the most famous image of the particular stance, and just showing, what he dedicated a large majority of his life to, and then taking the knowledge and utilizing it, to where now when people say his name, right, just as when people say Alexander, these people who learn directly from the greats, end up calling themselves great, right, as the PTAH, the PTAH, which literally means the great house. So yeah, I love how Saba is walking this one down, and what the French played, what part that they played in the MEDU that we have today, right? And and during that time, it was a worldwide race, right? Everyone was wanting to be the first ones to claim of being able to find some form of decipherment within the MEDU publicly. So there was a lot taking place, at that time, especially when it comes to Kemet and the MEDU and MAAT, And within that book that SABA showed, you know, it just shows, you know, the detail, right? The recreation, right, and the artistry that went into documenting a lot of the monuments, right? Which is very good to look at, and just seeing, you know, the detail that goes into these studies that people do, all based within the MEDU, and showing, you know, the importance of the knowledge that resides there. Yeah, there's a lot to go into, you know, when it comes to Napoleon, but being able to, with the Great SABA, bringing that forward and showing, you know, just where a large part of the focus was, we have to ask, you know, why was it so important, you know, for this particular person to be able to read and see, you know, what come from this person within his name, right? Regardless if we agree or disagree with whatever, the fact that remains is everyone knows who that is. Everyone's seen that image. So what was this person doing? You know, what are these people doing? That's always my question whenever I'm looking at any particular person in any particular position. What are they doing, right? Because once you understand that it's not all just based in randomness, right? That there's actually something that's taking place. Just as when all these screens shut down and everyone goes on with their everyday lives, you know, I look at the same when looking at particular figures. You know, when you come public and now you're speaking or you're bringing something forward, with whatever it is that you're bringing forward, all of what's taking place behind the scene that no one sees, and the works that's going into collecting something and putting something together to then bring forward, I always question, what are those particular people doing? And, you know, it opens up a lot of room for answers. Yeah, I love that SABA's going into Napoleon. Yeah, it's a beautiful thing that, you know, we have access to what we do have access to, and learning how to utilize the tools, right? The original forms of technology that has this hold of being able to control, you know, our experience. And, you know, I love those topics. So yeah, if anyone want to build on what the Great SABA showed, the Jet said, Jim, let me come to you, great brother.
Yo, peace.
Peace.
Yeah, Tua for those for that effort observation. One thing that I like about this question is the fact that SABA keeps you on track, right? There's so many rabbit holes to go down by a lot of the things that they do, and I've been very curious about this one, because even when you drop that track, me and you had a conversation about I asked you about that particular part in the track that I quoted, right? So it's good to finally get an understanding to what's going on, and to take the teachings of our ancestors and turn it into what is being used today. Like Saba said, man, he put 20 years into it. Napoleon put 20 years into it. I don't know if he said 20 or 3. I thought it was one or the other, right? But just to be disciplined in that, being involved in whatever stories he's heard, that had him bring 50,000 men to gain some research from a culture that wasn't even his. It's very interesting because when you study him, a lot of his deeds were very, very Isfed, right? So, but to still go in and take this type of knowledge and utilize it in a way that, however he wanted to utilize it and learn about, that lets you know how powerful our ancestors' writings are till this day. Because when he found those writings and send his engineers and his scientists and everything like that, that wasn't too long ago. That was 1700s, right? So that wasn't too long ago. And to utilize that was that lets you know that, that heck out, man, that what they talking about is real. Because no one's investing that much amount of time for nothing they don't truly believe in. They don't. You're just not invest. You're not putting that much resources into something that you think is hogwash, falsehood, all that. Like, and to me, that is the part that is truly fascinating, and that's that part to where I feel like you have to implant that in your mind to be able to say, like, look, man, like, no, like, this is real. Like, it's real. No matter how much the Matrix try to push off something else, it's real. It's real because they using it. And like I said, they putting resources into it. Big resources at that. So yeah, man, Tua, that's all I got for right now. I'm waiting on the rest of this question because I'm locked into this one. This is truly fascinating, and I appreciate Saba for the walkthrough. Literally walking us down, not falling down too many rabbit holes, but literally just taking it step by step. So, and doing hotel.
Inu and Hotep. All right. Amun, what's on your mind, great brother?
I echo what the judge said. I'm locked in, ready for the rest of this answer. I love the jewel that Saba dropped about how negativity always self-destruct itself, and how the same rope that the hand controls is the same rope that will end up destroying it. So it'll be the same rope that it'll hang itself with. That was very interesting to me. Something that can be applied to negative people, self-destructive and destructive people today. That was very interesting. I'm happy Saba is going over Napoleon. And showing the lengths he went to study the MEDU netter and study what our ancestors created. Makes me wonder what motivated him to go and do that. What motivated him, what sparked his interest in what our ancestors created. Because that's a huge task, something very complicated and detailed to put together that many people to travel down there and learn all that he learned and then dedicate himself 20 years for it. Definitely shows that there's a extremely hidden agenda with people like him and present day people like him on what they really believe in. And when you see people like Napoleon or other people use the hidden hand, it really shows how they're extremely dedicated. They know certain things that the masses don't. And then it really shows the hypnotism. It really shows how serious people around the world need to be about what life really is and what's really happening. Because the people that are manipulating the puppet strings, they really do know what's happening. They're using that to their advantage. So classes like this and questions like this are extremely powerful because it shows us what certain people want to take away from us. Certain things and parts of knowledge that people want to withhold from us, so that way we don't have an understanding of what the so-called enemy is doing. It's like in war, intelligence is very important. To have intelligence on your enemy, to know what they're doing and the moves that they're making, is extremely important. And they do a great job at hiding what they do. And then an even better job at manipulating the masses with psyops and other various different things to have a certain perspective on what they're doing. A lot of these people in the masses look at a lot of these people as heroes or inspirations, which shows the hypnosis in society, because these people are really devious that control the world. These people are evil. They're like true evil villains. Very intelligent, very detailed, very patient, and also aggressive and gentle at the same time. So to have classes like this, to have SABA, it's worth immortality, because he gives us so much to defend ourselves with, and he heals us so much to have a pure heart, to protect ourselves from the negative Ishvat forces out there that want to corrupt our heart, and turn us into unknowing worshipers of what they worship. And the repercussions of becoming that is death. So to dedicate yourself to MAAT, the SABA, the repercussions of that is immortality in life. So classes like this are extremely powerful. Breaking the matrix is always always very powerful for me, especially. We all grew up in the Matrix. It's all we know. So we have thousands of matrices to be broken within ourselves because it's what we grew up knowing. We thought that a lot of the things that we thought we knew were the truth, when in all reality they were not the truth. So there's always matrices to be broken to help us go higher and higher in our consciousness and to go above the limits that people like Napoleon and Prince Henry and all these people, the limits that they set for people of the masses, so that way they can stay in power. And I'm looking forward to the rest of the class. I'm looking forward to seeing where SABA goes with this. Looking forward to hearing all the words that come out of his mouth, all the extra jewels that come out of his mouth from his Ebe. And I'm looking forward to seeing how this changes people, how his words and his sound frequency of what he's teaching changes people, the way they act, the way they think, the way that they go about things. And yeah, Tua Patah for asking this question again. Tua for putting in that scene from the DUAT. It's very interesting to see. You know, I love Ementet. I love the Tuat, so that was very interesting to see. So 12 for putting that in there. I have not saw that before. And definitely an interesting class. Definitely a thought-provoking class that can keep you thinking about many, many different unknown things that the so-called elites do. And I'm thankful that SABA is here to break it down and then build up the truth within our Ka. So Tua Hotep Miri.
Hotep Marie. Yes, to our great brother. Aminette, have you spoken since SABA went on break?
No, I have not.
Okay, Hotep, what's on your Eve, great sister?
Hotep. I'm very excited for this class and what's to come after this break. It is very eye-opening, and I'm extremely thankful for the great SABA to be here to understand and know all of the things that he is bringing forth and teaching to all of us, all that he is doing to raise all of us up within MAAT, and to understand all of these things that happened and that are happening right now. So it's very important to me, and it's important to you. Please support the great SABA. He deserves the support for what he is bringing forth to us. What he is doing is very deep and intricate. Within these answers, there's more happening than just the answer itself. It's hard to explain, but there's a lot of beautiful heka that happens within the 2D pod class. And if you feel the effects of these answers, and if it changes your life as it has changed mine, if it is affecting you in whatever way it may be, please support the great SABA Tehuti for what he is bringing forth to us all. Hotep and Mary.
Or you're on mute.
Oh, Tua, great brother. Yes, Tua. Let's go to you, Monroe. Get a few words in before the great SABA comes back.
Can I be heard okay?
Yes, we can hear you great.
I was mainly just thinking how interesting it is about with these figures, like AMUN said, how we just don't know anything about their personal lives. And you know, in school we're only taught the basics about their lives and what they learned and did. and studied themselves, and you just don't know what they were truly doing behind the scenes. And it was also interesting for me, the part with the serpent and the rope. I can't remember exactly what SABA said it was, but just, and that phrase, the fact that, you know, phrases like that are in our daily language and you don't truly know the meaning behind it, but you're still saying them. And I find that's something that I learn a lot from SABA and the pod classes. So that was interesting to me. Yeah, just a lot about how we use language. We don't really know we don't know what we're truly saying a lot of the time. And in phrases like the one that SABA mentioned. So yeah, that's it. That was mainly what was on my mind.
Okay, Tua, very much. Welcome back, Grace Saba.
Good to be back. Good to be back. Ready to get right back into this. Peace and love to everybody who's been watching so far. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. If you just tuned in, if you wait, hold on. Something's happened to my screen. Got very big on the screen. Okay, wonderful. Everybody who just tuned. If you don't know where you are, you're at the House of the 10, ancient Tehuti teachings of the material. For those who have watched this so far, I'm gonna oh, it's making my screen big. Wait a minute. Hold on. Something. Okay, there. Oh. Hold on, everybody. Okay, there we go. Boom. For those who are watching, for those who just tuned in. Sorry, everybody. Something's happening with my screen. Okay. Let me click. My mouse locked on something. My mouse is locked doing something. Let me see if I can plug this out and fix this. But for those who just tuned in, welcome to the Tehuti pod class, House of a 10. Support the Tehuti pod class to keep this level of quality continuing. Those who appreciate what I've done so far, support. You can wait to the end. When it gets to the end, it's gonna get a little scary and interesting when we get to the end, but it's going to be wonderful. So we're going to continue, everybody. Support the pod class. Let's get back into it. Peace and love to Ptah. Peace and love to Amun, Amunet, Monroe, Vijay, Sadeb, Ma'a, M, Pout, Ku, and all the great names that are watching. Peace and love, everybody. We're going to get right back into it. So all of you jump back into the class. And let me help Monroe out. Okay, there we go. Perfect, everybody. Ready, everybody? Press the 9 if you can hear me. We're about to get back into it. I have good energy. I'm feeling better than I did when the pod class began. And we're about to get right back into this. Let me go ahead and put the timer back on. Press the 9 if you can hear me. Wonderful. Shout out to you. Shout out to you, Ibet. You're doing great. Shout out to everybody out there. Stay in excellence. And let me go and see the 9s and see who's watching the class. Okay, Betty pressed a 9. Wonderful. Atef is here. Shout out to Atef. All right, everybody. So one person can hear me. 9. Maybe I'm just moving slowly. Let me see 2 more 9s, and then I'll go ahead and continue. I'm gonna go ahead and put it on the test screen share. Okay, we got. Okay, well, there they are. They're coming through now. So we got N Monroe with the 9. Mintiota with the 9. He bet all the females. He bet with the 9. Mintiota with the 9. Angela Gates with the 9. Mintiota with the 9. M Monroe with the 9. Here goes okay, Tef with the 9. Robert Williams with the 9. Hands full but locked in. He bet says shout out to you, Nefer 1. Maharu. Manku Ara, who says I'm not gonna let anybody out us. So Manku Ara, if you know anybody who's studying Kemet straight for 20 years at that level, let us know. If not, then definitely Napoleon is out ma'ating or out Kemeting or however the term is. More serious than anybody that you know, other than of course us, but anybody outside of anybody that's on the internet, anybody. Napoleon seems to be strictly thorough bringing the best artists. It said there was uncomparable at the time. The level of information they had with the exactness was uncomparable. Here we go, everybody. Ready? We're going to get right back into it. Boom, boom, and boom. This is Tehuti Matrix Overdrive time. And here we go. We are here, everybody. So, where did we leave off? We left off right here. Get the timer back on. All right, so you see that. Oh, he's going to keep doing this? Ah, very strange. Very, very strange. Let me go ahead and plug. Let me fix something here at family. This would be a little error here. Let me see. Oh, it's locked in. Oh no, we're having some issues here. What is going on here? What is it doing? Why is it doing that? That is so strange. Okay, I'm gonna do the sidebar. We're gonna do just the sidebar. Okay, there we go. So where we left off was do all sidebar. Here we go. So Napoleon, we see, has his book. There's the Tehuti bird. There's Het Heru, and boom. Boom. Yes, Napoleon and his team were thorough studiers of Kemet, MEDU images. Now remember, Napoleon in 1799, his team discovered the Rosetta Stone, which became the base of the European ability to translate the MEDU into French, which was done by Champollion starting in 1820. But most Freemasons will source the hidden hand back to Duncan's Masonic Ritual and Monitor. Tehuti, what's Duncan's Masonic Ritual and Monitor? Right here, there it is. An old book, Duncan's Masonic Ritual and Monitor. Right there. And what is this, Tehuti? Here we go. Now, but Duncan's ritual reason, which I will get to shortly, for the hidden hand, although the same invisible, number 2 principle of rulership, where you can't see that which is in rule because it's behind a veil, is correct, but is now biblicized, where I've shown you the hidden hand was used by Napoleon and throughout the studiers of Kemet long before Duncan's ritual. Okay, you're gonna find out the date of Duncan's ritual. So long before Duncan's ritual, which is, if you were to research the Masonic origin, what they know the modern day Masons as the hidden hand today, you're going to get Duncan's ritual. Okay? But Duncan's ritual is long after Napoleon, who already had his hand in the hidden hand gesture. Okay? So, long before Duncan's ritual book, and the French were reading MEDU due to Napoleon's men discovering, which was passed down to Champollion. As I've shown you, Napoleon is where is here with his head and his hand in his jacket long before Duncan's ritual. So this is Duncan's ritual book. Duncan's ritual book is 1866. Napoleon is 1799. The MEDU Netter is translated into French by the Frenchman Champollion around 1820. 20 years Napoleon and his men were studying Kemet, and the MEDU Netter was translated, and this is long before Duncan's ritual. So there was a shift in consciousness of the hidden hand transposition from Napoleon doing it to it being accredited to Duncan's ritual. We're going to find out that both actually symbolize something similar, except for Duncan's ritual adds something even more dangerous. Here we go, everybody ready? So boom. Boom. So here we are. Oh wait, have you ever noticed who received the translation of the Rosetta Stone from Napoleon's team? Discovery, that's Jean Champollion. Did you ever notice how Jean Champollion looked? Here's Napoleon, everybody. Now I'm going to show you something very interesting. Are you ready? Here's Jean Champollion. Shout out to the new names in the chat. I always give shout and respect to Nefeli Bata'a. Nefeli Bata'a. Shout out to the new names there. Eric G. That's it is here. Here we go, everybody. Ready? So we always see the image of Napoleon. Now understand the chronology. Napoleon in 1799 goes into Kemet, brings 50,000 men, studies the MEDU images, brings biologists, brings artists to have the highest quality and most informed, most correct imagery and information on Kemetic collection at that time. Studies for 20 years. We jump 20 years, and then the MEDU is now translated into French by Champollion in 1820. The hidden hand is being used by Napoleon. But did anybody ever notice Jean Champollion, who is the translator, who everybody claims is the first translator of the MEDU? They call it decipherer. They love using the word decipher when it comes to MEDU. When it comes to every other language, it's translation. When it comes to the MEDU, all of a sudden it's deciphering. No, it's translating. Here we go. Ready, everybody? Boom, boom, boom. Ready? Wait, have you ever noticed who received the translated wait. Oh wait, have you ever noticed have you ever noticed who received and translated the Rosetta Stone from Napoleon's team's discovery? Jean-Francois Champollion. Did you ever notice how he looked? Uh-oh. What's that, ladies and gentlemen? What's happening here? Is that his hand in his jacket too? The translator, who claimed to be the first translator of the MEDU, the first decipherer, there he is in the same position. Long before Freemasonic Duncan's ritual. Uh-oh. There he is. Ready? Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Boom. There he is. Boom. The hidden hand in 1820 decipher of the hieroglyphics, as they call him, the Rosetta Stone discovered by Napoleon's team. The translator of the MEDU has his hand in the same position of the Brotherhood of the Napoleon has his hand in. So what is this Duncan's ritual source for the hidden hand? That more of the contemporary ritualistic reasons for the hidden hand that has become biblicized. What is this Duncan's ritual? Right over here, boom. What year is this? 1866. This is the source. If you were to look up the hidden hand, this is what comes up when you look it up. But this is 1866. Isn't 1866 after 1820? Isn't 1866 after 1798? But here they are in 1798 and 1820 with their hand hidden. Always men in control, men in power. Deciphering and looking through and studying the MEDU. But here's Duncan's ritual as a source some 40 and 67 years later. Here we go. And then when you go inside to figure number 34 in Duncan's Masonic Ritual and Monitor by Malcolm C. Duncan, what do you get? Boom. What's this? There's the position. What is it called? Master of the second veil. There it is. Here's where the concept, here it is, where the concept remains similar. Here's where the concept remains similar, but the reference changes to the Bible. So when you go inside the book, here it is. What is it called? The Master of the Second Veil. That's the number 2 principle. We're going to get into the second principle. So here it is. Master of the second veil. 3 most excellent masters you must have been, or thus far you could not have come. But further you cannot go without my words and sign. For more exhortation, for words of exhortation, my words are Shem, Japheth, and Adoram. My sign is this. What's the sign? Thrusting his hand in his bosom. It is an initiation of one given by God. What happens when you thrust your hand in your bosom? Moses, when he commanded him to thrust his hand into his bosom, taking it out, it became leprous, white as snow. My word of exhortation is explanatory of this sign and is found in the writings of Moses. So what is the symbol? You put your hand, hide it, and once you put your hand, hide it, then it changes into something that represents leprosy, white as snow, which is a disease. And now we go into John's fellow inquiry of the origins history and report of Freemasonry. And what do we get? For further explanation, as they call it. The members of this degree are denominated companions and are entitled to a full explanation of the mysteries of order, whereas in the former degrees they are recognized by common familiar appellation of brothers and kept in a state of profound ignorance of the sublime secret which is disclosed in this chapter. This accords with the custom of Pythagoras, who thus distinguished his pupils after a probation of 5 years, as stated before, where they were admitted into the presence of the preceptor, called his companions and permitted to converse with him freely. Previous to expiration of that term, he delivered his instructions to them from behind a screen. This is the veil. This is John's fellow inquiry to the origin, history, and purport of Freemasonry. Delivering information from behind the screen, being covered up from behind the screen, but the knowledge is what's on the other side of the screen. The workings are behind a veil. The workings of the transformation of the hand into something that is diseased is behind a veil. The workings of the knowledge that's being delivered is behind a veil. This is called the master of the second veil. The hiding of the hand, which controls things, which is what? We see both refer to workings that take place behind a veil, are taking something that is original and doing workings on it and covering it and taking it back out, and it is recessive, or it's degraded, or it's sick, or it's leprous, unhealthy, diseased. But you cannot see what took place because the hand was hidden. You cannot see who is controlling the sudden transformation from healthy to non-healthy disease state. But do you notice something similar about all of these men, other than their hand is hidden? What is similar about all these men right here? Let's take a look at them. What do we have? I added more. Francesco Pizarro Gonzalez, Spanish conquistador. He invaded and caused the death of many natives and accused them of witchcraft. Kim Jong-un, third emperor of Korea, who says he will create the world's strongest army. Next, George Washington, who was also a general at war. 44th president of the United States, Obama. I don't have to say what he's done. Who's next? Who's next? George McClain, American military officer and politician. Who's next? Napoleon, military war general. Joseph Stalin, Soviet Union, Russia, secretary of Central Committee of Communist Party of the Soviet Union. American soldier served, and he served as a general in the Union Army during the Civil War. The Brigadier General in command of the Maryland Line and Continual Army during the American Revolution War, holding his sword. Does anybody notice anything similar about all these men that have their hand in their jacket? Let me go to the chat. What do you find similar about all these men? Let's go to the chat. What's similar about all these men? Let me come off this because, oh man, I keep doing this. Okay. What's similar about all these men? Big vapes, boom, ding, 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 ding. War. All generals of war, warmongers, controlling nations in war and violence, dealing with death and destruction. All these men are generals, military war operationalists. That's right, First Netter. All military men. Other than the hidden hand, what is similar about them? They're all military men. They all control war. That's right, Angela Gates. They have the hidden hand, but other than the hidden hand, they're all military men, men of war. Let's continue. Ready, everybody? Ready? Bing. Bong. Here we go. You got it right, First Netter. Ding, 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 ding. You got it right. Yes. Just like, and you got it right, Big Vapes and First Netter. That's right. Yes. They are all warfare. Yes, they are all warfare military strategists responsible for thousands of deaths who were in control of the masses. They all brought a sudden transformation in particular areas from life to death. Speaking of which, in recent times, we fought the greatest virus war in Earth's history, which transformed at a rapid rate people's lives from a healthy state to a disease state. And during those times, which are still in now, there was a lot of controversy and distrust amongst the people if that situation was being secretly controlled by a hidden controller. And who was officially sent out to calm the people down? Who was the head doctor, immunologist, advisor of the CDC and the president, who was set in place to control the situation or calm the situation down? Let me come to the chat. Who was sent out? Who was sent out to calm everybody down? Who was the head immunologist, the head doctor, advisor of the CDC, head doctor, advisor of the president? Who was the main speaker in the forefront to calm everybody when they were going through pandemonium and chaos? They didn't know who to go to for the answers. Who was that person that was out front of all the doctors in the world? FAUCI. Dr. FAUCI. You are right, everybody. Ding, 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 ding. Why is that? Anybody know? Uh-oh. What happened here? Hold on, everybody. Hold on 1 second. That's strange. Anybody know? Hey, something strange is going on here. Hold on, everybody. Let me do it with this here. Hold on. Maybe some malfunctions going on here. Let me try it here. Hey, what's happening here? Huh. Dr. FAUCI. That's right, Big Vapes. Let's go, everybody. Ready? Boom, boom, boom. Let's Steph says he is one of them. Ready, everybody? That's right. So, what is common about all these men with their hand in their coat, in their waist? Yes, they are all warfare military strategists responsible for thousands of deaths, who are in control of the masses. They all brought a sudden transformation in particular areas from life to death, speaking of which in recent times we fought the greatest virus war in Earth's history, which transformed at a rapid rate people's lives from a healthy state. It transformed at a rapid rate people's lives from a healthy state to a disease state. And during those times, there was a lot of controversy and distrust. There was a lot of controversy and distrust amongst the people. If that situation was being secretly controlled by a hidden controller, and who was officially sent out to calm the people down, who was the head doctor, immunologist, advisor of the CDC and the president, who was set in place to control the situation. You got it right, everybody. You got it absolutely right. Ding, 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 ding. Let me go ahead and play some footage, though. Some quick footage. You ready? You all got it right. Absolutely. Ready, everybody? Let me play some footage. I'll play some footage of the man that was sent out to calm everybody down and control the situation. Are you ready? Just for those who don't know who this is, I'm going to show you a video so you can know. It's just a video just to show you who he is. Some may not know. Who was protecting us? Who was set to calm us down? Who was protecting us at this time where we needed the most protection and answers? Who was sent out? This person right here. Anybody recognize him? No? Let me play him one more time. For those in the back that didn't get to see him clearly, you got to see him from all angles so you can really... It's one of these men here. A couple of them step in. That was who was sent right there. Thank you. We needed you, Fauci, to definitely calm the situation down. And without you, we couldn't have gotten all of the answers that we needed. So thank you very much for that help that we needed. There we go. Boom, boom, and boom. Yep, there he is right there. Everybody recognize him? There he is. Right there, the one right here. Let me see if my screen is showing rightly, right? Okay, here we go. That's him. There he is. Oh, wait, what's this here? Trump revokes security protection for the C advisor. Fauci? What do you mean security protection? What security protection? What are you talking about? Fauci was the one helping everybody, right? That's where we got the answers from. What security protection? And when did Trump do this? He did this about 20-something hours ago. When did he do this? He did this very recently. Why does he need security? What do you mean, Fauci? I never heard of a doctor with security. President Donald Trump has revoked security protection for former top U.S. health official Anthony Fauci, who has faced death threats since leading the country's COVID-19 response. Huh? Death threats? Anybody here have a family doctor? Why would a doctor receive? What does a doctor need? Death threats from who? What? Doctors need security for death threats? Wasn't he the go-to man to give us all of the answers during this huge pandemonium that was killing tens of thousands of people, and he had the answers? Why is he receiving death threats? Have you ever heard of a doctor receiving death threats? Does your family doctor receive death threats? The only doctor I know received death threats is Dr. Martin Luther King. Here we go. Boom. Ready? Boom. What's going on here, family? Let's find out. Here we are. That's odd. The immunization doctor who led us in the war against the CVID, is receiving so many death threats from the public that he needed government quality security. Not regular security, not like what 50 Cent has. That's not even regular, but he needed government quality security. Are some realizing what is behind the veil? And remember the Wuhan lab, everybody? That a lot of investigators were tracing the CO9, the CO19 back to. Remember Wuhan lab? Everybody remember that? Well, it took millions of dollars for that lab to stay in operation. Well, it's a good thing we have FAUCI on our side fighting that disease more. Because I remember there was a lab that was always spoken about that they traced it back to, called the Wuhan lab. And it took millions of dollars for that to continue to be functionable. And from that lab, they said started the leak, which caused the CO19. Well, it's a good thing we have FAUCI on our side, ladies and gentlemen, helping us and giving the information we need to fight such horrible things. There we go. What's this right here? What's this? There's an increasing confidence amongst officials in the Trump administration that the Wuhan Institute of Virology lab is the original site of the virus. Okay, yeah. A report by Fox News said embassy officials warned in January 2018. I have all those warnings, by the way. So I have the warnings, the warnings and things that were sent out before the CO19 was announced. I was doing classes here in the back in person with my students that I was not allowed to do before the COVID came out, before the COVID became this big explosion. I was doing classes on Wuhan and where it was coming from. But I couldn't come out. I let them come out. Now they're coming out and they show the warnings from 2018. The actual COVID came out in its explosion in January in 2019. But the warnings of the Wuhan was 2018, and I have them. So why are you mentioning this, Tehuti? Why are we talking about where this COVID could have originated from? Why so? Well, it was warned about a year earlier. What's this here? What's this? Department of Justice secretly investigated a non-profit at the center of Wuhan CVID lab leak. Questions about bombshell house report reveals. This just came out a few months ago, ladies and gentlemen. It's January the 25th, 2025. This was December. The Department of Justice secretly investigated nonprofit at the center of Wuhan COVID lab leak. Nonprofit organizations funding. What does it say here? Risky experiments. See if I can expand this. That's the biggest it gets. Risky experiments. What does it say? The Department of Justice secretly launched a grand jury investigation into U.S. nonprofit that steered American taxpayer funding to the Chinese lab suspecting of leaking the CO19 viral and causing the global pandemic. Huh? Wait a minute. Well, let me stop right here. What's happening here? Non-profit organizations, non-profit funders steering taxpayer money to the funding of the place where the COVID leaked. That is horrible, horrendous. Whoever these non-profit company, whatever these are, this is horrible. You should be brought to justice. This is disgusting. These non-profit philanthropists and whoever was steering the taxpayers' money, whatever non-profit funded this, shame on you. Shame on you. Well, let's continue. Again. Department of Justice secretly investigated nonprofit at the center of the Wuhan COVID lab leak. Questions about bombshell House report reveals. What did the nonprofit do? The Department of Justice secretly launched a grand jury investigation into the U.S. nonprofit that steered American tax funding to the Chinese lab suspected of the leaking of the COVID-19 viral causing the global pandemic. What? Shame on you. Let's go to the next one. What's this here? The origin story. What does it say here? Department of Justice secretly launched a grand jury investigation into the U.S. nonprofit that steered American taxpayer funding to the Chinese lab suspected of leaking the CO9 viral causing the global pandemonium. Scientific experts and former federal officials have suggested that EcoHealth Alliance grants to the China Wuhan Institute Virology funded gain of function research that could have led to the lab leak, but requests have been repeatedly blocked by the National Institutes of Health, according to the report. The details of the apparent federal investigation of EcoHealth Alliance remain secret. And members of the House Select Subcommittee in the CO Viral Pandemic, which released 520-page report on the origins and the response to the pandemic, have declined to talk about it, citing concerns of interference with potential DOJ investigation. So in certain nonprofit organizations were funding one was using taxpayers' money, but funding the lab that they source the VORI, the COVID to. This is horrible. Horrible. Imagine that. The source of the disease being traced. Horrible. Imagine that. The source of the disease being traced to a lab that was secretly, hidden hand, secretly funded with your money, meaning that you did not know an invisible hand under the guise of nonprofit organization secretly funding what caused the entire disease war on the lives of the innocent. Who would do such a thing? Who would be a part of funding such a thing? Well, let me tell the class the most efficient way to execute the hidden hand, the most efficient way to pull off a grand bank heist is not to buy a mask and a getaway car. It would be for the bank manager who works for the bank to devise the plot. He's on the inside, one who you would least expect. Remember the movie Saw? Who was the killer? Who was the killer in the movie Saw? I don't remember seeing the movie. I saw clips of it. Let me fix this here. Who was the killer in the movie Saw? Who was the killer in the movie Saw? Wasn't it the victim? the least expected. To pull off a heist, you don't run in with a mask in a getaway car. Could work. Watch Usual Suspects movie, one of my favorites. Watch that first movie with Christian Bale, where they're doing the heist of all the portraits. The people working on the inside are doing the heist. Because you would at least expect the security guard of the bank to be one of the heist members, because he's there to protect and control the situation. The guy with the ski mask on and the unmarked white car in the van outside, yeah, get him. The manager behind the desk, little Becky, behind the desk, putting all the numbers in and all the codes in, that's little Becky. Her and the security guard are not a part of this, or are they? That's the least expected. Kaiser Sose. Ready, everybody? Boom, 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 boom. Let's go. Who is Kaiser Sose? Oh, by the way, what is this? New York Post, April 20th, 2020. Dr. Fauci backed funding for controversial Wuhan lab studying origin of coronavirus. What happened? What happened? Okay. I would just leave that there. Like the great Dr. Fauci left his hand in his jacket for a few moments. It wasn't full. It was just a few moments. So I'm just going to leave this here for a while. You all digest this. I'll leave this right here. I will leave this right here. Just as the great Dr. Fauci left his hand in his jacket for a moment, though. Just for a moment. You know, his hand was cold. He was fixing something in his jacket. You know, because your jacket needs fixing inside. You need to fix inside your jacket. We got to fix the jacket inside because, you know, all of the millions of people that wear blazers, all the people that go to church, all the businessmen, all the billions of people that wear blazers, we have several millions of videos of all of them going inside their jacket and fixing their jacket fiber because the fiber is unfibered with the fibered fiber. They got to go in their jacket because the fiber is unmatching with the fold. There's a fold in the jacket and he went under the jacket. That's why we have millions of videos of all the people. Remember, you went to church too. Remember your hand was in your jacket too, fixing something. We all remember. That's a common thing. All of our parents do that. Oh, we all fix something in the jacket. We need fixing. So Dr. Fauci, he didn't have his hand in his jacket for a long time. He did something else. What did he do, Tehuti? What did they tell you he did? But don't worry about that. He did take it back out. And he flashed it for a second, which brought attention to it. Then getting into regular stance, before he spoke on what type of control they had over the disease. But what was the regular stance? There's the flash of the hand. That's what he did. He went from this position, flash of the hand, and then he went back into his regular stance. What was the regular stance, Tehuti? The exact same position, but now just outside of the jacket. That's what he did. He went from this stance to flashing it for a quick second. Was he saying hi to somebody? Is that how you say hi? When you say hi, your hand points down to the floor, right? And then he went right back to this position. Again, master of the second veil. What is the master of the second veil in Duncan's ritual, 1866? Not only control, not only behind the second principle, but master of the second veil, thrusting his hand into his bosom, pulling it out, and it became leprous. What's happening here? Thrusting your hand in your bosom, and it comes out, and it became leprous. This is the second veil, which is the second principle of Freemasonry that I'm going to get into. That's called the second principle. And control. What control? The control that Moses had over disease, ladies and gentlemen. With the hidden hand, an unseen secondary hand that controls the leprosy. You know, the great disease at the time of Moses. What was the great outbreak disease that was killing people in the time of Moses? It was a great disease. Outbreaks. And Moses showed that he had control over the disease in the Bible by taking his hand out, showing it to the people that it's normal, and then he puts his hand and hides it under the veil. Something happens under there that you don't know what happens, to show God's power that Moses was in control of the disease. You know, Moses, the one that came to Pharaoh with the caduceus staff of Tehuti, you know, the staff that became the medical symbol, yeah. The CDC. You know, when he came in with the caduceus symbol of Tehuti, you know, the staff of medicine that became the CDC logo, the center of disease. Removal, the center of disease removal. You know the company, the Center of Disease Removal? The symbol is the same staff of Moses. It became the symbol of medicine from the first medicine practitioner, Tehuti, the controller of disease. But the way you control the disease, Moses, you never showed the people how you did it. You put your hand under the second veil. Your hand is under the second veil, in the bosom. And something behind the veil is controlling the power. The power is coming from God, which means that Moses could have his hand like this and say, look at my hand right now. It's like this. God, do it. Look at it now. It's leprous. God, fix it. But no, they didn't do it like that. To show the power that Moses had control over a pandemonium disease, he had to put the hand behind the veil. And the happened with the hand unseen. The working of what's happening to control the disease is unseen by the public. By the time he pulls it out, his hand is leprous, which is sick. Master of the second veil, thrusting his hand in his bosom, it is an imitation of one given by God to Moses. When he commanded him to thrust his hand in his bosom, taking it out, it became leprous, white as snow. My word, exhortation is explanatory of this sign. The second veil emphasizes what is called the second principle and the control Moses had over disease. With the hidden hand, an unseen secondary hand that controls leprosy, you know, the great disease that killed the masses of people in Moses' time, that you cannot see because he has to cover it with his hand in his jacket, and the controlling of the disease is done in a hidden state. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast while it's here. But wait, Tehuti, leprosy is an old-time biblical disease. No one is talking about that now. When was the last time a professional medical practitioner came out about leprosy, Tehuti? Huh? When was the last time you heard about leprosy? When have you gone to your doctor and heard about leprosy? When? When was the last time the leprosy pandemonium is there's leprosy in the school? Anybody heard of that lately? When last time your children had an outbreak of leprosy in the school? When was the last time one of your friends had to go to the doctor for leprosy? Huh? When is that announced? But the leprosy was a symbol of the control of disease that caused major chaos and pandemonium in that day and time. And the controller of the disease was Moses, but he couldn't show you how it was being controlled because it was hidden in his jacket. And the hand that's hidden that's doing the controlling, you can't see how it's turning and making things sick. When was the last time people talk, why would leprosy be a symbol of what's going on in this day and time? It's not a symbol, Tehuti. You're reaching, Tehuti. Nobody combines leprosy. That's an old-time disease. Nobody combines leprosy with what's going on in this day and time. When was the last time somebody talked about leprosy? Tehuti, we got you now. Boom. National Library of Medicine updates on what? On management of leprosy in context of COVID-19 pandemic. The Special Interest Group, CIG, on leprosy thought it would be prudent to revisit its previous practice recommendations through this update. During this period, the pandemic course shifted to a second wave. Writing on the Delta variant. While the number of cases increased manifold, so did the research on all aspects of the disease, introducing a vaccine and data from various drug trials have an impact on current best practices on management of diseases, including leprosy. Beneficial results of using steroids in the management of the CV-19 gives elbow room regarding its usage and conditions like leper reactions. On the other hand, the increase in cases of mucormycosis again underlines implying due, and it goes on. Updates on management of leprosy in the context of the C-19 pandemia. Boom. What? Leprosy mentioned to be revisited at the peak. What year was the peak? 2021, that I taught about in 2 classes ago. That was the peak, and that's when they decided to revisit, because now it's the second wave. The second wave. It's the second wave, and then the second wave is when we should revisit the leprosy problem that we have here in America, because leprosy is such a big deal. The second wave, and remember, the second part of the question that PTAH asked was inquiring if the open display. let me come to the screen, man. I shouldn't end the class there. Did I answer the? I don't know. I think I answered. Did I answer the question? Oh, but there was another question Scribe asked. What does it do for the subconscious? Press 9 if you can hear me. They may have cut me off already. I haven't seen any movement in the chat in a while. I'm probably not even online anymore. Am I online? Am I still here? Am I online? Am I shadowed? Am I gone already? Oh, I'm still here. Hey! Hip hop hooray! Oh, hey, I'm still here, everybody. Because one day I'm not going to be. Hey, oh, hey. Join me while I'm here. Let's go, everybody. Boom, boom, and boom. Ready? Oh my goodness. Huh? Leprosy. But wait, Ptah asked the second question. Right? Oh, so of course they bring back leprosy. We got to revisit this and the highest peak of CV, which is 2021, because this is the second wave. This is the second wave. Yep. Remember, the second part of the question was inquiring about the open display of that. Does this have an effect on your subconscious through imagery? Remember that question Scribe asked? Let's go, everybody. Ready? Woo! Second part. What is the hidden hand Freemasonry? What power comes from openly utilizing subconscious imagery? What power comes from utilizing the subconscious imagery of what? Of them putting their hand like this. What power comes from that imagery? The answer is yes and no. The power is not from that imagery. Let me make plain, not explain. I don't want to put X in front of plain. Here we go. Let's make it plain. Why do we want to X out what's plain? The answer is yes and no. It is a little more complicated than this particular pose having an effect on your subconscious. The actual fact that this has on your subconscious is an invisibility effect, which means, as I've shown you on multiplicities, powerful men stand in this position and it's never ever really questioned. Meaning, how many interviews have you seen of Obama or Prince Henry or Kim Jong-un ever being asked live or pressured or pressed into, why do you all do this? As a matter of fact, this has never been focused on before today's date, which is January the 25th, 2025, brought to light today by SABA Tehuti on the Tehuti podcast, with all the Kemet teachers speaking on deciphering of the Rosetta Stone, with all the debates that take place about the decipherment of the MEDU number, where Jean-Francois Champollion is brought up and mentioned. Have you ever, and I want the family to answer, have you ever seen on any of those debates, conversations of them in those discussions, ever question why his hand is in his jacket before today's date? This is January 25th, 2025. Go back before today's date on all the conversations on the MEDU is not translated. It's not deciphered. The MEDU is deciphered by the French. The MEDU is deciphered. The Rosetta Stone. The Rosetta Stone. The Rosetta Stone. In any of those videos, does anybody mention how Jean-Francois Champollion is positioned? In the most popular picture of him that's associated with the translation of the Rosetta Stone? Can you please present the video? Because it's invisible. For all of these years, all of these people talking about John the decipher of the MEDU. How come nobody before today's date? Have you? Put the link in the room. Let me fix this here. I don't know why it's doing this today. Robert Williams, have you? Robert Williams says no. Anybody? All those debates that are taking place, and the Champollion translated the MEDU and it's not to be trusted, and no, you can't read the MEDU, it's Rosetta Stone, and all of those conversations. Everybody shows the same picture of Champollion. Everybody in every conversation. Everybody, please pull up timestamp, link, live discussion prior to today's date, January 25th, 2025, where they say, wait a minute, but why is the translator of the MEDU have his hand in his jacket like Napoleon, who discovered the Rosetta Stone that he's translating? Why does the translator have his hand like this? Is it ever brought up? Send the link. Because it's invisible. It's invisible. It's not brought up. You see it in front of you, but where is it? And it says, no, I have never. No, never questioned because they have been media trained. Exactly. Never seen it. Mark today's date, because after today, you're gonna go on some channels. You're gonna see. Have anybody ever noticed that Champollion has the hidden hand? I was just scanning through the YouTube, randomly just going through other people's channels, pressing play, and when I pressed play, I saw one guy say, I'm going to put on my Tehuti hat. I just pressed play in a random place. I'm going to put on my Tehuti hat. Watch another random section. My man Tehuti was talking about the nets are not our principles. Come to the pod class and just be a part of. But you'll see after today. And Champollion had his hand in his jacket. Prior to today, crickets, because that's the subconscious effect. The subconscious effect is that it is invisible. The other effect is what plays out. That's going to be the secondary principle of the second veil. Oh man, let's go. You ready, everybody? Boom, boom, boom. Hope you all are supporting Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at RockySV. Here we go. Send the links of people talking about the translation of the Rosetta Stone, showing this picture, and then talking about the hand in the jacket. Send the link. Here we go, everybody. Boom. Ready? It's invisible. No, it wasn't prior to today, because the focus subconsciously was to get you to unfocus. In other words, this gesture is to be seen by those, from those to those who also share the power of the control of the secondary principle of the hidden hand, while simultaneously making it unnoticeable to you, thus invisible, which is exactly what the gesture represents in the first place. Invisibility. The subconscious effect on your mind openly is the world mass worship of the secondary principle, which is what this represents, the second veil. The secondary principle, if you recall, which was to focus on the secondary, or the second most important thing, as opposed to the origin of the first that I taught before. This is subconsciously work. Is this subconsciously working? Let me test this out, everybody. Let me test this out. Ready? So, master of the second veil. It's a secondary principle. Here it is, the position. Is this working? The secondary principle? Let's see. Already, everybody, the double principle. Remember, this posture is for those in agreement to see that they are all in one accord, ruling behind the second veil. What have you been programmed to say when you agree with something? I what that. What have you been programmed to say when you agree with something? I what? I blank that. What's that? What's that word there in the place? Write that word there. When you're in unified agreement, even if the person says it after you, what is that thing you say? You could say it and the next person says the exact same thing. I blank that. When you agree to something, usually it's in court or something. I blank that. What's that word there in the blank? Type it in the room. There's 55 people watching. I don't even know if I'm still online anymore. What do you say when you agree with something? What is that you say? What is it people say? I blank that. It's not even, I agree to that. That's, I blank that. There it is. I second that. I second that. I second that. I second that. That's what you're saying when you're in agreement. The secondary principle is the agreement principle, hidden also behind the veil of those who are practicing it. It's called the second veil. I second that. They're all in agreement, all in one accord. They're behind the veil, which means you can't see what's making the people sick. You can't see what's causing all the sickness and disease. You can't see what's happening because by the time the hand comes out of the veil, as they say in their own book, it's already full of leprosy. They said in the Masonic book, that's the sign of the master. What's a master? The master is one in control. The master of the second veil. I second that. What are the 3 most popular books of religion? They all start with the second letter of the alphabet. Did you know that? Did you know that? They all start with the second letter. The letter B. What's the most popular book of Christianity? The Bible, which starts with the letter B. How does the Quran begin? Bismillah, El-Rahman, El-Rahim. The second letter in the Arabic. 2. Second letter in the English. Bismillah, El-Rahman, the letter B. That's 2. What's the book, the first book of the Torah called? Barashit. That's the second letter in Hebrew. Why is the second letter in Hebrew the letter B? The second letter in Arabic the letter B. The second letter in English the letter B. It's the second letter. The entire, what do they all have in common? That you never get to communicate with God. God would be the first. You only communicate with the books. What do they call it when you get information? What do they teach you to call it when you get information that's not coming from the direct source? What do they call it? Something in a body part. What do they call it, everybody? They call it something. It's a number in a body part. What's that? Walk with me, talk with me. What is that? When you get something that's not from the source, they call it a number in a body part. The Bible starts with the letter B. The second letter. The Hebrew book starts with the letter B. Barashit, which happens to be the second letter for some strange reason. 2 different languages, both the second letter. Arabic. The Quran starts off, it wasn't called Quran. There was no book that anybody was walking around with, that the Muhammad came down and says, this is the Quran, here it is. Such and such chapters. There were pages, and the first page was Bismillah, Allah. All giving you the communication with the secondary. You don't see the first in control because all you have is the book. There's no Moses in church today performing miracles. There's no Jesus in church today performing miracles. There's no Muhammad today, like the Muhammad of the past, performing miracles. When you get information that's not from the source, they tell you the code. Because when it's not from the source, it's controlled by the filter of someone else. It's called second. What's the hand for? I don't get it, man. What's the hand about? What do you mean hand? The second veil. You get information that's not coming from the source. It's called the second hand. You know, that which controls you through time. Because of course the clocks back in Britain only had 2 hands. Let's go, everybody. Ready? Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Everybody ready? Boom, boom, boom. That's second hand information. What hand? What do you mean second hand? It's information that came from a hand? Here we go, everybody. Boom, boom, boom. I hope I'm breaking the matrix for you. That's right. I second that because the second represents agreement. That's the echoing. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Oh my goodness. I don't even know if I can do the second question. I hope the support is large. I'll do the second one. I'll be up all night. But here we go. Boom. Yes. second is the Masonic echo of agreement. Let me take you back to Duncan's Masonic ritual and monitor. What does it say? Here we are. Brother Fast, I second that motion. Worshipful. WM, remember that. You know what WM is? It's the same letter turned up. Am I sharing? Am I kicked offline yet? Please keep me here. Here we go. WM, those are two of the same letter. When you put the M inside the W, you get the compass in the square. That's WM. That's worshipful master. WM. We're going to find out what the W and M is and how it ties into the second. Here we go. Brethren, you have heard the motion? All those in favor of the motion, make it known by the usual sign. I second that. You make that I second that known by a sign. What is I second that? I second that is I agree. All those in favor of that motion, make it be known by the usual sign. A sign that is given for all of those in agreement. Let your sign be seen. That I second that. I second that. I agree of the second veil principle, the hidden hand principle. I agree. I'm in Korea. I agree too. I'm in France. Bonjour, qu'est-ce que c'est? I agree too. I'm in Soviet Union. I agree too. I'm in America. I agree too. I'm your doctor. I agree too. It says show them this motion in a sign. The symbol for what they're doing is for them. It's not for you to do anything subconscious. The subconscious is having you worship in the second principle. And that's why you all do it. That's why you all say second-hand information. That's why you all say, I second that. We're going to keep going through them. That's why you all worship the Bible with the letter B, the second letter in the alphabet. Bismillah, the letter B, the second letter in Arabic. Barashit, the second letter in Hebrew. That's the subconscious control, is that all the spirituality and all the control is done through the second, because that's the second principle. You don't see what the first is controlling it. You don't see the hand that's controlling it. You're the one being controlled. That's the secondary principle. Here we go. I know this is taught everywhere. My favorite teachers are Tehuti, such and such and such and such, because they all teach this. The second principle is the letter B, which is a hidden image of the number 13. How many letters are there in the alphabet? New people answer. I know all my students already know. How many letters are there in the alphabet? New people. Any new people? And all my students are going to... Watch my students answer. Watch this. New people. 55 people are watching. Not my student. No matter I'm saying not my students, one of my students going to type in the answer. They can't hear me. Not my students. 55 people watching. How many letters are there in the English language? You all made it past grade 4. You should know this. 55 people watching. Watch how many people type the right answer. Let's see. Test time. Tehuti, there's no matrix on me. It's all conspiracy. You made it all up. Okay, just type how many letters are in the English alphabet. Type it, please. Let's go. Let's see. Watch this. 55 people are watching right now. Everybody's like this. I'm not going to be the first to type it. Tehuti's going to get me. No. It's a complicated question. I don't know. But if my 5-year-old answers, ask him when to answer it. There's my student answering. See, I knew it. Why? Tehuti predicted it. There she is, the beautiful Sheshet. 26. I said, not my students. But thank you, Sheshet. Nice to see you back. Nice to see you here. 57 people watching. Let's see if any 50 of the 57 people have made it past grade 4. 57 people watching. Tehuti, I know everybody's, I'm not going to answer nothing Tehuti says because he's going to trap me. I don't want to be trapped. I just want everybody to see this is a demonstration of the fear of the snake style, because of 57 people watching and nobody's going to type in the answer. If I say, not my students, nobody, I'm not typing that in. No way. Ain't no Tehuti getting me. No Tehuti not getting me, man. I'm not going to type in how many letters are in the English alphabet. I refuse. I just want everybody to see this. Notice there's crickets. Notice there's crickets. 57 people watching, and you can hear mosquitoes urinating. Because all the sneak watchers and everybody learning, one thing nobody wants to do. That's how you see the fear. I'm just asking a simple question. If you made it past grade 4, type it in the room. How many letters are there in the English alphabet? Nobody knows. Look at this, Minty. Nobody knows. M. Monroe, Shayet, Atef, Nanya, Setmer, Fatah. Nobody knows how many letters are in the English alphabet anymore. We have 60-year-olds watching, 55-year-olds, 40-year-olds, 14-year-olds, 26-year-olds, 29, 30-year-olds, and nobody can answer Tehuti. I love it. I just want everybody to see that. That's how you control a room. Hitman Holler style. You ready? Here we go, everybody. Boom, boom, boom. How many letters are there in the English alphabet? I'll ask it because everybody's trembling at their keyboards. Trembling to answer a simple question. How many letters are there in the English alphabet, everybody? Bing, 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 bing. Just 2. What do you mean, Tehuti? Alpha and beta. That's it, everybody. The secondary principle. Alpha and beta. There's only 2 letters in alphabet. It stops at the second. And you have never questioned that. You send your children to school. Codebreaker put 26. Thank you, Codebreaker, for not being petrified. The 57 people they're at the keyboard like this. And they can't type it. There's only 2 letters in the alphabet. That's it. And you never question that. That's the invisibility control principle. Let me fix this again. Thank you, Codebreaker, for stepping in and not trembling at that question. Here we go. Ready, everybody? Boom. Codebreaker put down. Is that a word? Diom. That's a new Diom. So Codebreaker says Diom. So there's only 2 letters in the alphabet, ladies and gentlemen, and you never question the school teacher. You never told your child to go to school and question that. Your child never questioned you. You never answered. That's the subconscious secondary principle control. That's the hidden hand control. That you're controlled by the number 2, and they judge to see how the masses can be controlled by putting simple things in front of you that you will never question. Alpha is a letter. It's a letter A. Beta is a letter. Alpha, beta. Zeta is a letter 2. Gamma is a letter 2. Those are all letters. So how could there be 26 letters in alpha and beta? Teach me. Let your cognitive dissonance teach Tehuti. You see, the reason is because you know what it means. You know what I mean, man? Come on, man. You're looking at it too deep. Alpha and beta means the whole thing. It's the 26 letters, man. You know, come on, dude. You know what we're talking about. That's my Jamaican brother say, move. Watch this. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Move. When they're sick of you, move. You ready, everybody? Here we go. Boom. 2 letters, the secondary principle. It just stops at 2. Here it is. Alpha and beta. It's not alpha to zeta. It's alpha and beta. That's the secondary principle controlled by 2. 1, 2. Alpha 1, beta 2. It stops at the letter B. What number is this, everybody? 13. Huh? 12, 13, 14, which is also the second letter. The number 13 and the letter B is the same. They're the same. This and this are the same. 13 and B is a slash with a 3 in front of it. That makes the letter B put together and hidden. Boom. And the Masonic code, 13 is also B, which is the second principle. How many letters are there in the alphabet that start with their own sound? Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh. Let's go through these. Ready? Wait, it's not on the screen. Why is it not on the screen? Ready? What's doing? My thing is expand. Oh, let me fix it. I'm trying to get this whole thing on the screen so you can see. I want you to make note, everybody, that when I say this, these are the letters that start with their own sound. A starts with an A. B. B starts with the B letter. C could start with the letter S. D. D starts with a D. E starts with an E. F starts with the letter E. It's F. It's not Fa, it's F. G starts with a G. H starts with the letter A. H. I starts with I. J is the same as G. We already have a G. K. K starts with a K. L starts with an E. So on and so forth to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 letters are in the alphabet. They doubled it to tell you that it was 26 because why is my screen going crazy? 26 is 13 doubled, huh? What happened? 26 is a duality illusion because 13 and 13 is 26. It is not 26. First of all, there's 2, alpha, beta. That's 2. That's the secondary principle of control of the language. Then 13 are the only ones that start with their own letter. That's it. The rest of them are not needed. The rest of them are starting with another letter, L, E, L. The only ones that start with their own letter are 13. Then they double it until you're 26. That's 13 second principle. Am I doing another answer after this? We'll see what they're doing. We'll see. Boom, 13, because the alpha, beta stops at 2, second, and is composed of 13 letters, which is second, because 13 and 2 are the same letter, because 13 is B, which is second. Remember the worshipful master? We're going to get there in a moment. What is the smallest period of time? Everybody? What is the smallest period of time on your clock? I'm going to take my screen off for a moment. You will type, what's the smallest period of time on your watch? What's going on here with me? The room. There I am. Did you all get it? The second. You see that? The second, huh? Danny Nadler, Perturbo, Tehuti. The second. Shasha put mind-blowing answers again and again. Why does he keep making things big like this? Holy, oh man, hold on. Okay, I'm gonna start moving the mouth of it. Mind-blowing answers again. Where is it? Mind-blowing answers again and again. Only here from the great SABA Tehuti Pod class. Boom. Hope you all are enjoying this class so far. Support the class that is going on. If you all like this more than you like Lay's potato chip and Duncan Hines, Cash App and all the stuff that we all supported, support Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at RockySB. If you've ever seen a class like this done before on this topic, go ahead and put the link in the room and we'll support them. If not, please support this more than Con Candy and the Avengers. We're still going though. I answered the question half an hour ago. I answered the question half an hour ago for Scribe Pata. I've already answered the question. This is just I don't even know what this is. We're just going and going and going. Support the Tutti Pod class. Yes, your time is controlled by the second principle. That's why there's no first on your watch. There's no first on your clock. Because there's tick, 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 tick. And you tell time by two hands. You know, two hands. That's what tells time. The first is the second. You never questioned it though. That's the subconscious effect it has on people. The second hand is being done through your lifestyle. As they look at you and laugh at you and watch you calling the first period of time a second, having a Bible starting with the letter B, the Quran starting with Bismillah, the Torah starting with Barashith. You're talking through an alphabet, calling alphabet 26 letters and there's only 2. You're saying there's only 2. It's called cognitive dissonance. There's 2, but there's 26. But there's 2. There's alphabet. What about the zeta? Is the word zeta an alphabet? I thought it'd be alpha zeta. No, it's 2, but it's 26. But wait a minute. There's only 13. Double that, and that's 26. They're laughing, watching to control the secondary principle. That's the effect. This is the agreement. Remember the motion of agreement. I second that. This is the motion of the secondary principle. I hope y'all. I should sell Cracker Jacks. Here we go. Ready? Hope you all support. That's all I have to say. I hope everybody supports us. Here we go. Boom, 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 boom. Here we go. Ready? Boom. The second. That's right. Your first time, your time begins with a second. With, of course, 2 hands on the clock, the first and the second hand, and your time begins with the second. Ready, everybody? Your whole religious life is based on second-hand information. Everybody, and let me ask something. What wavelength do most people reside on throughout their life? Keeping their mind in a hyper-busy, distracted state. That you have to get out of this wavelength to go into a calm, meditative state. What's the name of that wavelength, everybody? Somebody tell me. What's the name of it? What's the name of the wavelength, the brain wavelength? They say it's thinking, hyper. You're alert, you're afraid, you're protective. But you have to come out of that wavelength to contact the other side or contact your inner self. What's the wavelength that you cannot be in? The hyper one that keeps you away from spirituality. Oh, it's called the second letter in the alphabet? That's what it's called? There's 4 wavelengths, aren't there? You think the spell ends? No, it's still going. There's 4. What are the 4, everybody? Can you type the 4 in for me? What are the 4? Because remember, the English alphabet. What are the 4, everybody? What are the 4 wavelengths? Just type it in. Students can participate. What are the 4 wavelengths? Seems to be 2 that match everything else. What are the 4 wavelengths called, everybody? Type them in. What are the name of the 4 wavelengths? Type them in order. Huh? What are the 4 brain waves? Okay, good. Y'all, let's go. Let's just look at it to see if the one that is the hyper. What's the one of the hyper one that is non-spiritual? Let's go and see. Everybody ready? Let's just go to it. Boom, 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 boom. Here it is. Beta, alpha, theta, delta. Uh-oh. What are the two that stay consistent with the secondary principle? There's your alpha, beta right there again. And then it changes because your ABCs come from the Greek ABC, but this goes alpha, beta, theta, delta. But there's your alpha, beta. That stays consistent with what we're familiar with, but the beta one is in a busy thinking state. That's your protective state. All the other ones, look, relaxed, daydreaming, deep meditation between awake states, shamanic states, bridge to consciousness, unconscious, very, very deep. All the other three wavelengths are the spiritual one, the one that they tell you to get out of. What wavelength do you have to get out of in order to go into the spiritual state? The secondary, the beta wavelength, right? Why are all the other three the calm ones, the deep meditation, the shamanic states? But the one that's hyper that you have to get out of is the one called beta. Second-hand information. I second that. Well, what is it called when you're not of the strongest of men? When there's a group of men and there's the ones that are the weak ones, what are they called, by the way? I'm just curious. What is the weak man called? Because you know the weak man can never represent the netter, can never represent the pharaohs, can never represent. What is the weak man called? Beta, huh? Ah. Beta. That's what the weak man is called? The man that can't rule is the beta. So the man that can't rule, isn't that the one that is ruled over? What's the name of the beta pharaoh? What's the beta Chinese emperor called? What's the beta Aztec shaman's name? The beta one is the one that's ruled over, the one that's controlled, the weaker one. That's what beta, that's the secondary principle. You being controlled. Because your brain is in a hyperactive state. That's the beta frequency. Everything about beta, they're telling you what it is. And giving you the way to speak, calling it alpha beta. Oh man. If you are getting this anywhere else, feel free to put the link in the room. We'll all shut this class down and go there. Here we go, everybody. Boom, boom, boom. Mind-blowing class. I hope you all appreciate it. The beta wavelength, the hyper one, the non-spiritual one. The man that is ruled is the beta male. The beta, that's control. The word masonry means to create. It is to build. That which makes the environment. That surrounds you and controls. Thus you will see the Masons with the G ring periodically, and the ring with a compass and a square representing the grand architect. That's the one in control of things. There's the G. There's the W and there's the M. There's the M and the W. Oh, by the way, remember I made clear there are 13 letters in the alphabet? 13 is B, which is the second principle. Let me ask the class, what actually is the 13th letter of the alphabet, though? What is the 13th letter? Other than the fact that there's only 13 letters in the alphabet, that they secondarily trick you, doubly trick you, telling you there's 26, but there's actually only 13 that start with their own sound, but what is the 13th one? Anybody know? What's the 13th one? Does anybody know? Everybody's doing the fingers out. A, B, C, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, M. M for Mason. That's the 13th one. The Grand Architect. Am I frozen again? They're freezing me. Am I back? M. Where did we see M before? Where did we see M before? This class is, I don't know. Where did we see M before, everybody? Anybody remember where we saw M before? Where did we see that before? Where did we see M before? Anybody remember? We saw that right here in the DUNCANS, Masonic Ritual and Monitor. Shall I show you again? I keep having to do this to people. Here we go. Ready? Boom, 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 and boom. Here it is. WM, because the M is a W upside down. That's worshipful master. M is the master, the controller of something. And the master, and when you get to the top, it's MM. MM, which is Master Mason, because M is the 13th letter. M is the 13th letter. When you turn it or double it, put it upside down, then it becomes a W. The invisible part that controls you. What's the invisible part that controls you? Oh, it's called the Ka. What's the symbol of the Ka? What's the symbol of the Ka in the MEDU? The Napoleon and Champollion study. You are the Ka within my body, which creates me and makes me strong. Because the Ka, which is the conscious energy inside of you, which is the Meta word for double. And the symbol are the hands, the working hands, but you can't see them. They're like this. They're doing the work. You can't see the hands that are doing the work. So the symbol of AMUN are two hands up in the Ka position under a table called the hidden one. AMUN is called AMUN-E. You know what that means? The hidden hand. The work that's being done that you can't see. The Ka energy, those are the hands that you can't see. They're the supportive hands of the female. Why you always see Aset and Netep behind a star like this. Their hands are always like this, backing him up. But if you stand in front of a star, you can't see them. It shows you them perfectly aligned. You turn it sideways and now you can see the supportive Ka energy that makes the man the alpha male, not the beta. Why? Because Pharaoh is from the word par-ee. What does that mean? Per is a house, which is a temple, the temple of man. What's the ee? It means two hands. The word Pharaoh, you know, the alpha male and not the beta. He's the temple that's supported by the EE, the two hands. What two hands? Aset and Nebtet, the female energy, the Ka energy that supports man. You know, when you build a strong family and you have your women or woman behind you backing you, and that's what sends you out into the world strong. You go out into the world strong and happy because your women are backing you. When you don't have that, the EE, the Ka hands behind you, you become Beta, the soft male, the push around, the Beta, not the Par EE, the temple backed by the female energy. Because you can't have the word Pharaoh without the women involved. Did your teacher teach you that? You know, the one that keeps saying Egyptians are black, Egyptians are black, Egyptians are black, Egyptians are black, and Egyptians are black, and the Bible's wrong, the Egyptians are black, and the Bible's wrong, the Egyptians are black, and the Bible's wrong, the Egyptians are black. The Egyptians are black. 5 years are going by, the Bible's wrong, the Egyptians are black. Did he tell you what the word Par EE means? That it's the female energy, the Ka energy, the invisible hands, the feminine hands that are behind man. That was the original invisible hands. That was the original one that made the Pharaoh, the Ka. Take it away, and you get the Beta male. The Beta is the one that's controlled. Tehuti, you made it all up. Yep, it was 35,000 years ago. Ready? Here we go. Boom, boom, and boom. There it is. Number 13, M. Mason. There it is. WM, Worshipful Master. You get it? You got it? Let's go. Boom. Better wavelength. Better wavelength, the one where you cannot be spiritual. Better male, the one that is not the strong man. The word masonry from the letter M, the 13th letter, is to create, the builder, which makes the environment that surrounds you and controls you. Thus you will see the masons with the G ring periodically, with the ring and the compass and the square, representing the grand architect. The grand architect is the one that controls. Remember, I made it clear there are 13 letters in the alphabet. And what is actually the 13th one? Boom, the letter M. 13 letters in the alphabet, and the 13th one is the M one. Okay? Boom. And that is the unseen control of the puppet master, the Wizard of Oz behind the veil. Most popular term in your head to create the background that surrounds you that is false when you use your computer screen. What is that? What's the most popular term, everybody? What's the most popular term that you use for your computer when you want to make a background? It's a false reality. It's a false reality. What is it called? I'm back, everybody. Got kicked off, somehow I'm back. Woo. Okay, good. So we got the grand architect. But what's the name of the thing that you put behind you on the computer so that you can create a false reality around you? What's that called? What is it called, everybody? Press the 9 if you can hear me. And what is it called, everybody? What is it called? Shout out to Rilo. I always give shouts to the new name. What's the thing that you use? There it is. That's right. A green screen. It's a veil that falls behind you, and it creates a false reality that the viewers look at, and what they see is what you want them to see. It's called a green screen. The green screen creates the veil and the color that creates the false reality. That's right, Akhenaten. Green screen. The master mason that creates all this is called the Grand Architect. What's the name of the last person that Neo goes to see that was in control of everything? It's called the Architect. The green screen creates a false reality that your eyes see into your eyes. That's a real reality, but it's a false reality created by the green screen. It's a veil that goes behind you, and it creates a false reality that you control. Right, everybody? Let's go. This is the longest. I don't know if I can do the second class. We'll see how the support goes. Ready, everybody? This is a crazy. Ready, everybody? Boom. Green screen, everybody. There it is. The green veil of the green screen creates a false reality behind you that you control. You control what you want people to see behind the green screen. Ready, everybody? Ready? Why is the matrix tinted green? Let me shrink this down a little bit. Well, that the world of the matrix is tinted green, whereas scenes that occur outside of the matrix, in reality, have much more realistic tone. Why was a green filter chosen to portray the matrix? You can tell me about you can tell me about the two colors that are used to distinguish. Can you tell me about the two colors used to distinguish the inside from the outside of the matrix? So can you tell me about the two colors used? Can you tell me about the two colors that are used to distinguish the inside from the outside of the matrix? Bill? To distinguish the matrix from reality, from Nebuchadnezzar and the pod's reality, was given a cooler color, bluer, more normal, less sickly look, less sickly look, less sickly look. The green represents sickness. The leprosy, the less sickly look. The future in the film is cold. The sun is blotted out. There is no real warmth unless it is artificial heat. So that is why they went for the cool side. Whereas the matrix created by the computers is decadent, decaying world. So it has a green hue. The green hue represents the sickness, the decaying world. Putting your hand in your bosom and pulling it out, and it's diseased and decaying, leprosy, covidios. These are two different colors, green and blue. The matrix should make you feel sick, disease, the control of those that control the disease. And in reality, where's Rigo? And in reality, you should feel a little more at home, but never comfortable. If you make it gold and warm, that is the home, that is home and safe haven. That's for Nefertatan. Second. The other day, I started using warm lights. I did this unconsciously for the first time in Neil's bedroom. It felt right that it should be slightly warm. So an artificial computerized world that keeps you in a sick state, the beta wavelength of death, the leprosy, hand coming out, control of the disease. And that is the unseen control of the puppet master, the hidden hand, the Wizard of Oz behind the veil. Oh, by the way, when they were looking for Neo where they were testing each child to see who was the real Neo, they showed two cubes, and the first one flying up to the air was OZ. That's Oz. And in the Wizard of Oz, when they finally found Oz, he was the one that was controlling everything. Did you ever notice the color in the Wizard of Oz? Green. See the green color? The one in control of everything, green. But when they looked behind the green screen, the veil, when they went to see, we're off to see the wizard, the wonderful Wizard of Oz. What do you see? And behind the curtain, the man behind the veil, who is hidden behind all of this. Who is this scary green looking creature right here? They go behind it. And it's a weak old beta male who is behind the with him freely previous to expiration from behind the screen. That's the controller behind the screen. The secondary principle of that which controls things behind the screen. Oz. Who could control things? Oh, by the way, what is the word Oz mean? Anybody know what the word Oz means? Am I on, everybody? I'm moving now. What does Oz mean? It doesn't mean anything. You know why, everybody? Because it's not a word. What do you mean, Tehuti? Let's keep doing this. Huh? Oh, controlling everything? Everybody see that? You see that, Nanny? What does Oz mean? It doesn't mean anything. It's not a word. It's not a word. The one who controls everything is supposed to be Neo, the first block. Oz mean? It doesn't mean anything. Otep, I am done. Oz is 13, the controller. B, second principle, second veil. Otep, I am done. Matrix broken. For those who appreciated this more than the waiter that you have tipped or the past reciprocity that you have spent over the past years on July 4th, Thanksgiving, Halloween, cotton candy, or if you have learned anything from this, or if this has had any impact or has advanced your recent current understanding of the subject matter on this particular subject matter, please send your tip of reciprocity appreciation. You can call it We See Your Hand, Wizard of Oz, First Not Second, Matrix Broken, or any creative title that you can come up with to Cash App, TT AMUN, PayPal at RockYesV. 13B, second principle, hidden hand. Otep, I am done. So, it's a record, isn't it? 2 hours and 35 minutes. That's longer than The Matrix and The Wizard of Oz. Hotep, I am done. I'm going to put the link in the room. I'm going to check the comments, and then we're going to go straight to see what's support. I haven't heard one notification. Let me see. We're going to see the support given. Cash App, TT AMUN, PayPal at RockSV. They're coming out now. You all still see me? Cash App, TT AMUN, PayPal at RockSV. Support the Tehuti Pod class if you appreciate that at all. Support the Tehuti Pod class. Cash App, TT. I'm frozen. Oh, look at this. It shrunk me all the way down. Oh my goodness. Now build me all the way back up. I'm huge on the screen. Whoa. My computer screen is going crazy. Absolutely crazy right now. Oh my. Does it show me? Am I there?
Yeah, this is the normal.
I look normal, right? Oh, let me fix this. Oh, wow! Look at this. Oh my goodness. We got AMUN and AMUNET in the room. Something is. There's the class AMUN and AMUNET. Okay, 2 hours and 35-minute answer. Well, the answer. Yeah, it's gonna be like that. I don't know what to. Yeah, that's can't do nothing about it. Thank you. I appreciate that. You can't. It's just. Okay, can you all see me?
Yes, we can see you.
Okay. Cash App, TT AMUN, PayPal at RockSV. That is the link for the supporters. Support. We're going to go straight to the Gmail when PTAH comes in. We're going to go to the Gmail and read the support that was given. What do you think of that class, AMUN and AMUNET?
I thought that this class is phenomenal and fantastic. Very detailed. Exquisite. Perfect. Very, very, very thorough.
Exquisite.
To offer all the different things that you went into. Well, for it's like this was a giant knot inside my brain, this topic, and you just untangled the knot and showed all different pathways that made the knot. That's how it feels. 2 hours for going into the FAUCI part. 2 hours for putting everything here together in one class. I know that you've taught about some of these things spread out through different classes. So for putting it all into one class with the alpha, beta, and the 13 letters, and the Mason, and the 13, and then 12 for showing the Oz part as well. You gave like a little bit, 2 movie breakdowns a little bit. So 12 for that. This class is vast, very vast. So 12 very much, SABA, Hotep Marie. 12 for saving us.
Nini Ugg. How you doing, Hush Nation? Oh, I'm sorry. I'll get to you in a second, Hush Nation. How you doing, AMUNET?
So I'm doing wonderful. This is extremely powerful. And as Amun said, Tuah for saving us, and Tuah for opening my eyes and showing me all these things that you're showing. This is extremely powerful and important. So Tuah so much for everything that you do for all your students, and for your protection and safety, and for all that you bring forth. Tuah, Hotep, and Mary.
Nini Ook, there's Angela Gates with the fire. Let's see what the chat says. Amazing. Amun Ka with the. Well, Robert Williams says Amun Ka with the moon and fire. Amun Ka giving back the fire. Shuffling fire around. Ibeti Amun says, so good. Nefer class, Nefer Saba. Ibeti Amun clapping. Atef, come online, brother. Come online and tell these people to support. This is where I need Atef on right now. World needs you, Saba. We need you. Thank you. And what do you think of that, Hush Nation? Before I read some of the support that were sent. Only a couple of supports that were sent. I want to see what comes in. But go ahead, Hush Nation.
Yes, SABA, Hotep Marie, Dua Sakem. I'm grateful to be here. Hotep Marie to Amun and Amunet and the rest of the HOA family. The presentation was good. I missed up most of it. I was on PayPal most of the time, going through some PayPal troubles, but
okay.
I fighting through it, and I'm going to get through it, you know. So I miss up a lot, and then every time I come in to the class, it's just gems dropping, but I can't focus on the class because the people on my mind start to back and forth, and yeah, but to us so much, I have to go back over this one, and the second and the 26, the alpha beta, the 13 with the B after change, but I got to go back on it. To us so much, Sarah.
Nini Uk, I'm going to go through some of the supports here. Let me refresh this page and see what the people thought of this class. 2 hours and what was it? 2 hours and 35 minutes. Starting off with we're gonna go down to where? Go down to Robert E. Williams. Where's Pata? I need my noisemaker. Where's the Tef? Robert E. Williams is the first I'm gonna read off. I'm going to give him some big noise. Let me go ahead. I think I hear Pata coming in now, but I can't see him because of my screen. Let me fix this here. This is interesting. Let me see. January 25th. Okay. Oh, it's not letting me type. Uh-oh. Oh, 1 second, everybody. Hold on. I have to. Something is not correct here.
And your screen frozen on my side.
Oh, something's not right. Let me see. Wow. Something's jamming up my computer. 1 second, everybody. This is very strange. Let me see if Annie is in yet. Annie is in there. Something's jamming up my computer. Something's definitely something is blocking up my computer. Hold on. Let me do this again, family. Something is changing on my keyboard. What? January 25th, right? You try to type in. Oh wow! Look at that. Okay, everybody. What I'm going to do is I have to reboot, and I'm frozen too. Can you hear me? Wow.
Yeah, we're hearing you. I hear you loud and clear, Saba.
I'm about to go to Barbados, man. Let me I'm gonna change your plan to Barbados. Hold on, oh no, let me find. I have to come off this computer and come back in. Something is blocking all of my my functions. I have to reset everything. I'll be right back, everybody. You all build. I'll be right back. I have to reset everything. Hold on. Wow. Something is jamming up all my functions. Let me start again.
Hotep Marie Amun. Big up yourself, my brother. Big love, big MAAT.
Hotep Marie to you as well, Hush Nation. I'm happy to see you here. Happy you're safe. Doing good. Doing great. Happy you were able to catch part of the class. You're definitely going to love the rest of it once you watch the rest. What do you think of it so far?
Well, when you say I'm going to enjoy the rest of it, I remember at the beginning, Saba was saying at the end of the class it can get real spicy and all of that stuff, you know. But I just vexed that I ain't catch it live. I had a perfect chance to catch it live, you know, and then I'm checking like, man, I can't concentrate. I can just go on PayPal, and then once I get the support sent, I'm gonna come back, and I ain't get the support sent. So I guess after the part class, I gotta go back on PayPal, you know, and do like Annie Potan, Atefrem Kim. You know them boys, those wizard the technology. So yeah, that's what I'm gonna do when I finish with a part class, you know. But I remember Saba breaking down the alpha beta. I think on like one of the first part classes, he broke this down, you see, and that was like, I was so excited to get back into this. And when I see he was going to go back on this, I couldn't believe it, you know. And like yesterday, self, I was thinking, it is be so never when Saba was talking about something in the past, and then he bring it in a present class. He can bring more information, you know, but when he bring it back with the new class, it does make it so much better, you know. So I miss it because I'm going to go back and watch it, you know, but damn, I wish I had catch the whole second and the second and the first of the chain. Just the little gems alone I was getting while I was going in and out was fire. So I can't wait to catch the recap.
Yes, you're definitely gonna love it. Saba really went in with this one. He really showed us how the whole second hidden hand is put together, how they use it amongst themselves, and how they use it to specifically the second part to control us. Definitely a big foundation, a big part of their matrix to get everybody to be in that beta wave, to be in that second. Because when someone is in that beta wave, you're not able to access the DUAT, the Nether Kurt, the real time zone, their inner self, your subconscious, to be able to be conscious in their peshes or dreams. And that's where the power really lies. That's where the hidden workings really lie, within those realms. And by them getting people to focus on other things, on their survival here, they take away the aspect of themselves that actually helps them survive, which is their ka. So this is definitely one of the big foundations of their matrix. To know this information, to repeat this information to yourself various different times of the day, can remind you the world that you're living in, what the world really is and what they want it to be able to exercise the knowledge of them creating everything around us in this matrix to be the second, to get people to be in the beta. By knowing that, you can make sure you keep yourself disciplined in the alpha and various other wavelengths. Very important, because this shows us what we are going up against and what is constantly bombarding us and coming after us. That they're constantly trying to keep us in the matrix, and Saba Tuti is here to constantly free us from the matrix. What's up, Great Saba?
Hey, am I back? Am I moving? Am I here?
Yes, you look good now.
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
you're back, Saba.
What's that?
You're back. We see you, we hear you loud and clear.
Okay, great. Thank you, everybody. I had to reboot everything. something something changed all the functionalities of my my computer. My the buttons did different things. The up and down made the screen expand. Everything was something else. So I couldn't save. I couldn't function. But I'm back now. Everything is fine. We're gonna go through the donations. Scribe is back. There's your answer, Scribe. There's your answer.
To our great Saba. Yeah, I appreciate this greatly. Yeah, you went into a lot. I was happy when you got out of the plan. Every time you start talking about that, I'm like, oh man, let's get up out of there, cause. But to our for showing that and that footage of the man, and you know showing all of what you did. I'll go into more in your break, but to our great Saba for teaching this and all of the different facets of it that you touched and showing us the second, the B and the 13 and the double of the alphabet.
Nini Uk, glad you appreciate it. And you just well, let me get back to the screen. I can't see you. Hold on. You just okay, here we go. Now it's functioning. Here we go. Oh, okay, there we go. Let me fix one thing, Scribe. Hold on. And just so everybody knows, we're gonna get into the donations right now, but just so everybody knows, yes, I want to go over it. Okay. That question just got. Did you send that question in the last class, right?
Yes.
That question just got sent last class. When people say, when I send in a pod class question, how long does it take to answer? I actually don't know. I don't know the answer to that. Sometimes it takes 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Sometimes it's the very next class. Hush Nation sent me a question that before the class. It wasn't even in the class. It was sometime in between when a class was gonna be a next class, and I had the answer for him. I think he sent it on a Wednesday. I didn't get a chance to announce it, and I had the answer for him. So it all depends what comes to me. It all depends what it all depends on what's around me. So it's hard to say when I can, but this is an example of a fast answer that was actually one of the longest answers, if not the longest pod class answer I ever gave. And when the pod class began today, this answer was not done. So a lot of that came in after the class already started. So that's what you get when you ask a question here at the Tehuti pod class. Hope you all appreciate it. And we're gonna go over the supports now. I'm gonna go a few minutes on the supports, and then I'm gonna take a break. But let's show the family how much this is appreciated. Let's see. So shout out to Robert E. Williams. Read that for me, Amunet. I need to hear some female voice energy.
2072 for Pata'ani Nefer question, hidden hand revealed.
Uh-oh. Patah, do you hear her fine?
Yes, I hear her perfect.
Read that again, Amunet. Let me see how your sound is to me. I can't hear you.
2072 for Pata'ani Nefer question, hidden hand revealed.
Perfect. Thank you, Amunet. All right, let's give Robert E. Williams some big noise, please. Let's go. We got another tip coming in from Newty. Another tip coming in from Minty Hotep. I wanted to do 2 questions tonight. I wanted to, well, actually, that was 2 questions. I wanted to do the next one. I'll see how the time looks and see how the support is given on this one. See, I'm going to go through another hour and a half. This is Minty Hotep. Amuna, could you read that for us again, please?
Yes, I can. 1010 for Hotep Henu, great SABA with the Kahans, breaker of the matrix.
Give her a hand clap, please. Thank you, Aminette. I was just making a joke about this. If this refers to what I think to Owen Hythe, this is what I think it is. Shout out to the good brother Owen Hythe. He said, I'll read this one because I just made a joke about this actually. Make Kemet great forever. So I told one of my naturists that I was gonna put on a MAGA hat. She's like, what? And I was like, I forgot what happened, but I said, yeah, it was make AMUN great again. And then he sends in a tip. This is just recently, and he sends a tip: making Kemet great forever. Shout out to you. Shout out to you, Owen Hythe. Appreciate you. You are consistently supporting. We are going to make Kemet great forever. That's right. It's not MAGA, not make America great again. It's making Kemet great forever. Give him some big, big noise, please.
All I'm offering is the truth, nothing more.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's go. All right, we got I don't know what this says here. I don't know what this says here. It's from Big Vase. I don't know what this says. Oh, Nana's just hearing that now. She's laughing. For I'm gonna get Emma to see if she can translate this. Okay, good. I heard a notifications. Some support's coming in. Thank you, everybody. This is from Big Vapes. Emma, read that for me, please. You know what this says?
I don't know what that says. AHT. I don't know what that means. One tip from Patabo Damo, $5.
Patad, you know what this means? A tip for something. For what's that? That's Patabo language. All right, let's give him a hand clap. I don't know what this is for. It's a tip for something I did. Give him a hand clap for that. Okay, where are the monsters at? Where are the monsters at? Where are you? The big support. Here we go. Vortex Ninja. This is interesting what Vortex Ninja did. Oh, because he always adds the I get it. Shout out to Vortex Ninja. He sends a certain amount, and I guess it was short, so he sent another one to make up for the couple dollars short. I get it. I see. So we're gonna we have 2 from Vortex Ninja. Shout out to Vortex Ninja, who Sends if the first one is 23, give him some big noise.
All I'm offering is the truth. Nothing more.
Thank you, Breakfast Ninja. Appreciate you. And then he saw that he was short a couple dollars, or however he realized, and he sent he went ahead and sent this to make it from 23 to 25.93, because that's usually what he sends. So that was added on to that. So thank you, Vortex Ninja, for that. And we're going on. Some more support came in. We have we have Madleaf. Madleaf, I hope I'm saying that correctly. She's very appreciative in her write and what she wrote. So she wrote, okay, this is I'm gonna get Amunet to read this. Oh, where is she? Where's Madleaf? Shout out to Madleaf, who says Amunet, read that for me, please.
Thank you for the class, Saba. I will be rewatching it, and thank you all for being so kind to me. I hope to be consistent with it, as it brings me peace to show support.
Hey, give her a hand clap for that, for thanking everybody for being kind to her. Give her a hand clap for that. Okay, wonderful. Peace to you, Madleaf, and to her for your appreciation for what you felt as kindness. That's one thing people say about the Tutti Paw class panel. When they come here, they say that this is all they receive is kind, loving energy. There's no big discrepancies. There's really no discrepancies. That's one of the compliments that is given to the Tutti Paw class. That is the energy that I always wanted to have around me, and thus the students echo that energy, and other people feel it when they come in for the first time. This is a beautiful title. Oh my goodness, beautiful. Amu, could you read that for me, please? This is what the class should have been called.
Yes, I can read this, Sabo. From Gabriela Lopez, $22.22 for lifting the veil and showing us the truth. Wow. With a white Eve.
Give her some big hand claps for that, lifting the veil. Give her some hand claps.
And yes, the Hekau really works. Yes.
I'm gonna read a few more. I may have to go into the next there's a few supports given, but I guess I need to do the next one. That's Maharu, are you there? Maharu, are you still with us? I know you're all the way on the other side of the world, but are you still with us? Shout out to who's this? Oh, this is who's on the screen. Shout out to Amun and Amunet. Go ahead and read that for us, Amunet, please.
$40 for destroying the beta tricks. Henu par Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra.
beta tricks. Oh, I like it. Thank you. Give them some big noise, please. Oh man, that's interesting. Shout out to Scribe having fun on the. Is that the gong? I don't know what that bell. It sounds familiar. And shout out to Scribe, the noise, the DJ. Thank you, AMUN and AMUN. I appreciate you. That is wonderful. Excellent. Okay, I'm going to read a couple more. I'm going to take a break. I may have to go into the next question. If there's, it's going to be a lot of time, but I have to do it because the support. I guess I need to do another answer to Okay, here's Lisa. Lisa twice. Lisa 3 times. Lisa's going to get some big noise. Here she is 3 times. Boom, Lisa. Lisa is very honorable. She's actually tipping for one that was missed. That's beautiful. Oh, why am I stuck? Okay. Much respect to Lisa. There's actually 3 of them here from her. Lisa and Hush Nation, could you read that for us, please?
Yeah, for letting me read it, Saba. $20 from Lisa for a tip for today's pod class.
Give her some hand claps, please. Thank you, Lisa, and you're about to get another set of hand claps because you have another donation here with for a tip from the class that you 111. Okay, she's sending support tips to date for the classes she's missed. Okay, and there's from Lisa again for a tip for pod class 111 2025. Give her some noise for that, please. Thank you, Lisa. Very honorable. What? Random. Last class. Okay, let me change that. Wow. Okay, and from Lisa again. I think that Lisa. That's 111 and Lisa again for last week. Last class. And give her a hand clap. It's Lisa again for last week's class. Give her a hand clap for that.
There is no screw.
Yeah, we're here. And we're the best.
We're the best. And shout out to Ann Pooh with a tip for the class. He said his mind was blown with the Oz. All right, there's $13, and that is for Oz, Mind Blown, CFTK, which is thanks for the knowledge. Oh, did it come off? No. It came off the screen?
Yes,
You all see it on the screen?
We see it now.
Okay, thank you. Give him a hand clap for that, please. Shout out to the cat is a so kid, you gotta harness your abilities. You well, what is this? What is this here? I'm gonna put the cat's mind read. Shout out to Nefertatan Saket. This is happening several times. Shout out to you if you're listening. I love the frequency. To all the students for aligning yourself with the frequency of what it is that I'm trying to create here. And Saket is, I think of something to ask, and she sends me the message answering the question that I'm thinking to send out to her. And I was thinking for her to do something today. Didn't send her any message, but I was just thinking of it, and she sent this, which is what I was what I was thinking about. So it's a beautiful frequency here. This is Nefertatan. She sent me a message about a situation with support. Appreciate the respect for that. And then I thought of something that she could do, and she just did it here. So shout out to Nefertatan, and I'm gonna get Scribe. Read that. That's in MetaNetter. You like MetaNetter? That's your MetaNetter Echo Feminine Principle. Go ahead and read that for us, please, Scribe. First time I'm getting you to read, I think.
999 from Nefertatan Saket. DUAT is Shin.
Give her a hand clap for Give her a hand clap for that. The mind reader. Give her a hand clap for that, please. What's happening to that? Monster shutting it down. I'm going to read this one, then I'm going to read Scribe, because he asked the question, then I'm going to take a break. There's a couple more, then I'm going to decide if I'm going to do another answer or not, which is Maharu's answer, but I didn't know this was going to be 2 hours and 35 minutes, and it's getting into some of the late hours, so I don't want to go till 2 in the morning, but we're going to go... who is this? This is Monster. Oh wait. Okay. Oh man. Monster supporter. I'm gonna get Amunet to the test again. Amunet, I have something for you. I have a Beged Leisure support that you have to read for us, please, and make this out. Go ahead. So read that for us, Amunet. What does that say?
$50 for Mahen Snake eating tail SABA Tehuti. A dog chases tail. Is dog making fun of owner? True Hekau. Young Netzer pointing to origin Ker Rek. Medu origin from Tehuti. Healer Tua.
I like that one. And when you read it, I understood it more. Thank you, Big Ed Leisure. I understand that more. To you. And give him, and thank you, Amunet, for translating, reading that, and making it out. Give him some big noise with the Transformers and everything. Give him some big noise. Hold on, before you do that, Nanny Sitmer says, magical Nefertatin, if she can move oh yes. Then there's this. I'll let Nanny talk about that one day. Mary Saket is moving things in someone else's house. Anyways, shout out to Big Ed Leisure. Give him some big, huge monster noise, please.
Oh my God!
Humans have asked us to play by their rules.
And yes, the Hekau really works.
I don't know who got shot that time, but shout out to Scribe. I don't know who that was. Sound like Annie from Hard Knock Life, or I don't know who that was. But shout out to Scribe. Okay, wonderful, Maharu. And I'm going to read this last one. I'm going to take a break. And then, of course, it's coming from the man who asked the question, is giving a tip support for the answer that he receives. And that is none other than the man on the screen right now. I'm going to get him to read this. It was Nook Punuk. Nook Punuk. Where's Nook Punuk taking up the whole chat? Where is he? Shout out to Annie Patah attend Tehuti. And go ahead, Annie Patah Annie attend Tehuti. Read that first, please.
3322 for Dua for making plain the Amen, Charet, the hidden hand, Mary, which is the Medu word for support.
Okay, wonderful. Give yourself some big noise because the Tef is not here. Give yourself some noise, please.
Push the button.
You are watching a master at work.
Thank you, thank you. All right, but I'm going to take a break. When I come back, I'm going to decide if I'm going to get into the next answer. It is kind of late, but I'm going to refresh the page. I need a Tef to come on the screen, talk to the people about the support of the class that I just gave. Talk to the people. Hush Nation, talk to the people. Amunet, talk to the people about the support, because I really wanted to do the second one for Maharu, but it is it's getting late because I had to start the class late. But we're only technically 6 hours in. We usually do at least 9 hours, so we'll see. But I don't want to do that huge class and half the people are sleeping and then there's like 5 supports or something. It's a really big class for Maharu, and I have to decide if I want this one to keep me up late. So you all support Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. Support the Tutti Pod class and keep things moving. And there is a Tef right on time, right on cue. Let's see if he can come in though. Let's see if a Tef is here. I don't see him. Can you hear us, Atef? Okay, he's working on it. There he is. I think you're on mute if you're saying anything. We can only see Atef, we can't hear him. What's going on?
Hotep, Great Saba, can you hear me?
I can hear you. There you go, Atef. I did a little
echo.
Threw in a couple little jewels. I think Gabriella and a couple people have been asking me to drop a little bit of jewels on the CV19, and I threw a little bit in there. I didn't want to get too much, but I threw some. I know people like jewels on that, and I can't really talk openly about that, but a little extra jewels for those who like that topic. I think you're muted again. If you're saying anything, Atef, you are on mute again. I'm not sure why.
My computer's acting up. I'm trying to.
Okay, well, I'm going to step off for a moment. Atef is going to fix that. Talk to the people. Let the people know what's happening. Welcome, everybody, for those who just tuned in that saw that phenomenon just take place. You've stepped into the House of Aten, the ancient Tehutian teachings of the Netzeru. I'll be back, everybody. Support the Tutsi Pod class. For those who just stepped in and wondering what kind of class we did. Freemasonic Hidden Hand, Society Control, Cold Videos, Plandemic Microcosm, Wizard of Oz. And there was going to be another section to this class I have to decide. It's Microcosm Afterlife Realm Teachings, Create the English Language. I like to combine these two classes because this Wizard of Oz Hand Society Principle class was on also the alphabet, and the next one is on the alphabet, the Afterlife Realm Teachings, Created the English Language. So support the Tutsi Pod class. Support the Tutsi Pod class with reciprocity only if this has benefited you in any way. Welcome to the Wizard of Oz. I'll be back, everybody. Hotep, talk to them. I'll be back. Peace.
Hotep, can y'all hear me? How's my sound?
Hotep, hearing you loud and clear, bro.
Hotep, great brother. How you doing, Hush Nation? Hotep, great brother. Amun.
Good. Big love.
Amunet,
How you doing?
great sister. Hotep, Patah, Ani, and all the great supporters. Hotep, great Saba. Yeah, that was phenomenal. I've been checking it out in the background here. That was absolutely phenomenal. Napoleon to, I didn't know what was going on. This is definitely my favorite class, as I always say. You know, I'm a consistent supporter every way that I can. Supporter of the truth, you know. This is definitely a frequency, as Saba said, that I try to echo as well. I'm definitely honored to be learning this, and it definitely warms my Eid when you know, we have guests on and they make never statements like, you know, just something simple like thank you for being kind. You know, it warms my Eid because you know, it just goes to show that that's something that we take for granted, that's something that, you know, it kind of should be expected, that, you know, we should treat people the way we want to be treated. You know, this is why this class is so important, and what Saba is revealing to us and lifting the veil, you know, breaking us out of this matrix. You know, it's like, and then you know, hopefully, you know, I definitely look forward to the next answer about the afterlife. You know, how he ties it all together, because it all links together. You know, I used to try to figure it out when Saba would be teaching, you know, and just be like, man, everything, it doesn't matter what you ask. You know, it all traces back to you know, back then my thought process was what you would call Africa, you know, even though I know that wasn't the word for it, the original word, but I was like, man, everything traces back to Africa, but it's not necessarily that it traces back to Africa. It's just that he traces everything back to its origins. And, you know, when you're dealing with Ma'at and the truth, you know, and that being, you know, the very first frequency, you know, for that energy, you know, it's the only way to go. So I'm grateful, man. I'm truly grateful for this frequency and for what SABA is revealing to us. This the alphabet matrix was. I'm speechless, man. I really am. I truly am. I'm definitely looking forward to the second answer, because that will be the afterlife is kind of like, you know, the other realm, the duality of it, you know, the as above, so below, you know, so it's always more. So I'm always looking forward to that. And yeah, I'm just I'm a baby. And you know, like Saba asked, you know, when he pointed out, you know, how diligent Napoleon was in studying our culture, you know. We got a lot of work to do. You know, we got a lot of work to do as people. And I know that, and that's why I don't want to say I'm not in a rush. I just know that I have so far to go. You know, I have, but for me it's a beautiful struggle. It's a beautiful you know, it's a beautiful journey for me. You know, all the challenges and growth and, you know, revelations. I just try to stay grounded and try to, you know, be the best I can, just knowing I'm a baby and being respectful and, you know, appreciating the truth, appreciating what's going on here. And, you know, you really truly got to have a pure heart and, you know, purify yourself and, you know, remove all the isfet to get past the matrix of, you know, black and white. You know, the Egyptians are black and, you know, all that foolishness to, you know, for 20, 30 years, we still having the same argument about nothing. And it doesn't benefit us. It doesn't help us. What's your culture? How are you living? We know what you don't like. Now, what do you like? We know what's wrong with the religion or the school of thought or whatever the argument or the moment it tends to be. But what kind of life are you living? Okay, what's the solution? If the solution ain't the truth, if it's not Ma'at, then what is? You know, it's a choice. It's a personal choice. So it's truly up to you. You know, the choice is simple for me. It's simple for me. I didn't even know. You know, I wasn't expecting it. You know, that's why I'm laughing, because it's, you know, it's a challenge to remain in this frequency, because the matrix is all around us. So many layers, so deep. You know, it's a constant struggle, constant fight. You know, to lift this veil and then that veil and then this veil. You see how many different leaders and how many different, you know, world leaders that Saba showed throughout history. You know, it was different people from different places, supposedly different culture. It's time we wake up, you know, as a people, and, you know, realize what we fighting for. We out here fighting for the wrong things as a people. We supporting the wrong things, or maybe we not, you know. maybe we not. You know, some of us are doing exactly what we want to do. Because I always say people do what's important to them. You know, once you know, you can't unknow. You know what I mean? That's the goal and the purpose is to know and to elevate and to get wiser, and then to begin to exercise that wisdom, that knowledge. You know, exercise knowledge is wisdom when it's done correctly. When the information that you obtain and you exercise it correctly, that's wisdom. You know. So I'm truly grateful to have a great teacher as SABA, you know, and my brothers, you know, Ani, Amun, Amunet, all the you know, the Karu, all the brothers and sisters that, you know, do these great classes and study, you know. I'm honored, you know, I'm honored to sit at the feet of my SABA, of my great teacher, and learn and, you know, have these things revealed, you know, these different matrices broken. You know, I'm very appreciative, and yeah, I appreciate all of you that support as well. You know, this is the purity that's in my heart when I see the support that SABA gets. That warms my heart. You know, because it shows me that people like me appreciate the truth and that are on this same frequency. You know, that it's not all about, as they say, crashing out. Because when you look out, when you look around, that's what it seemed like. It just seemed like it's all bad, but it's really not. You know, it's really all good. Like Saba said, you know, the Isfet gonna destroy itself. The snake gonna eat his own tail. You know, that energy is gonna be directed right back at you. So it's very important. As a great brother, my great brother Primordial says, the Hekau is real. You know, so what we say is very important. You know, what we pronounce, the Hekau, you know, the energy that we put forth in the world, that we give off. It's very important to understand that it's gonna come back. It's gonna come back to us. You know, being a student of my great teacher, you know, he revealed to us that karma just means work. It's energy. You know, it's what you do. You know. So yeah, I'm grateful, man, and I'm grateful for all the supporters. Hotep Hinu to you, great sister Minty Hotep. I see you. Yeah, Hush Nation, how you been doing, great brother? What you think of the class? The 13, the letter B.
Yeah, I definitely fascinated about the class, you know, because it carried me back to like one of the first part class, you know, and I always wanted to go back and look at those part class. So to see, and that was one of my favorites, because that was like one of the first that really showed me like I'm missing out from being away from the class. So to see Saba go back in like that, super never, you know, and he gone into so much more details. Then add it up with the Freemasonry, the man them with the hand in the jacket, doing all of the buffoonery and whatnot they're doing. Yeah, man, I definitely grateful for Saba to keep opening up. Even though I spend most of my time on PayPal, you know, dealing with a little bit of frustrations and whatnot. So I would appreciate it. The rest of the crew could, you know, just train some support, because I ain't getting through with my support, you know. When you press send and then you see that message, that just sink your heart in your belly, you're like, I mean, if you know what the problem is, you could go and just deal with it one time. But when you know, like, I remember the first time I sent support to the pod class was when I get my PayPal hookup, and then I never touch it because I get to send the pod class. I get to send the support to the pod class. So So I just left it how it was. And lately, like 2 days ago or something like that, I decided to upgrade my PayPal. I decided to go back in and deal with the fight. So that was going to get my motivation from you. You know, mashing up the technology and not letting the technology mash you up. So I definitely learning from you, you know, just trying to get my brain in this technology space, try to learn these things without them giving me headache, you know, so I could send support, you know. But it don't feel good when you can't send support. This bringing me back memory when I used to be watching the pod class and I can't send the support. I can't remember what I do, but I remember when the PayPal had clicked and the support worked. From then I never touched it again. It was just, that's all I use my PayPal for, to send for the pod class, you know. So I just want to get that back up and running so I could send my support, so I could be back in reciprocity, because I don't want to be out of reciprocity, because you know that's the currency we're using, you know. So anybody who could show the support, just please show the support, especially how fixed down for now, you know, because I need SABA in my life. I need the pod class running. I need this to show my people. I need this to show my children, and I need it to keep up. I need it to be up and running. So anybody who work or send the support, keep us up and running. Big appreciation, big love, big MAAT, big axes. Yeah, Hotel Marine, we right here.
Tap it new to you, great brother. Yes, definitely look forward to you getting that problem worked out with the technology. I know how frustrating it could be. But yeah, Otep Ani.
Otep, great brother.
Peace and love. Good to see you, great brother. I sent the email to you. I got the message. My phone will be sitting right in front of me. I won't even pick it up. So yeah, and Hush Nation, I got about 100 tabs up and running. That's why my thing wouldn't show. The technology is it don't look like it going in reverse. It just seems like we going in reverse. You know, our people, man, what's going on out here? But yeah, you know, this is the right frequency. So, you know, everybody that supports, you know, it's definitely much appreciated. So we definitely look forward to continue support, and definitely look forward to SABA continuing to teach us, because I'm with you, Hush Nation. I need this in my life. This is very sustaining. Very life-sustaining and very beneficial. This frequency and this energy that SABA has created here for us, it's a safe space. You know, it is a safe space. You know, the young lady said, "Thank you for being kind to her." You know, this was her first time coming on the panel, and yeah, this is it's very nefer. So, Hotep Ani.
Hotep, great brother. Yes, I did receive your email. I responded back to it with a couple requests. So check that, great brother. Tua, looking forward to what you will be bringing forward later this evening, or for some of us tomorrow, today for others, depending on where we're at. Sunday, House of ATTON. Be sure to subscribe. And join us as we go live 4 p.m. Pacific time, 6 p.m. Central time. So yeah, let me bring up just some of my notes from this class. All right. So yes, Tua everyone for supporting And for those who have hit the like button as you come in to the class, appreciate you all for that. Showing your Marie, showing your support. All right, so yeah, this was a very deep class, and went into a lot of different parts, and showcasing, you know, how much of intention, you know, goes into the creation of just the alphabet, right? The thing that all of us use today to write and to have a reference for the tones that we're speaking, and to be able to create something like that is very deep. You know, so as a scribe, right, as someone who always has been connected with words and language in itself, you know, I always find it very fascinating. Some of the methods that are used to create a reality around you. Right, which always ties back into the language, which is why the MEDU netter for me is at the top for me, because of one, the depth that you can go into within the language itself, but creating something based on imagery that we already subconsciously have a connection to communicate further is just genius. And it makes sense how starting with that, you know, you start to get the variations of the letters, and the combination of numbers and these symbols that for some reason, you know, people have told me that the MEDU isn't a language because it's a symbol, but not recognizing that every image is a symbol of something. You know, the A comes from something. You know, the bull head, it's an upside down bull's head, right? The H literally comes from the H in the MEDU of a house. And so our letters today derive from images, right? And so it's very complex, and we see, I love how SABA went into Napoleon and showcasing, you know, what was some of his major works were, and then going into who is credited as the first to, well, he isn't credited as the first. There's someone prior to him, but who gets most of the credit for the decipherment of the MEDU, which is Champollion. And showing that image, right, of him again with his hand hidden, and you know, what these people were doing, and what they were working on and studying, right, which is so very important, because that's always left out, you know. And another name, which was prior to Champollion, who did make some correct translations or decipherment of a few of the glyphs, was Thomas Young, who doesn't get as much credit as Champollion, but Thomas Young was someone who focused on a lot of topics and did a lot of work in light, but he also worked with the MEDU as well. But seeing, you know, what type of organizations these people are associated with, and the type of knowledge that they're looking at, that they're studying and dedicating their lives to, and building something right with it. And this is why, for me, I don't, regardless of whatever my personal thought process is on any particular thing, person, group, it goes secondary to the foundations of what created the thing, right? As a tool that can be utilized in any which way, and it's the one who's wielding, right? Whose hand is controlling that said tool, which is why I just don't look at any particular thing that can be utilized in a negative way as it's negative itself, because it's not, right? And which is one of the reasons why I put a lot of focus into learning a lot of different things to begin to learn how to wield it, right? By grabbing it like it's a staff and holding that, right? Showing the closed hand, the grabbing of the power and control. So I appreciate SABA going into CHAMPOLLION and connecting it right to the early stages of the MEDU, and the works, as I said at that time, was so many people were focused on the MEDU at that time, and there was a lot of competition, and of course it brought forth different levels of races that take place. So that was phenomenal, right? And just showing what these people were doing is very important to know what they were focused on, right? And the creation of our alphabet, and SABA showing that, and the B, the beta, the Bible, the beta sheet, and that creating the 13 as well, which is, that's all right behind the veil. It's like I said, in Trinity Soliloquy. Everyone should go back and re-listen to Trinity Soliloquy after this class, because it was created with a lot of this knowledge within the actual tones, and speaking about lifting of the veils, right? Lift veils like a child that's a bride to be, removing that veil and showcasing the face, and who's throwing rocks, right? And I say it trees, as the original teachings of the women being representative of the trees and het hord and motherhood. But yeah, it's very deep. So everyone should definitely go back and check that out. Triangles not yet explored. Lead with left. Right is flat on the 4. 90 degrees. V's. Right, what you see in that stance with the standing in the V. Ascension upscale, which again comes from the MEDU of ascending upwards. And a lot of times I can show at the top of the steps, you'll see a scale represented as a person with the literal as a scale standing before a SAR at the top of the steps, ascending up the scale. Lean on lines like Google activists, which is like a quadruple. Literally a line leaning creates the V. They're leaning lines. Literally leaning on a line like a staff when you see the staff extended out and leaning on it. But also lean on lines, like another word for lean is activist. So if you Google that, it's literally lean online, like Google activist. So yeah, everyone should go back and re-listen because it's all encoded. So Tua, yeah, this was phenomenal. And yeah, and just showing the hidden hand, literally connecting itself to Moses, right? And leprosy, which again is very deep. So welcome back, great Saba.
Hey, Hotep. Can you hear me and see me moving normally?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful. Yes, Hotep, great to be back. To you all for holding it down while I was away rejuvenating, and beautiful words from all of you. We're going to go over a couple of a few more supports that were sent in. Hopefully some support was sent in while I was on the break. For those who just tuned in, we covered Freemasonic Hidden Hand Society Control, which I like. As I was in the background, Scribe, I heard you going over notes of the class. That's what you did? You kept notes and then went over the notes in the break?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, that's great. That's really great to do. That's good for those who missed the class. They got to hear some of the notes, which is going to make them say, "Hey, what is this?" and then rewind the class, and that is very good. So this Freemasonic Hidden Hand Society Control co-videos on microcosm, which is actually this word microcosm goes to this microcosm afterlife realm teachings, created the English language, which I'm more than likely gonna have to get into that next week because it is actually very, very late. And Scribe, your answer was the short one. I'm gonna have to go over this answer that I'm gonna do for Big Ed Leisure and see how the timing works, because I made yours to be the short answer that start off the class, and then Big Ed Leisure is supposed to be the longer one. So yours ended up being 2 hours and 35 minutes. So that means Big Ed Leisure is going to take me until 1:30 in the morning or something. So I'm gonna have to pause on that and go through that one. That's a really big answer. I'm gonna have to see what I can do with that. But to everybody for the support, for everybody for appreciating what this is, what this phenomena is, and to you, Hush Nation. I believe you said you've been trying to send me some support, but PayPal's blocking you or it's doing something. And is that still going on right now?
Yeah, it's still going on, but I'm gonna get through it. I'm gonna get it fixed.
Okay, well, to everybody for the support, to everybody for learning. We're gonna go through the rest of the support donations, and then I think Big Ed Leisure. I'm gonna go for your answer the next week, so it can be fresh when everybody's fresh and awake. After I do these donations, starting an answer at 11:45 at night is not going to be good. I want people to be definitely awake and alert for this one, because it's a very thorough, long answer. So we're gonna go over the support that was sent so far. I'm gonna reset the Gmails, and hopefully something more was sent while I was gone. And I see two more. Who's this? Custom made tees. I see custom made tees. Okay, good. I'm gonna get to you, custom made tees. And Jay Kirkland, I see you too. And who's this? Mark Strumble. Mark Strumble used to, man, with the huge support that he gave for for the dog sled class. That was wonderful. Okay, so we're gonna go through the rest of these supports here. We got the Jed to them Hemt Potku, and okay. This tip hand this is for the hand. Let me see. Oh, it is a large tip support for the hidden hand breakdown. I'm gonna get Amunet to read that. If she's not there, I'll get Amun to read this. So shout out to the Jed Sedem Ma'a Hemt Potku. Amunet, could you read that for us, please?
Yes, I can. $30 for tip for hidden fire. Wow. Tua Saba Tehuti with Henu Fist, the Black Eve, and Ra.
Give the Jed Sedem Ma'a Hemt Potku big noise. And Tua Amunet for reading that.
You.
All right. And Maharu, who has the next question that I'm to answer, he said 10:24 a.m. I'm going into Upesh. So yes, Maharu, who asked the question, he's going into the sleeper. You're going to sleep at 10 in the morning? Interesting. Okay, so shout out to Maharu, Maharu, who's going to bed at 10 in the morning. So yes, it would be best for me to answer his question next week when he's fresh, awake, and everybody is awake and fresh. So shout out to here. He said, okay, Saba. Hush Nation said, no, Minty Otep said, Hush Nation, fire, fire, fire. Anki and Ma'at with some music. Not sure what that is, but shout out to Minty Hotep. Hush Nation, did you send Minty some music or something? Is that what that is?
No, I have an agreement with Minty that I ain't keep up on my side of the bargain, so I still working on it.
Okay, yeah. Wonderful. Okay. Wonderful. Let's get into the rest of the support here. We have Nukpu. He's not in the chat, but he am I still sharing something? Oh, this is still sharing. Nukpu is not in the chat, but he's definitely in the support system. And here he is right here with his classic 999 and all in Metanetter, always. Nukpu gives no support. I don't even think he even has an English word in his support anymore. At all. Nukpu support is now always 100% Metu Nefer or Metu Netter. So let me go ahead and read this right here. Actually, I'm going to get Amunet to read this again, sharpen up her Medu skills. What is this here? 18. Wait, no, this is 999. Oh, this is a tip. Yes. Wonderful. Okay, so we got there it is. Shout out to Nukpu for the 999 and Amunet, could you read that for us, please?
999 Hotep or Saba. I'm not sure how to say that, but Besh. I'm not sure what the next word is either. BT3. Beta Sekem Mary Ma'at with I think that's a smiley face.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Amunet, for your read. And give him a hand clap. Hotep or Scrum. And we got who's this? This is custom made tees, right? What's this one for? This is shout out to custom made tees. Custom made tees with a 666. I'll read this one. Gratitude, Hanu, Makaru. Fortunate. Absolutely appreciate you, Saba. Tua, I am Kudzani. Will rewind and watch this again and again. Thank you, custom made tees. Appreciate you. I am Kudzani if you're in the chat. Listening. Tua to you. Tua to you, Tua to you. And then we have my little brother. Little brother, he reminds me of reminds me of having a little brother in New York. And that is the good brother Nefer Netter Nature J. Nefer Netter Nature J. With oh, there he is. I am Kazani. Appreciate you. There you are. Boom. I am Kazani. Tuasaba. He is here. Jason Kirkland, Nefer Netter Nature J. For Dua or Saba Atef Sem. Dua or Saba Atef Sem Hikau Aku. Okay, shout out to you. Thank you. Nefer Netter Nature J. And we have Nook Panook and Panook again. I wonder what this translates to. This. Oh, I see what he did. Okay. I see what you did, Nook Panook. I see the Raw and the 13. Okay. Shout out to Nook Panook. Who's in the background listening and supporting. And that is, oh, where'd it go? There, okay, there it is. And AMUN, could you read that first, please? Test out your meta skills.
From Nukpu, $9.99 for Hotep Urasaba Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra, 13. I do not know that better word. Bemu, BMW, Bemu, with a like gasping emoji, a mind blown emoji, and a gasping emoji. Very MAAT.
Wonderful. That's another tip from him. That's the second one. Give him a hand clap, please. All right, supporters, where are you? There we go. We got hey, where's Harass Dead? Harass Dead, I hope you're okay out there. I don't think I've seen you in the chat. Or maybe you're in here in the support somewhere. I'm not sure, but I haven't seen you today. What's that? Oh. A fly in the nose? Okay, this is Robert E. Williams. Give 2 tips for this class. Thank you. Shout out to Robert E. Williams, who gave 2 supports for the class. And he gave $20.72. I can read this one. For no more hiding. Give him some big noise for this, either a TEF or a scribe. Boom. Shout out to you, good brother. And this is from Mark Strumble. Mark Strumble, let me get Hush Nation to read this one for me, please. This is a tip for today's class. Go ahead and read that for us, Hush Nation.
No problem, Saba. Mark Trouble sent you 888. Cool lesson. I don't know if it relates at all, but don't the Jedi put their hands up like that when they use the Force? The Jedi,
Okay.
I think it is.
Yeah, they do. I haven't seen Star Wars. I haven't watched a Star Wars movie in about 34 years, but from what I remember, I do remember that. Interesting observation, Mark Trumbull. And go ahead and give him a hand clap for his tip. Let me scroll down. We got Ronald Warren. Oh, this is the brother that I told to send in to tell me what his question, what exactly he wanted, and we will try to match it up with one of the 65 classes that I gave on magical empowerment and other topics. So shout out to this good brother here. He sent the question about Kanum and wanting to know how to utilize the power of Kanum. And I told him that's the type of question that's a one-on-one question, but I only do one-on-one questions for members of the House of Attend, and I really don't do much of any more one-on-ones anymore. But shout out to Ronald Warren. I'll go ahead and see the email you sent and see if we can match that up with an answer that I already gave with the instructions on empowerment, all to work, and whatever it is you may be asking about. That's it. At $20 from Ronald Warren. Give him a hand clap for that, please. Okay, and then we got Gabriela Lopez with 3 supports. I'm gonna three supports. I'm gonna go ahead and look again. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and read Gabriela Lopez. Shutting it down. She's definitely going on the list. It's late tonight. I don't want to do it this late, but I'll do it next week. The list of the top supporters and the most consistent supporters, and she is definitely on the. She's definitely on those lists. So shout out to. This is 20. We're gonna put this from what? From Jan 25. So shout out to the wonderful, beautiful Gabriela Lopez, the newest mother in the Tehuti class, who brought Aset Marie into this world. So this is 3333 question in Gmail. Tua, go ahead and give her some big noise, please. question in Gmail with a opaque looking heart and a purple heart. And now back to back, Gabriela Lopez again. Oh, she has question 1 and question 2. I see. So shout out to Gabriel Lopez. That's question 1, and here's question 2. And I will get same thing. This is question 2 in Gmail. Much Mary, opaque heart, and a purple heart. Give us some big noise, please. And now we're going to give some big transformer noise to Gabriel Lopez because this is 3 in a row, and all of them combined are almost $80 in support. So actually it's over that. 33, 33, 66, 86, 90. This would be $90 in support. All 3 of them will be. We're going to give Gabriel Lopez 66, 76, 86. Yeah, we're going to give Gabriel Lopez some monster noise with the transformers because this is 3 supports in a row, and the 3 supports in a row. Well, let me come off the screen. I'm locked up. Hold on, let me fix this here. Okay, I see it. So shout out to Gabriel Lopez for the 3 supports. And we're going to give her some big transformer noises because the 3 supports combined are almost $90. So we're going to give her all the monster noise. She's definitely one of the monster supporters. So another 2 on top of the. Oh, you know what? She gave 4. Didn't she give 1? I think she already gave a 2. So let's wait. Let me scroll up here and see something here. I don't know. Okay. Well, it's at least 3. I thought it was 4. 1 for this class here. Yes, she did. Lifting the veil. So that's yes, she did. So that's over $100 in support from Gabriela Lopez. She is the top supporter of the night thus far. That's 88 plus 22. That's over $100. Give her some big monster noise with the transformers, please. Huge noise.
I don't. Forget that we the real champions around here.
That's oh no. That's 3333 plus 3333. That's 66, and then another 22. That's 88. plus another 2222. That's 111. 111. So shout out to Gabriella, if you're listening, you are the top supporter of the night, and definitely next week when I show the list, I want to do it much earlier than this. When I show the list of the top supporters and consistent supporters, you are definitely gonna make you're gonna make both. I'll announce that right now. You're going to make both. Oops, hold on one second. Let me fix something here. You're definitely gonna make both. Plus, yeah, that's $111.10. Shout out to you, Gabriel Lopez. Appreciate you. You definitely appreciate me and definitely want me to stay here. Shout out to you. Appreciate you. All right, now we got Nook Panuk again. Is this the third or fourth of tonight? It's definitely minimally the third of tonight. And this is called Nania Set Murs the Oracle. I don't know what's happening. 20. All right, so we're gonna give a shout out to Nook Panuk, who I don't know what motivated him to say this, but he got motivated somehow to send a tip saying, "Hotep or Saba, Nani Aset Mur is the oracle," with a heart, with a star-eyed, more stars, and then laughing, crying, and then the word Ma'at. Shout out to her, Nook Panuk. This is the third or fourth one. Give him some big noise, please. Nania Submer is the oracle. Random. Well, Nania Submer says thank you. All right, let me save this one here. This is an anonymous one. Okay, and we have up next is Gabriella's question. That's right. Here we go. We're going to put the question on the screen and put it in the file. Let me go ahead and put that with her particular section in the file, which is this question, and I will get I'll get Amunet to read this first. This is Gabriella's question that she asked. She sent the two supports for. So if you're there, Amunet, is Amunet there? I can't see the screen.
Yes, I am.
Okay, perfect. Okay, go ahead, Amunet, if you could read that for us, please.
Hotep and Mary, Great Saba Tehuti, Amun Hotep Ra. I hope you and the Awut are doing well. Before I ask my questions, I want to say that I appreciate you teaching us and helping us out of the matrix. I'll be sending a Mary donation for my gratitude towards you. Can you please do a breakdown and build up of the benefits of breastfeeding, and is there a psyops in breastfeeding? For example, I've always known women whose milk supply stops, or they say the milk isn't fulfilling the baby and they have to feed their baby formula. Why does the milk supply stop? What can you do to maintain and produce sufficient milk as the baby is growing? Recently, I was told that I should be giving offset vitamin D drops because vitamin D is not passed through the breast milk. Is this true? My second question would be for you to do a breakdown.
Sorry, I thought my counting was off. I thought it was already on number 5, but I guess this one's just the second. Go ahead.
My second question would be for you to do a breakdown and buildup of postpartum depression. Is this true? What causes postpartum depression? Is it different than depression? How do you heal from this if possible? Reciprocity will be sent for these questions. To offer everything, and I hope you and the Outs have an AFFIR day with a white heart and a purple heart.
Thank you, Amonette. I must be getting tired. This is the second question. I swore I counted 7 questions, but that was just the second one. I'm tired or something. But shout out to Gabby Lopez for the seven questions. I will decipher what I can answer of these 7 to keep that power class less than an hour and a half. But shout out to you and appreciate you for the great continuous support. You're definitely going on the list of the highest supporters and most consistent supporters. You're on both lists. Okay, so now we have oh, and also let me give a shout out to Daniel LaRoche. This actually came in. It didn't come in it came in after the pod class shut down. But I just wanted to show it that Daniel LaRoche and give him a hand clap. He sent this is for the mushroom class. So we're just gonna give him a hand clap. This is for last week though, but let's give him a hand clap. He says nice pod class on mushrooms. And give him a hand clap for that, please. Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Daniel LaRoche. And we got a Tefrem MAAT, always. He is definitely 100% making the list on the list of the most consistent supporters. He's definitely on that list. Tef actually sends these supports before the podcast even starts. So Tef, if you're there, could you read that? We're going to give you some noise. This is just one of 2. If you're there, Tef, could you read that?
Hotep Mind, Great Sabbath. It says 7774 Hotep Ma'at Tua Ishin.
Okay. We're going to wait a minute, and I'm going to put this one up, and then we're just going to give you one hand clap. So that's 7.77. And then there's this one that always follows through. They always come back to back to each other. And we have a third one too, I think. So shout out to Atef. Here's the next one we're gonna read. And then we're going to give you a hand clap for this one. Go ahead and read that, Atef.
Hotep Ma'at, Great Sabbath says $20.72 for Hotep Ma'at Tua Ishin.
Okay, wonderful. Give him some noise for that, please. And then he also sent a third. Oh, man. Let's see what's going on here. Okay, yes. He also sent a third. And that third is another 777 for the tip. Give him a hand clap for that. Okay, I'm going to scroll down. I think we just have one more. That's Basatut Maka Oct Effect. Let me refresh the page to see if anybody came through. Anybody else came through with support for this, for the pod class in general, and all the work that's put in for it. It's reloading. And okay, so far to end off the pod class, if this is it, everybody, we have the large consistent monster tip coming in from another one who's going to make both both the most consistent and the biggest supports. That is Basatut Maka Oct Effect. Let me see what he says here. Nice, computer's locked. Hold on. Oh, this is a nice, creative. Boss is very creative. Let me fix this here. I'm gonna put shout out to Basatut Maka Oct Effect, creative wording, and he's one of the biggest donations of the night. Him, Gabriel Lopez, and of course Maharu. Oh, it's not showing. That's strange. Let me see if we can give this a show. What's going on here? Oh, wait. Oh, cancel. Okay. And now it should show in the count of 1, 2, and 3. And now it should show now. All right. With the monster support coming in with today's date on it. And Amun, could you read that for us, please?
Yes, I can, Saba. $50.72 from Basatut Maka Oct Effect. For 125.25 Hotep Saba Dua, we see their hands.
Give them some big noise. I don't play with pseudos, transformers, the whole work.
I don't. I don't play with pseudos.
Oh, okay. Excellent. It's still going. Wonderful. All right, everybody. I'll refresh the page one more time. It is not too late to send in your last support. What is this? Oh, what is this here? Oh, no, what is this? Okay, somebody, AI sent me the Napoleon book. I have the Napoleon book now. I guess from AI, whoever's watching me. All right. What's going on? All right. Shout out to everybody with their support. It's been a wonderful, beautiful night. we're going to get to the great closeout from PTAH, AMUN, AMUNET, ATEF, REM, Kem, MAAT, Hush Nation, and then ATEF, REM, Kem, MAAT will do the affirmation, and then I'll close out. So we'll start with you, PTAH. PTAH, are you wearing a House of Attend shirt under that? PTAH Magic, what do you got? Is there anything under that? There's no way. Let's see this. Which one is that? What is that? What is that? Is that PTAH
shirt? Yeah.
Okay, he's doing some kind of the hidden PTAH. That's it. It's not the hidden hand around here. The whole PTAH is hidden. All right. Okay, PTAH, we're gonna let you give your beautiful closing words, and then we'll move forward to everybody and close this out so we can get some beautiful rest tonight.
All right, Hotep Ma'at, Great Saba Tehuti, Ankh Dejed Usir to you. Tuah for this very powerful pod class. Tuah for all that you do to come forward as you are. Tuah and Hinu to your A'ut and to your animals, which are part of your A'ut. Uncle Jasaneb, to all of the great supporters of the House of ATTON and Tehuti pod class. Much Marie to you all who support what's taking place. It's a beautiful thing to not only observe, but to be a part of and to stand with you all. So Uncle Jasaneb to you all. houseofatton.org. Support there as well. Many things are being created and worked on simultaneously every day. So stay connected and stay within your studies. And yeah, to our great Saba, just for leading by example and teaching us how to traverse within this ankh that we have, submerged within a matrix. Tuah for that, great Saba. And everyone be sure to join us at the House of ATTON YouTube channel Sunday, this evening for the great Tefrim Kema'at and the reading that he will be doing, and he can speak on that. So yes, looking forward to seeing you all later this evening. And I will conclude with the MEDU. Sakim im arit merert ka'a simu hatu natiru pert inthetep. I obtain the power to do what pleases my ka. May the hearts of the Natiru lead me. I come forth in Hotep. Dua.
Nini Uk, that was wonderful. I haven't heard Nania Set make a response when you started speaking the Mennetter. It was like it was smooth and it was impactful. That was very, very powerful. You're becoming fluid, like you're saying the Mennetter almost as well as you're speaking English. It sounds like you're just saying it now, so it's beautiful. Becoming what do they call it? Second nature. So it's very fluid. Thank you for the beautiful words and the appreciation for the answer that I gave. And you keep up the good work. And we'll just keep doing this again and again and again and again, over and over. This is a beautiful thing. Thank you, PTAH. Keep up the good consistency that you do.
You're very welcome. Great Saba Tuah.
Nini Uk. And on to the man matching the red shirt, Amun, and his woman matching, his female matching him, and we all match. Give us some closing words, Amun.
Hotep Uncle Jasaneb, Mary, to you. Wonderful. Good. Atef, Saba Tudi and Mahotep Ra. The ladies around you for holding up your Dejed. with their ka, to all of your animals, however many you have now, to everybody, to everybody on the panel, the whole HOA out, everybody in the chat, all the supporters, to all of you. To SABA for being consistent for another pod class. To for doing what needs to be done by breaking the matrix, and for leading at the forefront, for being powerful, and for giving us power. To for looking up to the animals, biological imperative, and doing things even though you know that there are people out there that want to counter that, that want to stop that. You still do it. I appreciate you for that. For the jewels you dropped in the class pertaining to my Ren, the AMUN, and the Ka part. I love that part. To for being phenomenal. To for being the inspiration. To for being our foundation. To for teaching us that MAAT is everybody here at the HOA's foundation. To the Netiru. Love you. Have a great rest, a great Pesh. Then I will end with this adoration to you, great Saba. E Tehuti Makiru M Atep Makiru M Heru Aa Keperu Tehuti Ku Imi Ku Kemam Keperu M Neter Hau. Hail Tehuti, triumphant in peace, triumphant as Heru, mighty of forms of existence. Tehuti, a shining being and a dweller in light, who has been created and has come into existence from the limbs of the Neter. Otep Uncle Jasaneb, Nefer Pesh.
Beautiful. Tour for the love, tour for the adoration, tour for the appreciation, and wonderful glyphs and MEDU that you brought into this day and time. Keep up the wonderful work. Keep up your out, and because in the future it's going to expand. So prepare for the little ones now. They'll be running around you all soon. And let me check something here. Let me check the date. I think I may have run out of. Okay. I thought there was another Sunday in this month. We're gonna have to talk. I thought there was another. It ends on Saturday. Okay, so we'll talk about. Oh, it ends on Friday. Okay. All right. We'll talk. Talk in the morning. Send me a text. We'll talk in the morning about the what we organize. But to you, beautiful words. Keep up the good work. And you're a great, wonderful echo. And I was thinking about a couple of days ago. I was thinking about what position to create for you. I was thinking about something was coming to me that I should set you in a particular position. So we'll talk about that more. But to you, keep up the good work. Uncle Jasaneb, Shinama to you, young brother, young student.
To all very much, great Saba. Aniniu. Looking forward to speaking to you and shooting them out.
Wonderful, thank you. On to the smiling giggle. I don't know what something's tickling Amun's head. Every few minutes she's she's giggling, smiling. She's super elated, happy. I love the happiness. Go ahead and give us some of those happy words.
What's up, Mary? Uncle Jasaneb. Or Tef Saba Tehuti for raising Amun and I up every single day and purifying our heart every single day and organizing and reorganizing my mind with MAAT and creating my household to be imbued with MAAT in every aspect and reaffirming positivity in my life and my mind and reframing my mindset, my daily mindset. I appreciate the intense work that you do every single day, the life-giving answers that you give and the advice that you give. I appreciate every single word you speak who are very important to me, and I appreciate your safety, your health, your life. I'm thankful for the Nefer and Netters, the beautiful ladies around you that I love very much. And I love you very much too, and I hope you have a Nefer Upesh. I will end with this utterance to you. Amun and Amunet, Shasu Emket, Tehuti, Pertnetter, Emoset Iment. Hutsen her out, and Tehuti or Hetep her Ma'at. Amun and Amunet, the divine followers, are following him, Tehuti, coming forth of the Netter from the secret place. They rejoice at the ways of Tehuti, the great one established by Ma'at. Hotep Mary He, Onku Jasanev.
Wonderful, beautiful words as always. And when you say the Manetta, you sound like you're singing almost. Almost sounds like you're. It sounds like I'm on a wave of a sound wave that's listening to a song. So it's very wonderful. And maybe you should write a song one day in Medunetta and surprise us with some hidden talent you don't know you have. Who knows? But Tua to you, or and Tua to you, for the wonderful words. And like I always say to both of you, bringing the ancient words to today. Thus not making them ancient anymore, but continuous. And you're definitely bringing the frequency of words from thousands of years ago, applying them to now, so it's one continuous flow. And the past ancestors and all those frequencies that created it will be very happy to know that it continued, because they didn't create this metanator and all of this frequency and all these words for it to end with Jesus or whoever is trying to end this. So to it to you, keep it going on, and keep that being beside you strong as you. The Ka that I just taught about this class, the supportive Ka. You're his hidden hand, the real one. Mary, and peace and love to both of you. Thank you for the words.
Niniuk and Tua so much for your love and all of your beautiful words.
Wonderful, wonderful. I'm going to do something really quick, and then I'm going to go to a tip from Kimra. Hold on. Oh, I got to do this with one hand. Oh my goodness. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay, I'm coming back. Everybody, here we go. All right, I'm back and on to the wonderful, strong father, Atef Rem Kem Ma'at. Give us some great words, good brother, family man.
Hotep, great Saba. 2 off for this class, 2 off for your energy. This was a NEFA class. Look forward to part 2. Always great, Saba.
Oh my goodness.
Definitely look forward to that. Definitely look forward to you answering the great brother's question. And looks like Minty said she put a question in, so look forward to your question, Sister Minty. Better late than never. But yeah, to our great Saba, this was a NEFA class. I really appreciate it. You know, every question is mine, so this was definitely my favorite. Again, no, I had to send a hidden hand echo tip. That was my echo. You know, this was very, very, very appreciative, great Saba. I definitely look forward to running this back, digesting it. You know, during the daylight hours, it's very late over here where I'm at, 3:14. But this is where I'm at. And 2 out to your animals, 2 out to your Aout, to your Naturts, 2 out for your energy, 2 out to all the great supporters that keep this class going, that keep this, you know, held up. And yeah, Hotep, great Saba. I really appreciate you. And I'm gonna try to get some rest. You try to get some rest. May you advance your station among the venerables. May your ka contend with your enemy. And may your ba learn the ways leading to the portal of the one who closed the weary one. May Amun be satisfied. Hotep Inu to you, great Saba. Tehuti Amahotep, bro.
Beautiful. Thank you. And thank you for wishing me a good rest. And you get a good rest too. Wonderful words. And I love that each class is your favorite class. It's a beautiful thing to say. And Tua, for you're starting to send, you're already sending it. You're sending the your regular support, but I notice now you're every once in a while you're sending a tip on top of the already 2 cash apps that you're doing. So Tua, for that, that's definitely motivational. And you have a wonderful rest. And may your family truly appreciate you 1000% for that which you're doing that they have no idea of. It's invisible. You're the hidden hand in the household. So you what you're doing isn't even mostly physically seen. So you keep up the great work. And Uncle Justin Evans, Shunama to you. Great brother. Atef Rem Kem Ma'at.
Nini, great Saba.
Okay, and on to the great traveling man, Hush Nation, who can end up in any country at any time. give us some good words, good brother.
Yeah, Tua Saba, Tua so much. Tua for your consistency. Tua for being here every Saturday. Tua for shedding the light, spreading the light. Tua for reflecting the sun. Tua for being Saba. Tua for not changing. Tua for bringing the per M ATTON together. Tua for holding the per M ATTON together. Yeah, big love, big ma'at. Tua Nani Asetmer, Tua Titi Amun, Dua Sakem, to the whole family. And yeah, appreciate you for all the light, all the protection, all the guidance. Tua for being a shield and armor. Tua for giving me fire and light. And yeah, love you forever, Saba. Thank you so much for Tep Marie, Dua Sakem, Uncle Jaseneb, Nefa Upesh.
Tua for wishing me a Nefer Upesh. Beautiful words, and your appreciation is wonderful. And I like how you appreciate me and others in the House of Atten consistently. You're very consistent with your appreciation. I bet I could go into my emails right now and scroll down somewhere and you're there. You send me a lot of appreciation emails, and you are constantly in contact on and off of the podcast, and you really, really are one of the consistent beings, and I'm so glad that you came out as Hush Nation. I always wanted everybody to know about you as this great supporter, and you came out of Anonymous, and now you're fully a part of the family, and you're doing great, and everybody loves your energy. Keep up the good work. Stay safe. Stay away from any distraction that will only lead you to the path you don't want to be on. Ignore it, move from it, and stay strong. Keep the good work, brother. I'm very, very proud of you keeping yourself alive.
Tua, Nini up. Tua so much, Saba. Big appreciation.
Nini and Tua to you. Okay, everybody. We are now going to do the affirmation with the good brother, Atef Rem Kem Ma'at. And I know the jet is with the baby somewhere. He usually has the great closing with the monument stand forever, but he has baby duty. So he's either asleep, taking care of the baby, wherever he's doing, I approve. And I know that's why he's not here right now. Shout out to the Jed. Okay, we're going to let Tefrem Kemet read the affirmation. And then we're going to go ahead and close this beautiful class out. There you are, Tef.
Okay. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Unki and Ma'at. Un and S. Nintet or Set and Ma'at. Min Hepapet and Ma'at. Her and Hu Kui. Her Iku. I live for Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light.
I'll leave that up there to marinate for a while for people to see. Excellent. Okay. Okay, beautiful family. I'm going to say peace and love to all of you. Get your rest. Patar, do you work tonight? Do you go anywhere, or are you going to go to sleep? Get to rest? Or you're on mute again.
Yes, Hotep, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now.
Okay, yes. No, I don't. I definitely reserve the weekends strictly for this.
Okay, good. Okay, well then, Patai can bid you a good rest. Have a good rest, and until you have to do whatever you have to do, and then Sunday class comes, and of course you'll be there. Good luck with that, and peace and love to you. Stay strong.
Peace and love, Grace Abba Hotep. Nefru Pesh.
Nefru Pesh. And peace and love to you, Amun and Amunet. Stay strong. Stay warm. It's probably cold out. It's cold out here in California. It must be cold out there in Wisconsin. I mean, it's freezing out here. So stay warm. Throw the super comforters on. And warm yourselves up, because it's cold over here and I'm in California. Stay warm. Peace and love to you.
Peace and love, Saba.
Peace and love.
Yes. And it's Tefrem Kemet. Peace and love to you. Continue doing what you always do with the family. And Hush Nation, peace and love to you. Stay strong on your journeys far away from your original home, and you're going to achieve whatever you're trying to achieve with all this, with this traveling. Stay strong, brother.
Tua so much, Saba. Tua.
Wonderful. Peace of Tefrem Kemet. Peace and love to you. I'm going to go
Tua,
big screen.
Peace and love.
Wonderful. We are big screen. Shadow Body, did you enjoy your night? It was a beautiful class. Peace and love, everybody. This was another phenomenon. Another phenomenon that took place. For those of you who got to enjoy it, that is a wonderful thing. For those who are watching this class on the rerun, support what you see. Sometimes I look back, there's 1,000 views, 1,500 views, 2,000 views. And everybody just be honorable if you're watching this work and watching this class and you appreciate it. Even if it's not live, send a support donation tip there and say, hey, I was watching this on a Wednesday. My schedule doesn't allow me to be live on Saturday, but I watched on a Wednesday. I don't just want to watch and absorb your 2 hour and 40 minute almost class and just absorb it and say thank you. I want to support, and thank you for that support, for those who are honorable to do that. Peace and love to all of those who are honorable to do that, and peace and love to everybody who actually has been ordering through this email the 65 magical classes that I don't teach live on YouTube. They're 3.5 hour classes on all type of magical practice, all type of understanding magnetic glyphs, out of body, alter work, mirror magic, all type of things. Gamma ray, wavelength, manipulation, all type of things happen here. Email that, and you'll be told how to get those. They go. You get them with a security code, and you have a 3-hour class, and you get to download it and keep it forever. Shout out to all the great supporters of everything that I do, everything that I teach. Shout out to all the great supporters for keeping up with the House of Atten, the ancient Tehutian teachings of the Neteru. It is a beautiful day and time to be able to represent the ancestors in such a way where there's literally no one else doing it, so that the House of Atten completely stands out and shines, because nobody else wants to be in this lane. So peace and love to all those who join us in this lane, and peace and love to all those who want nothing to do with this lane. It makes this lane stand out even more. What a beautiful thing. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. This is Shadow Body, also known as Kemet, with the one black eye, the one gray eye. And he is a venomous boega. And he represents one of the original depictions of the soul, which was pure black, called the Kemet. If you want to know more about the Kemet, I have a class done on it. Send support and you'll get a class on it. I have done a class on it before, but of course there's always more. Peace and love to everybody. This is a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful night, and I'm going to enjoy the rest of my night in a state of rest. We're going to keep on doing the House of Atten, keep on building. My name is SABA Tehuti. I am a SABA, that is a question answer. That is what a SABA is, an instructor, question answer, and it is also the word for the doorway. The answers that come benefit you and uplift you because you're the one that asked the question. So any question anyone has, the value of it is based on you, not on me. So today's class, if you missed it, if you're just tuning in here at the end, today's class was on the Freemasonic Hidden Hand Society Control co-videos and the Wizard of Oz Matrix, the Plandemonium, and we did not get to do the Microcosm Afterlife Realm teachings that created the English language. That will be an answer for next week. It got very late. So peace and love, everybody. What a beautiful set of events. Beautiful questions, beautiful answers. We will be here for eternity in multiple forms, but in the physical form, thousands of years from now, when the archaeologists come to find us, they will see